hate ANCAPs or folks come who just like are curious?
It either or. It just invite anyone. Invite anyone.
Invite them all.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Ange? You asked me a question.
I can barely hear you. It sounds like you're in like a
I
closet
That's what
or like
that's what they're telling me. I don't know what's going on.
You need to get a better. Stop being broken by a better microphone.
I can usually hear him. He's fine. It's weird.
I wonder if it's better now. Is it better now?
No.
No, it's the same.
No?
You gotta.
What's happening?
What happened to
But-
your old microphone?
Well, I've got a really nice microphone, but I don't really use it, and I've never really used it for this. But let me switch over to the app and see if that fixes things. I'll be right back.
If you use
It
your phone,
sounds
it'll
like
probably
you-
be better.
It sounds like you have a microphone that you've placed into a cardboard box, and then you've put the box across the room.
Yeah. It just sounds very like you sound like you're very far away from your mic.
All right.
Well, good
All right, I'll be right
evening. Hello, Tiff. All right, I'm live, so you can start asking questions if you want. This is an
Hello.
Ancap Q&A. We're going to take questions and answers from anyone. While I play World of Warcraft.
Don't barrage us with all your questions at once.
Yeah. Alright, Neuralist.
What about now?
Much better now.
Fuck yeah.
How was my holiday? My holiday was good. I spent time with the family. You know. Yeah.
I was alone.
Shit.
That's so,
And I did
that's so
DoorDash.
sad.
How was it? I contemplated going out and doing that, but I assume that nobody's going to be fucking ordering DoorDash and Uber Eats and shit when they on Thanksgiving. They're going to be at home eating turkey and shit.
Well, you'd be surprised. People, when everything's closed, you know, people buy up, like, whatever's left. Like, people, or on days where, like, things are more closed, like, people tend to stack up in places. So, like, McDonald's will get tons of orders. You know what I mean? So, I was just getting
I mean,
tons
that-
of McDonald's orders. I just kept going back to McDonald's over and over and over and over again, basically, because it was
That,
like the
bro,
only
and there's-
place open.
And there's people like me who don't even do that gay Thanksgiving shit. So I just like had steak and potatoes.
Yeah, some people just eat normal shit on you know on that day too. So DoorDash working or eating? Oh, I was working. I was doing the job.
You fucking wage slave.
Yeah,
Normie.
yeah. I don't order
Brokey ass
DoorDash.
bitch.
I would never order DoorDash.
I have noticed there seems to be a disproportionate representation of ANCAPs in doing DoorDash and Uber Eats and shit.
Well, we don't bitch about tips.
Well, I only take the orders that have good tips.
Yeah. Oh, they don't show me that. I don't think they show you the amount of money and tips you get. So
They show you ahead of time what it is estimated you're going to take home. The customer could always later retroactively remove the tip, but typically they don't.
yeah.
You know, so when you're doing Uber Eats or DoorDash or something, and an order pops up and it says, you know, $12, that includes the tip. Only like $2 of it is the fare from the app.
Ah, got you.
Most of it is tip.
Well, most ANCAPs are. We don't. We don't mind our honest day's work.
If you
No,
if you
I
go
love work.
if you do like DoorDash and Uber Eats in the hood, you'll see a shit ton of orders, high volume. High
Your microphone's a little bit messing up.
You're roboting, bro.
I don't know what to do about that. If you do DoorDash and Uber Eats in the hood, it will be a high volume of orders, but each one is like fucking $2, $3, for 5 miles or something, because there's no ramps.
I mean, I understood that about as much as I understand R2D2.
Yeah, I didn't really understand what you're saying.
sound
Maybe you
like a
want to
TFC did.
you maybe want to disconnect and reconnect, maybe, or something like that. All right. It's yeah. Do any of you guys want to ask us a question?
Never fear, I am here.
Why are you gay?
I don't know. I guess
You
I
are
was just
gay.
going this way.
Really quickly, just as preliminary, how does taxation as theft? How do you define ownership?
Ownership is the right to decide what happens with something. And that can either be interpreted as a moral right or as a legal right.
I would
Depending on
yeah.
context.
I would say pretty much the same thing, but it just a slightly different. I would say ownership is the right to control a scarce resource.
I agree with that definite. That's not
Yeah.
contradictory. Fine.
No, I know. I just said
But
it in a different
actually,
way.
I
I just said it in a different way.
It is useful to specify it's a scarce resource.
Mhm.
I understand the utility of that.
And the reason why we consider taxation to be theft is because there's a threat behind the transaction, that if you don't pay it, then something's negative is going, or there's going to be some aggressive force that's going to happen to you if you don't pay into it.
Well-
So we don't
well,
consider
why
that
the-
to
I gotta
be
be
Why
I gotta be a stickler asshole. Is it's not a transaction. It's a transfer.
yeah.
A
That's
carjacking, not a transaction. A mugging, not a transaction. A tax, not a transaction.
yeah. It's an involuntary transfer of wealth from it because there's a threat of force behind it.
Oh, can I ask a question? I've always been curious as why the emphasis on the scarce resource idea. I hardly see why scarcity means anything at all. Like, I could be taking ownership of something that isn't necessarily scarce. It might be particularly abundant.
It doesn't
Oh.
mean scarcity in this context does not mean that there's only a teensy tiny little bit of it. Scarcity in this context means that it's infinite. The ability of ownership.
Hold on.
is
Your
to-
microphone is messing up again. If I could answer what I think he's going to say, a scarcity doesn't refer to the amount of that thing. What it refers to is whether or not there could be a conflict over that thing. So you can have an abundance of something. Like, for instance, if you have like 200 water bottles in your house, you still can't drink the same water bottle. So that water bottle would still be considered to be scarce. So there could be a conflict over that thing. Why, in like an idea is not a scarce resource, so you can't like use it and like exclude another person while using that thing, or exclude another person from using that thing.
That's a
So
good
therefore,
idea.
you don't have a
So-
right to it. You can't have like,
so
a
check
right
this
to it.
out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so check this out. I wrote a book, right? I wrote a book that I entitled Neuralism, a treatise on a 21st century philosophy. It's about 100 pages. Now,
Yeah,
you don't have this book. I have this book.
yeah.
A few of my select beloved homies have this book.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that I can exclude you from the right to access to this book. Wouldn't you say?
No, because you can always just remember the book or rewrite it down. You know what I mean? Like, you can't stop me from thinking. Like,
copy.
and you could stop me from using the physical copy, of course. Well, that's a scarce resource, but the idea behind the book itself, like when I'm talking about like intellectual property, I mean the idea of the book, not simply like the physical
Right, like
copy.
you can adopt neuralism all you want, right? That
Mhm.
kind of thing.
Like, for
Right.
instance,
If I
like if you wrote
download-
down like a poem, right, on a piece of paper, you could exclude me from that poem on the paper. But once I've read it and remembered it, you can't stop me from remembering it, like or re-saying it. Like you can't
Okay.
exclude me from it.
That's fair.
Yeah. Similarly, if you have your book online as a PDF, and then I download that PDF, you still have the PDF. I have not taken it away from you. I've simply duplicated it, and now I have the duplicate.
Mm-hmm. And that's why we say you can't really have a right over something that is not scarce, because anyone can use it. So in order to stop someone from using it, you would have to violate the NAP.
Well, let's say you took the copy of the PDF, right? It even had my name on it and everything, and you just put it in like an editor and just put your name on it and said, this is actually my philosophy. I wrote this back and finished it up in 2022 of October of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually my work.
Yeah, that would be fraud. Well, if you were to attempt to sell that and say that you were the one that made it, that would be fraud.
I'm gonna try and get it published. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That would be fraud.
So there is moral compunction on some of this stuff. Okay, that's all I really wanted to do.
Yeah, because and the reason why that is because you're trying to sell something that you did not create. Like, like I'm just saying that I made something when I didn't make it. They're buying it with the when they think that you made it, but you didn't actually made it, so you're tricking them.
Yeah, the problem with this, though, that strikes me as a potential issue for the position is that what it is that's being offered or proffered to the public as a as a product is just ideas. And I can't really own ideas if I roll with what you're talking about here, right?
No, because an idea is not a...
Right.
You could sell a book with your ideas, but the idea itself you can't sell because it's not a physical object in which you could transfer the title of from you to another person.
However, even in the... Okay, so I'm actually writing a book right now, and there's a couple of ways I can sell it. One way I can sell it, of course, is the old-fashioned way where, I have it printed, maybe print to order or something, and I sell you the physical book. But there is another option. Even the PDF is something that if I'm able to set it up, that I paywall it, and you buy it. Ultimately, what you're paying is for me to provide you with the link to access it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And there are people that do that all the time. Technically, like when it comes to like video games, anyone can technically go and download the pirated version. But people buy the actual version because some people like to support the author and give the person who likes it the money. You can go and download a bunch of music for free. I mean, it's really not that hard, but because it's so convenient to use the Spotify app, people just I'll pay the whatever app. You know what I mean? So these are situations where these are situations where like these are things that could be very easily be replicated, but people still are capable of making money off of it because
I just wonder if we should have a system so like I'm not just an author and a thinker, I'm also a musician, right? Like I've been making music for the past 15 years. There's all kinds of songs that I have that I've either written or recorded. And I've always wondered, like under the Ancap vision, like, the sort of mainstream Ancap vision, the sort of Rothbardian stuff. Like what exactly is there in terms of defense against people taking my songs and saying that they fucking wrote them and that like that's their music, right? When it's literally not.
That could be fraud. Depending on content, that could be done fraudulently. They could be defrauding not you, but their customers.
Yeah. That's basically like like I told you earlier, if I sell you something that I said that I made when in fact somebody else made, you're buying it thinking that I made it, but actually someone else made. So I'm tricking you into buying the thing that you think you're buying.
And you're also dishonoring me as the person who actually did create it, right? Like.
But the thing is, the aggression isn't going to be against the person who made it. It would be against the person whom you're selling it to.
Okay.
Because
there are many bands that exist solely to copy the work of others, and they're called cover bands. The reason it's no problem is because they're not pretending it's their own original work.
Right.
They're saying, we're a Metallica cover band or something.
Mm-hmm. Which I think is great.
Yeah, that's fine with me too. I think that's all fine and dandy. If somebody said I'm a Garrett coverer, I'd be like, fuck yeah, bro. That's cool as shit, But
I'm honored. You
Yeah,
you
I'm
did
honored.
step earlier being dishonored by the person, but I think it's the reverse. If you had a coverer, you would feel honored.
I would. I honestly would as a musician. It would hit me right in my egotistical nethers. But I just don't see what the ANCAPs. I mean, I get the moral claim here that it's fraud. It's really fraud to the people that they're selling this to fraudulently. I can understand that. But what's the protection that the ANCAP offers
Well,
from this?
Well, if you defraud me, I can sue you for fraud.
yeah.
But see, yeah, but it's not me that's being defrauded, right? It's the customer.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm the customer,
What
right?
what about
If
me
you
though? The guy whose work you parroted and pretended it was yours, and now everybody thinks it's yours.
you can utilize it to gain popularity. You don't have any legal protection in this context,
Yeah.
but you
Yeah.
can utilize it to have more reputation for yourself.
Yeah, and
Well,
more
and
money,
there.
and you're doing it off of my actual. Like, you got to understand, when it comes to stuff like music, it's not just intellectual work that I'm putting into it; it's actual physical work, right?
Yes,
So
I
if you,
understand that, but it's not a physical object. You can't own
no,
the
that's
music.
true. No, I get that. I'm just trying to figure out: is there some way to adjudicate this in a way that's
No. So basically, there's if somebody puts their work, your work, and says it's theirs, unless they're selling it to you as your work, there's nothing you can really do about it because in order for there to be a rights violation, there has to be some sort of theft or aggression being taking place, and someone rewriting something saying that's yours, unless they're frauding, then there's nothing they don't owe you anything.
they definitely owe me an apology for lying.
I mean,
That's
you could say they're rude and they're assholes for doing that. Of course, I would agree, but legally, there's no rights violation there. Like they haven't violated your rights in any way.
So just to delineate this so that I understand it the best,
Mhm.
you would agree that there is a moral violation, but not a legal violation.
Well, I would say they're an asshole, yeah, but I would say there's no
Yeah,
rights
they can
violation.
be a schmuck. They can be a schmuck, and this will probably what I'm about to say is probably going to be relevant for a lot of things that might come up in this conversation.
Did you
There,
have a name
wait,
or
oh,
something?
yeah, I'm doing this right now, buddy. That's my son. Anyway, that's Taxation and Stuff Junior. His name is Taxation and Stuff Junior. Anyway, so there are many matters in which you can be a schmuck, and the mechanism to deal with it is not necessarily law.
Law, okay, yeah. No, I get
There
that.
are other
That's for sure.
mechanisms.
Yeah.
There are social mechanisms. There are economic mechanisms.
Can my nickname be Nikki?
Sure, what, buddy?
Well, it's, to put it shortly, to
Little
put it
Nicky.
quickly, it's not illegal to be an asshole.
Of course, I just wanted to see if because a lot of the times I've had this kind of conversation with the ANCAPs, and they're not even willing to make that moral concession. It's like, yeah, this guy's doing something that's bullshit. He's taking literally your work, your products, and saying it's his. This is immoral.
Yeah, I would
It
say
doesn't mean we
that's
have to get the
not
law.
right as a from a human standpoint, like from a personal standpoint. I would say not. You shouldn't do that. But is there a rights violation? No, But again, there's a lot of things that I think people shouldn't do that I don't think should be illegal. For instance, I don't think people should cheat on their wife, right? But do I think there's a rights violation there? No, you know what I'm saying?
Right?
So that's just how I look at it.
I think those motherfuckers should be killed.
No, I don't think so. I don't know about that.
Just playing.
Salam alaikum.
Maybe
They
if
should
you're
be-
Islamic.
They should be fucking tortured. Just kidding.
All right, I got a question for the chat. All-time favorite single-player game / multiplayer right now? World of Warcraft.
There's three that are absolutely have no competition whatsoever. So, you've got Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic 2, which is the greatest story game ever made.
Classic.
Followed up with Fallout New Vegas, followed up closely by
Classic.
Cyberpunk 2077.
That's actually those are some good.
Nothing even compares.
Those are some pretty good games right there. Not gonna lie, can't argue with
But
that.
I say that on the basis of quality of narrative and historical and philosophical references and themes and ideas.
No, I think those are some pretty damn solid games. Personally, I haven't tried Star Wars: The Knights of the Old Republic, but those other two games I did try.
Oh, bro,
and
dude,
I love
if
it.
you haven't, bro, you've got to play Knights of the Old KOTOR 2. Oh my fucking god, it's It's beyond good, man. Like it's everything Star Wars should have been, and will never get out of it.
I played the MMO.
Yeah, the MMO was cool. It just didn't have that quality of narrative. Now, it had the fun aspect, like you could just go everywhere and do all this cool shit.
Yeah.
But it didn't have that quality of narrative, like what the fucking, like the metaphysics behind the Force, the ethics behind the Force. KOTOR 2 gives you that.
Got you. Destiny lied. Lauren Severn affair confirmed by leaks. Whoa. Anyways.
Drama alert that nobody gives a shit about.
All right, is there another question anyone wants to ask? Mr. Kai, what's up, man?
Yo, what's
up, man?
What it
What's
do?
up?
It's good to see you, man.
What's up, dude?
Lego, did you want to ask a question?
I wish he would. Him and the other guys were chatting about like a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw in
Yeah,
the anarcho-capitalist theme and the ideology.
Wait, I have a question. I have a question for you, anarcho-capitalist dummies. I have a question for you guys.
All right, what's up? What's up?
Okay. All right, here's my question. I heard this said before by a famous YouTuber, and the question was this. A man is on his house, right? He's within the bounds of his private property. He's got a fence, so he's homesteaded the area. He's naked, and he's like dancing naked on his house, and right by him is a school, and there's children at the school. So the question is, in anarcho land, how would you take into account this naked man dancing on his roof? He's not aggressing on anybody.
It's my
and
land.
There's a school right next to him.
It's my land.
How would you do it?
It's my land. If I want to dance naked, that's up to me.
Yeah,
If you want to have any legal recourse to protect against something like that, then it would be incumbent on you, not on him. It would be incumbent on you to enter into like an HOA or a property covenant or something like that, which specifies a rule against such behavior.
Yeah.
By default, nudity is legal.
Yeah.
But you can enter into contractual property arrangements in which you regulate the behavior of people around you without imposing it on them unilaterally.
Furthermore, I might add real quick that I think that in this hypothetical, the only thing that this guy is doing that is wrong is wasting his time.
No, I think that in the end of the day, if you're on your property, you're allowed to do things that are weird. You know, so, you know, I may not think that it's right to swing your penis around while there's, you know, children nearby. But in the end of the day, when you're on
that's on the caretakers of the children.
Yeah, that's on the caretakers of the children. Yeah, that's not like what you could do whatever you want on, as long as you're not aggressing on anyone. Being inappropriate isn't an aggression. Isn't always an aggression. You know what I'm saying? There has to be some sort of like force or threat of force that is, or theft or something, some aggression that has to be going on in order for you to interfere.
Real quick though, Mr. Kai, did you get that by chance from Mr. Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, I did. I guess you saw that too.
Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah, I saw that shit. Yeah, Andrew is actually quite a debater. I wish he'd actually come through here and hang out for a little while. But, yeah, his take on that, basically, it kind of boiled down to something that like you might get out of the NTT guys, which is to say that the moment that you actually quote unquote bite the bullet that the guy on the roof isn't doing anything wrong, he'll just laugh at you all ha 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 and say, well, that's just absurd. But he won't actually follow up with like, why does that constitute an infraction? Is it because God said so? And if God said so, where the fuck did he say so?
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. That's what I said in that last debate when me and him were not debating, but we were reacting to him debating fucking Dave Smith. And I'm just like, okay, but let's say Dave Smith were to say that it's okay, then what? Is he just going to be like, oh, well, you know, well, God said no. Okay, well, then prove God. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
The problem with Dave Smith, he was just operating off of intuition. And it's like, I get that. You do have an intuition that this is wrong, but that doesn't actually mean it's wrong. You can live your whole life thinking that it's wrong, and that's totally fine, and you can operate by that. But the idea that it's wrong because of what? You don't like it? You got the ick, bro? You got the ick?
There's
It's like,
things,
okay,
yeah.
fuck your ick.
There's plenty of things that like I find to be very disgusting, but fundamentally they're not rights violations. They have to, in law is only meant to settle disputes over scarce means. If there's no dispute over a scarce resource and there's no, aggression going on, then law should have no say on the matter, even if I think it's disgusting. And the second that he sort of bit the bullet on the whole brother sister thing, because he felt personally that it was disgusting, that was like where, and he lost the debate because Andrew Wilson was just basically going to be like, oh well, actually, if you think that, well then what's wrong with me thinking this and this and this and that, and so
dude, yeah. Andrew Wilson's argument for like sister brother stuff, like that argument is ick. Like nobody's realized that yet, or nobody's called him out on it. But that argument's literally just ick.
It's worse than that, Mr. Kai. And I would have no problem chatting with him about it right here. It's not just ick. It's ick because God told me this is bad.
Yeah.
And it's ick.
True. So that's two logical fallacies.
Yeah.
You're right. So it's an appeal to emotion, and it's also an appeal to authority that he can't actually demonstrate exists to begin with to be regarded as an authority.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he might give you the tag argument, like with somebody like, that other apologist guy that's real big. What's his name? Is it Ben something?
Dark Dawkins, or you talking about?
No, it's not him. There's actually a couple of like actually respectable apologists right now, and Andrew's one of them, and the other one is. Hold on, let me see if I can't find him. Hold on, I'm subscribed to him on YouTube.
You said Ben something.
Hold on,
is he the guy who debated Destiny?
Jay Dyer.
Oh, Jay Dyer.
Yeah, Jay Dyer is actually kind of a Chad in the apologist sort of realm. He's the only apologist I've ever come across that I'm like, yeah, I actually respect this guy because he's read Hume, he's read Kant, he really has solid arguments, but there are all these transcendental arguments that you can't fuck with because that's how the transcendental argument is made. You can't even contend with it. It's like, okay, but the problem with the transcendental argument is that it doesn't get you to, one, God, qua, and it doesn't get you to your God. It just gets you to some sort of, like, first mover, which could be a flying unicorn shitting rainbows.
Yeah.
Right?
Also, yeah, like, again, even if we were to prove your God, you can't prove that the God that is in your Bible is that God and
Correct.
what he believes and what we should do. And, it could be any God,
Literally. It could literally be any God, right? But the thing about it, it doesn't even get you to God qua. Like, it could also be some other force that we haven't conceived of that isn't this thing. Like, for example, the universe itself. Looky there. Guess what the first mover argument gets you? Is like it gets you to just the universe. You can actually just plug the universe into the tag argument, and bam, you've got it.
Yeah.
So all your work's still cut out for you guys.
Also, the first mover should also apply to God too, right? Because where does God come from?
Well, yeah, that's the traditional argument. Yeah.
Well, isn't the cosmological argument the best one for God?
The what?
What is the cosmological argument?
It's the same as the transcendental argument. Essentially, it's the cause and effect, which is basically a law of logic, which we can go down that rabbit hole. But cause and effect, or the law of causality, is a corollary of logic. And within a logical system, there must be cause and effect. So infinite regress is impossible within the universe, which is a logical system.
Yeah, ex nihilo,
So the only way
nihilo fill, right? There is no way that the universe could have sprung out of non-existence.
Except for an illogical facet, and that illogical facet could be God.
Right. Here's my big problem with that, is I don't buy the Big Bang, and I don't buy that there was ever a beginning to the universe. I think the universe has always been here and will always be here. And I don't see any reason to conclude otherwise.
Because it goes against the laws of logic.
It does not. It just goes against
it's infinite regress.
That's fine. No. Like, infinite regress is fine as long as you have a regressive chain of thought. Like, it doesn't actually, what is regressive is the idea that God created the universe. Because that's it. One of those things that's like, well, who created God? Well, who created that God? Who created that God? What I'm saying is it's infinity is not an infinite regress in terms of logic. You can have an eternal plane of existence, and that's not an infinite regress. You just have an infinity. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? Logic is
I
that thing that comes in and says, "Hey, what you're saying just keeps devolving back into something that needs to be justified again and again and again and again and again." Infinite reality, infinite existence does not need that justification.
The implication behind the first mover question is that at one point you had nothing, and then from that nothing you got something. But it's not possible to derive something from nothing. Therefore, there can never have been a linear timeline in which there was nothing and then there was something. Said another way, for anything to exist, it must be true that all physicality, you could say all spatial dimensions, all matter, must be alienable from the linear timeline, from, you could say, the time dimension. And for that to be the case means that, in a sense, something always was, that there was never nothing. And this has no bearing on God or no God. There could be God or no God within that framework. But I think it's a mischaracterization to imply that time. 0 plus 0 will always equal 0. You will never get anything other than 0 by adding 0 to 0. So there was never nothing.
Interesting. So that means that we live in a there was no Big Bang. It was just something was always here.
That's
The Big
my
Bang
position, yeah.
the Big Bang isn't necessarily going from nothing to something. It's just
That's
changing
also
the
true.
form of
There ought to be like a necessary component, yeah.
the
At the
premise,
beginning.
the premise brought forth in the idea of the Big Bang is not that there was nothing. It's that there was everything, but it was compacted to a teensy tiny little area. And then that tiny little thing, that little speck, exploded, right? So we imagine a speck that had an unfathomable density, that had the raw material of everything in the universe just compacted to a tiny little thing, and then that thing suddenly plummeted in its density. That is to say, it exploded. Not that there was nothing, and then just one day, boom,
Yeah.
here's everything.
Well, furthermore, Tax, is that I would say that that hypothesis is just that, as far as we can tell, a hypothesis. Like it's not actually a full-throated theory. We don't actually empirically observe this. Like we can't. You can't go back in time and see this. So like it remains in hypothesis status. The idea that we're just adopting it as like this is what's going on here. Let alone that people are using this as an argument to say, well, this means that the universe began to exist. It's like, no, the hypothesis doesn't even say that. The hypothesis says the universe did already exist, but it existed in a different formation. And now is in this formation. That's it.
I think the empiricism that is referenced when justifying the Big Bang tends to be that everything is getting further apart in the universe. That it appears there is somewhere a center that everything is getting further away from.
Right, which
And
I
that
think
would
is garbage. I think you can see potentially things internally moving away from each other. That doesn't actually imply that there's some center from whence they're moving away from. They might just be moving away from each other. It's like if you ever been in a pool and you have like two floaties, right? And you just like push them apart, what you'll notice is that they're just moving apart. There's not some center from whence they came.
The center from whence they came would be where your hands went in the water and pushed them in opposite directions.
But you'll notice that from whence they came, they were already two floaties in the water. So it's not like, oh, this is that point. Like it's relative to each other. Like so, like Andromeda might be moving further and further away from us, just because we're seeing that, and we're seeing that all the other galaxies that we can see are also moving further and further away from each other. Doesn't mean there's actually a point at which there is a connection where they were all actually there together with one another. That's just not how that works.
I'm honestly waiting for someone to point out the fatal flaw in anarcho-capitalism that I've been hearing so hard about.
Bro, I thought Lego and Master Eratosis were gonna come in here and give you the what for, but
Yeah, they told me they were like, "Oh, we found a fatal flaw."
Yeah, they were like, we got it.
Anarcho-capitalism,
And so basically it was
I'm like, "All right, wait for the
self-ownership.
Q&A. We're gonna have a Q&A. Come on in."
it was about self-ownership, and it was about scarcity, the scarcity thing. I had a different question on scarcity. It wasn't the fatal flaw they were talking about, I don't think.
I'm at Disney on Ice. I can't talk right now.
There he is.
There he is.
No, I can't talk.
Hey, baby.
I'm at Disney on Ice.
Oh,
He's
Hey,
at
dude.
Disney.
Have fun, dude.
What the
well,
fuck?
sorry. Well, I guess we're gonna have to host another Ancap QnA.
Marco just rolled in this bitch.
All right. Does anyone have a question?
I should think not. Of course, you're.
Hey Marco, you got any qualms with ANCAP?
Prove to be above your abilities, so don't feel too bad if you
What's an Ancap?
a flock of
You know, an anarcho-capitalist.
Anarcho-capitalist.
Tell you what, if you meet my challenge in 15 minutes,
Well, I don't want to
I'll
like talk about that, but yeah, I'm not like one.
much to lose anyways.
Wow, bro.
He doesn't wanna
Thanks
talk
for
about
joining the Ancap Q&A.
Can I ask, conversation terrorist or taxation is theft? Do you guys have a moral basis for the NAP, or do you believe in a practical basis for the NAP?
I think both could be applied. I do utilize a moral basis. I have a practice that I call a form of praxeological deontology called arbitration ethics. I could explain it if you want.
Please.
I will try to understand.
I also
Okay.
have an ethic that I can explain if you wanted that too after he gets done.
Yep.
So, do you know what praxeology is?
Of course, of course.
Cool. Usually, praxeology is utilized in economics, but it can also be used in other fields, and ethics is one. So, the idea of arbitration ethics is imagine that you are an arbitrator, right? Your job is to resolve disputes. You want to attract as many pairs of disputants as you can to your arbitration service, to your court. In order to arbitrate disputes, you want to have deference from both parties to disputes, and you want this to be as many pairs of disputants as it can possibly be. So, in order to accomplish this, it behooves you to have a code of dispute resolution because people want some predictability. You want to advertise a code of dispute resolution that's congruent with mutual ends of pairs of disputants. And then, in order to figure that out, one way that you can figure that out is with praxeology. And the question that you're asking is what interests cannot be denied by any party to any dispute without a performative contradiction in the process? So, asked another way, what things are inherently applicable to every disputant? What interests are inherently applicable to every single disputant, such that were it not applicable to that disputant, they could not be party to the dispute? I can walk you through some of the implications of that if you want. But I thought maybe we want to... Okay, fine. Okay, so, well, what do we know inherently about every single party to every single dispute? They are people. You know, you're not going to be sued by a camel. They are people. And they are alive. You're not going to be sued by a dead person either. So, every party to every dispute is a living person. Now, for them to be a living person, they must have acted their entire life up until this point. They must have acted either in the interest of survival or, at minimum, in the interest of control over their state of being alive or not. You know, every disputant up to the point of the dispute has spent their entire life breathing and eating and stepping out of the way of a bus, you know, doing all kinds of shit that controls their state of being alive or not. We can't actually say that it's inherently a survival interest per se, because what of the man who shoots himself? But even the man who shoots himself is exercising an interest in control over his state of being alive or not. And so, if we were to resolve disputes in accordance with the self-demonstrated mutual ends of the disputants, we can, based on this exercise of self-control and its universality, we can comfortably prohibit murder.
You're right. Companies are not people.
In a dispute between me and you, in which you're attacking me or something like that, the property owner to me would be me. From this, the arbitrator can comfortably, in his court, in his code of dispute resolution, he may comfortably prohibit actions that violate self-ownership. That would include murder, assault, things along such lines.
Dad, can you help me doing it? I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, buddy, I'll help you. So, that's not the only implication of this formula, though. Another thing that we inherently know about every party to every dispute, everybody who has an interest in control over their state of being alive or not, is that, well, you can't just stand there and do absolutely nothing and survive and maintain that control. You need to constantly consume external resources. You need to transform air from the atmosphere into air in your lungs. You need to transform food, things from nature, into food that you're going to eat. And you need to be able to drink water and stuff. At minimum, like there's all kinds of other stuff you're probably going to need, such as tools for the acquisition of the other ones, or at least for the acquisition of food. So from this we get the property axiom. Or I shouldn't say the property axiom. Property rights. Levi, buddy, is it in there? Okay, there it is. I can do it, but it's okay. From this we get the idea of property rights. That people require the ability... Oh, wait, Levi, if we drain this, it'll lose all the flavor. Because you put the flavor in before... You know what? We have another packet. It's fine. Sorry. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So, every party to every dispute has demonstrated, by virtue of being a disputant, they have demonstrated a constant mutual interest. Both parties to the dispute have demonstrated an interest in the ability to exert exclusive control over external resources, things outside of themselves. The ability to transform things from nature and turn them into consumers' goods, or turn them into capital goods in order to produce.
Bro, I can't find any of these fucking.
If somebody doesn't do
birds.
this,
Use that a fork.
A fork, buddy. Here, I'll grab you a fork.
I don't know where the forks are.
I'll get you
No
one.
one knows why.
Single father over here.
Yep, single father.
Oh, that's where you
Here you
get
go,
all
buddy.
the extra forks from.
Yeah, man. Anyway, there are all kinds of subsidiary implications of self-ownership and property ownership, but now we've established those two utilizing this formula. I don't think you want me to sit and write some version of the ethics of liberty or something, going through every conceivable implication. But that is the skeletal model for arbitration ethics.
I believe in argumentation ethics.
What'd you say?
I like argumentation ethics.
What I said, notice, was arbitration ethics, not argumentation ethics. They're separate things. But maybe you did mean to reference Hoppa's.
Yeah, I like argumentation ethics, personally. Did you have a question,
True,
Kai?
so true.
Sorry.
But yeah, so my original question was, how do you get a moral basis for the NAP? What you walked me through sounded like you were talking about a practical conflict resolution, like you said, framework. But I'm looking for a moral basis for the NAP, not a conflict resolution framework, because I already agree with the superiority of the conflict resolution importance of the NAP, but I just don't understand the moral basis for it, or I don't see one.
Only I can give it to you. Only me.
What I just described was a moral formula disguised as a practical one, you could say. The purpose of a legal ethic is the resolution of disputes. Now, if you're asking me to describe, what's going to have more moral particles to it or something, to give something that's purely normative and not at all descriptive, it's very difficult to rationally argue a purely normative claim without invoking the descriptive. The methodology I just described is, in a sense, both moral and descriptive.
Okay, but when I ask you about morality, would you agree that morality has a aim towards a specific purpose?
Yep.
Right. So then what would the purpose be that you're aimed at that is fundamentally holding up the NAP? What purpose is it aimed at?
Rational dispute resolution.
So you're saying rational dispute resolution.
I should say rational delineation of a code of dispute resolution.
Well, that just made me have to say a bunch more words. Whatever the fuck that was. That what was I gonna say? You fucking messed me up, bro. What was I gonna say? God damn it.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say something about the foundation of it. But listen, so the point of ethics is to reach a desired goal. And that desired goal normally has some sort of intrinsic value that we would not achieve for practical purposes. That's the reason for intrinsic morality or moral realism, which many people argue for. Moral realism isn't good because we value it. Moral realism is good in and of itself. If it's because we valued it, then it wouldn't be valuable in and of itself. It wouldn't be objectively valuable. It would be subjectively valuable. Subjective value
Mr.
is, yeah.
So whenever I tell you that only I can answer this question for you, I don't mean that to sound like I'm not trying to flex or anything like that. Philosophy is what I do. It's what I love, and I have generated what I believe to be the philosophy that you're asking about.
Let's fucking go.
Let's hear it.
It has led me to the sort of Ancap, sort of NAP dedication. But so I'm not going to go over the full metaphysics or anything like that, but I might start with something metaphysical, and I might ask you, do you understand that ethics is a conceptual, like, thing that humans do? We do this thing called ethics. We do this thing called the adjudication of our behavior for the propriety of it or for the meeting of goals, the achievement of goals, right?
Yes.
Right. So humans do this thing called ethics. So ethics has to be, for me, terminated in the human being, right? So if you have this function that is called ethics, and I inhibit it out of you, I inhibit your ability to embody your ethical deliberation, I am being anti-ethics in the most fundamental sense.
Wait, repeat that?
Yeah, so it's anti-ethical for me to inhibit your ethical deliberation, because that's something that we do. We're doing it all the time. We can't live without it. So if I inhibit you from being able to do that on your own, I'm being anti-ethical, and I am asserting force, which, by the way, is a logical fallacy, to appeal to force.
What if your ethical framework is to suppress my ethical framework? Would it still be anti-ethical?
Yeah, that's the whole point. It's like, if my ethical framework is to suppress your ethical framework, that's anti-ethical, because I am not the only one that does this thing called ethics. You are also an entity that does this thing called ethics, right? So I can't call it ethical if it's specifically ethics that I'm targeting.
Okay.
Remember, being that ethics is that domain of thought that humans partake in, because that, I don't know, I guess that's our universe-given natural capacity, right? If that's what I'm targeting, I'm being anti-ethical.
Is there something wrong with being anti-ethical?
Yeah, it's anti-ethical.
Okay.
That seems circular.
But it sounds circular.
No, you're just asking for another justification beyond that. It's like, well, why should I care? That's on you to care about. But what you're doing whenever you are inhibiting ethical deliberation is you are being anti-ethical. You cannot call that ethicality.
You have to stop the infinite regress.
I don't have to stop any infinite regress. No, because we are these entities. No, I really don't. What's the infinite regress?
You need justification. So you said that it's you said that you're taking anti-ethical as in it is self-justifyingly bad. You're saying it's axiomatically bad.
Yeah, I might even give you a logical argument here. So, like, if human cognition is the source of ethical deliberation, then to violate human cognition is to violate ethical deliberation at its source. Human cognition is the source, therefore to violate it is to violate it at its source. So yes, it's like axiomatic, dude. You cannot call this ethical.
Okay, so for example, I've had this discussion with someone before where he told me that objective morality exists and it just exists there. But here's what I don't understand, or here's what I want you to help me understand. What is there any consequence to violating this ethical framework? Or is there any consequence to being anti-ethical?
Well, there's no natural consequence other than you are being ethical or being unethical, and so unethical outcomes are going to happen, like say somebody being enslaved or being killed or being stolen from, this sort of thing. Stuff that we generally have a natural ick against, right? But at the same time, like there's other ways of looking at ethics other than just the sort of principled look. It's like you understand that pragmatically, if I want to actually have a really good relationship with you, I'm not going to be violating you. Right? If I have an idea of utility in my mind, violating you is going to cancel that out. Right? So what's a principle that you can apply across all of the ethical paradigms? Non-violation. And isn't it so weird that it sort of corresponds to the idea that, well, you are an ethical agent. If I inhibit you from being able to be an ethical agent, we no longer have any ethical agents other than me saying, well, I am inhibiting your ethical agency. It's like, well, wait a second. If I don't do that, what I can do is pragmatically engage with you. I can engage with you on the basis of utility between the two of us. I'm not violating anything in terms of virtue, right? Like I'm not using you to help me get what I want. Virtue is all about achieving your goals through your own excellence, through your own character traits, right? I'm not doing that to you. I'm doing it in the goodwill, right? I'm also thinking, wow, this person is deserving of my respect, so it's goodwill related, right? Not violating you, right? It also maximizes your autonomy. Wouldn't you notice that? If I don't violate you, your autonomy is maximized. So, dude, this thing covers all of the traditional ideas. It's also in your self-interest, if you wanted to take the egoist approach. It's in your self-interest to not be violated, and it's also in my self-interest to not violate you. So it covers all grounds here. And now I call this the neurocategorical imperative. What the libertarians broadly call it is the non-aggression principle.
Interesting.
And I think that's your philosophical foundation for this. And I don't think anybody's going to give you a better argument than what I just gave you for it. No shit.
Interesting.
I heard a phrase a little bit earlier that just boils my sperm. I don't like this phrase. And the phrase is intrinsic value. I don't think there's a such thing. I think value is inherently subjective. There is no objective value. If there is any objective value, can that be pointed to?
Well, look, if value is inherently subjective, then the subject is the objective terminus of value. Does that kind of make sense? So, like, if value is inherently subjective, then it is that subject that you must objectively point to have some sort of definition or criteria or criterion for value.
If I understand correctly, that just kind of sounds like a repackaging of the premise that value is subjective. It's objective. You could say how much, whether I value a goldfish cracker or a glass of gasoline more. You could say it's objective whether I value that this one over that one more or less. But it's not. I don't think there's any version of it being objective to say that my valuation is correct, to say that one of those valuations, either valuing the glass of drinking gasoline or the goldfish cracker.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So the point that I'm making isn't that any individual evaluation is better than another's. I'm saying on another level, the evaluation on the basis of this concept, value, comes from us objectively. This is a stance independent fact.
I think what you're trying to say is that it is objective that subjects subjectively value things. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. And then that is an objective, stance-independent fact, metaphysically. Is what I'm.
Well, I think we agree with. I'm sure I think we agree with you on that. I think the misunderstanding is that we thought. Well, I think he thought that you said that that our subjective valuations are objective in itself.
No, I was actually. It was Mr. Kai. I heard, kind of referencing the idea of objective value.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Then I was wrong.
But I mean, I'll say that this guy who keeps changing his name, Camels, Mr. Camels,
By camels.
he's sued by Camels. Very well done. He's basically. So what you're saying is true in the sense that everything in the universe is objective. Everything. Many things we don't know about. And when we talk about subjective, everything that is subjective is a more nuanced version of something that is objective. And so the things that we value are objective. Everything in the universe is to us. No, sorry. Let me rephrase that. The things that we value are objectively true that we value those things. And in that way, everything that is subjective is at a more nuanced level objective. So it's true that everything in the universe is objective.
Well, wait, Kai. It's a little bit different, and I really appreciate you taking the time to take my position seriously here. I'm saying something a little bit different. I'm saying that all things that subjectively value anything are humans, objectively, meaning they are the nexus of value. So if the concept at all only exists because we fucking generate it and define it and give it criteria, then we are the nexus of value. So you can't go against your fellow human and destroy him and consider yourself being promoting value. You are destroying value when you do this. You are also destroying the ethical faculty when you do this. So what does this mean for you if you're thinking on terms of what I should or should not do? If I want to be ethical, if I want to promote justice, if I want to promote peace, if I want to promote well-being, the good life, what you do is not that. And that's the NAP. That's literally the golden rule.
I see where you're coming from because what's his name? The greatest soldier of Ayn Rand talked to me. And we had a discussion about this, and he told me that it is objectively
I like
true
that. I just met him last night. Yeah, he's cool as shit.
Yeah, he's cool as shit. He is.
Divinity?
Yeah, Divinity. And he's got a lot of concepts that he was telling me about, and one of them was the objectivist concept or the objectivist idea that it is objectively true that like the large majority of humans all value similar things, which is like health, flourishing. Essentially, at the end of the day, it's all like
hierarchy
biochemical.
of needs kind of shit, right?
Yeah, hierarchy of needs, like self-actualization, self-transcendence, that type of stuff.
Food, shelter,
And
water, social hierarchical interactions that you can scale.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's basic stuff. Yeah.
And here's the key. The key thing is that there is an objective way of achieving how we maximize value. And the objectivists believe that they know that way, which is capitalism. So
I don't do it by stealing from you, right? I don't do it by hitting you. Now, I might be able to have some sort of hierarchies that are in society that are very physical. Like, I do get to be the best boxer by beating the shit out of every other boxer, right? But even in that case, you've got this weird recognition on each individual that's engaged in the activity that's like, I'm not actually here to kill you. I'm just here to do this thing, and I'm hoping you get paid for it, and I'm hoping I get paid for it, right?
Exactly.
The way to actually maximize self-interest isn't to go around raping people or killing them or stealing from them or hitting them. It's to interact with them and cooperate with them because it achieves both of our goals. And most of the time, I would say probably all the time, if both of our goals are being maximized, we are becoming happier and happier and happier as long as that maximization process is taking place.
Devil's advocate.
Natural.
I want to say something real quick.
Advocate.
I met Divinity in real life. What? All right, go ahead.
So, devil's advocate. Say
I'm
I'm
too
Ted
good
Bundy.
looking for his own good. No shit.
Yeah. He's skinnier than me. I never thought there would be a person that could be skinnier than me, but I found one.
What
Bro is
the-
handsome as fuck. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's not
It's
a bad
too
looking
good.
guy.
Yeah.
So, devil's advocate. Suppose I am Ted Bundy. I'm responding to what you were just saying, camels. I don't know why I'm calling you camels now. Suppose I'm
You can call me Garrett, bro.
no camels suits you better.
It's even better, yeah.
Sounds funnier.
Suppose I'm Ted Bundy, or I'm John Wayne Gacy, or I'm Jeffrey Dahmer, or something. For me, in this scenario, I have a higher valuation of bringing destruction to others than I do anything else, even my own continued survival. It's for me, it is the highest end there is to go keep people in my cellar or my attic or something, and torture them, stab them, whatever, to bring destruction to others. Like it's my highest of values. It outranks all the other ones, as might well be the case for serial killers.
Sure.
Are you now? I'm not suggesting that behavior is moral or anything, but
Okay.
from what you were just saying, it sounded like you were implying almost that somebody could not have that valuation, that somebody couldn't have.
No, they can have it. No, they can have it. But one thing that you need to be brought, you need to bring to your attention is what was the fate of these people? If it's really that they cared about the most, well, what was their adjudication? They're all dead now, right? Some of them were killed in prison. Some of them were killed by lethal injection. Either way you're looking at it, it didn't actually further their goals, because that's not a goal that is ethical, like in any sense of the word, like at all. It's objectively wrong. Like
If
you
your
can
goal-
have this evaluative approach. Your evaluative approach can be flat wrong. Right?
But it did further
I'm
their
trying
goal.
to
because
get their
goal was to
skin
kill.
and their meat so I can finish
yeah,
a
and
quest.
now they'll never kill again because they got killed. Do you see how universal application works?
I think there's a lot of like serial killer types. Those who
Well,
who
wait.
kill.
No. I want you to focus in on that. No, I want you to focus in on that. Think about their goal. It really furthered their goal to continue doing this, even though that they became the people that were on the receiving end of it. You
That's
see
what
how
I was.
universal application works?
That's what I was trying to directly address, though. I think for a lot of the serial killer types, getting caught and then executed is part of what they're after as well.
I don't know about that, bro. But I mean, hey, if you have a theory on that, I'm not gonna say you're retarded or something. Like you might have something that I don't have in my
Maybe it's
quiver here. I mean, I don't know what you could be.
He's speaking from personal experience. No, I'm just kidding.
Why are you gay? You are gay.
I mean, have you never heard that serial killers generally seem to want to be caught? That they leave breadcrumbs for the police and stuff.
Yes, it's because they're not. Yes, but there's a reason for that. It's because they're not actually approaching this shit from an ethically evaluative approach, man. Like methodology. They're dealing with impulses. Do you get that? Like it's different. Like they're going off of pure intuition. And there is a place for intuition in ethics. There really is. But it ain't that, dog. It never has been. That's why they, I guess, want to get caught, because they want to be stopped from doing what I guess their mind comes in and says, you know, this is probably wrong, right? That little daemon on their shoulder says, you know, this is probably wrong, right? Well, I don't know why.
I would say
I still had these fucking impulses. I'm going to fucking rape and kill this bitch.
Well, but wouldn't you say that some people sort of like enjoy the chase of being, like,
Maybe.
Wouldn't that be a reason, that some of these killers do that? They like kind of enjoy being chased.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't have the mind of a fucking killer, but the thing about it is it bears literally nothing on my argument. My argument is that humans are the source of ethics. If you violate them, they're also the source of value. If you violate them, you destroy value, you destroy ethics. The only
Wait. Sorry,
Go on.
you just said that humans are the source of ethics.
Yes.
Okay, is that where you're getting your objectively true ethics from?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Good job, Kai.
Okay, wait, so let me put this together. So you're saying that because it's true that humans objectively value ethics,
No.
ethics is what?
Already got it wrong. No. That whole enterprise of ethics and value comes from humans. Just the same way that the entire enterprise of jazz.
Yeah, I
The
agree with you.
Okay, so
No,
you're
wait,
getting
but
that,
really,
right?
really quickly, he's not saying ethics matters because we value it. He's saying the entire valuation process comes from human beings. So
Yeah.
there's nothing cognitive about it.
Correct. Right. I agree with you. But this is my whole point. The whole point of this is I'm saying that ethics aren't intrinsically valuable. It's human made, human valued.
If it's human made and human valued, it is intrinsically valuable because value comes from humans and it comes from what we make because we value things. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
But intrinsic in this case is independent from humans.
No.
So when you say that something is objective, you mean it is objective, it is independent from, or it's independent.
No,
Well,
it's
So
it
like
stands
if a tree
human.
falls in a forest, that is objectively true, even if humans aren't there to see it.
Yeah, just the same way if a man kills himself in the forest, it's objectively true that he killed himself, probably to do with something like his values either not being met or having lost any hope of them ever being met. That's only a human thing. Just the same way as jazz is only a human thing. Okay? Same way as a painting is only a human thing. Writing novels is only a human thing. Every single human that you eradicate value, ethics, novel writing, jazz, everything that is our product. You undermine them all. Literally. That's why I think that the prophet said, if you kill one human, you kill them all. It's something like that, dude. Like,
Okay, but maybe this is a definitional thing. What I'm saying is that ethics are not independent of humans. And it sounds like you are saying they are.
no, I'm saying that
Well,
they're
wait, really
human.
quickly.
No. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I just want to say, just to support you, Garrett. So you both would agree in the sense that you probably both have some kind of like naturalistic commitment, like metaphysically speaking.
Oh yeah.
So you both
yeah.
are on the same page in terms of like you think morality,
No.
whatever it is going to be imminent, right? Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
actually, no.
Imminent to the universe. Imminent to the universe, not imminent in the sort of like Hegelian sense. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I would say Garrett is a moral realist, but he's a moral realist naturalist, as in he thinks that the moral realism can be explained, made intelligible under, like, I guess, by examining objective reality, in this case, human beings. What is objective about humans?
Yep. Couldn't agree more, Nessie.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That just seems very much semantic because when I'm talking about intrinsic morality, I'm talking about morality independent of humans, meaning that there is a intrinsically valuable system that we want to attain. But from everything you've explained, we agree on everything because you said that ethics are valuable because humans value them. And so I agree with that. What I don't agree with is the idea of moral objectivism in that there is an objective morality independent of humans.
Yeah, you're confused. That's not what the thesis says. It's all about just like the distinction between objectivity and subjectivity is about just stances. Or your attitude on the matter, right? That's it. So presumably, like, I don't know, like if we were to stub your toe, right? Stubbing your toe would be objective. It doesn't depend on your beliefs or your desires or preferences, right? It's just some feature of your conscious experience.
Yeah. Wait, how is that different
So-
than what I said?
Well, because in this case, you're saying, look, presumably by people, we just mean everything included the mind, right? Like if there's an object there that continues to exist, if there's like no people, which includes minds, then yeah, that just seems to contradict what you're saying.
I don't understand.
That's fine. So, look, do you think your mind exists?
Yeah.
Does your mind really, really exist?
Yeah.
No, cool.
It's super
Is it the
mega
case that like
exists.
only people with minds, or the type of minds that we're like pointing to, right, human minds? Do you think that would exist if there's like no people around?
Sorry, you said would your mind exist if no people's around?
Yeah, like there's like a little bit elimination of like all people existing.
Would mind still exist in the elimination of all people?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay,
you're an
that's just dumb.
idealist then.
It's like idealism, or you're just not understanding the question. But I doubt you're like an idealist, right?
Wait, I don't understand. You said if your mind exists and if there's no other minds around you, you don't exist?
That's not
Is that
what I
what you're
said.
suggesting?
Look, I'm
Look-
saying if there's a mind, right? Let's say your mind. Is it the
Yeah.
case that the set of all human beings, right? If they were to disappear, would your mind disappear or would not exist?
No, if my mind did not disappear, it would not disappear.
What? I'm saying if the elimination of the set of all human beings, including you, right, were to disappear, would your mind
Mm-hmm.
would your mind disappear? It's a
Yeah.
yeah that your mind would disappear, or yeah to what?
Yeah, if I disappear, my mind no longer exists.
Okay. And just say that like under your account objective, your mind would be, subjective.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want you to like fully acknowledge that your view, your intel, you're committed to, that like your view of your mind would be subjective, the existence of it.
I'm gonna be honest, Moxon around. Although I've loved your engagement, enthusiasm, I think you have kind of derailed this conversation.
Well, no, the conversation was still about specifically. Well, for the record, it seems like when I joined the conversation, you guys were still disputing on, the talk about like whether the thing they were calling ethics or properties or facts or entities would be, objective or not objective. And again, this just seems to dwell on what the fuck is meant by objective or subjective, right? And Nas clarify a little bit of like sort of like this agreement about metaphysics of being like a naturalist, right? So all it really is simply about just cashing out what's meant by objective, and that's all I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, actually, if you want to drive that home, actually just go over the tenets of moral realism, and then just match that against what Garrett's saying. Like, because I think that's where Kai is trying to find like intelligibility. Because it sounds like Kai is like kind of operating. He's kind of saying like his understanding of ethics is like something non-natural, like literally independent of humans. So I think Mox, you want to explain.
What he's wanting is stance-independent principles that are objective. That's what he's wanting.
Oh, okay.
Right, Kai?
Yeah, that's my initial challenge to the NAP was, like you said, it's stance subjective principles, independent from humanity.
Right, and I was trying to tell you that that's the big problem of meta ethics, is that that's not the proper way of looking at this. You have to look at ethics as where it functionally, like in actuality, comes from, and it comes from us. So you can't call destroying a human valuable, because we're the nexus of value. You can't call that ethical, because we're the nexus of ethicality. We're the nexus of that function.
So does this mean the NAP is true?
Yeah, I think
Based.
so. Yeah, I think you should never violate your fellow man, because what you're doing whenever you're doing it, you could look at it like what you're doing is erasing their subjectivity, but what you are erasing in their subjectivity is the very function of ethics and evaluation to begin with.
So does this mean
And
animals
that's why
don't have
you
rights?
lose. Yeah, it means animals do not have rights.
Based.
That's exactly what it means.
You could also arrive at that same premise going by the model that I put forth earlier, just in that an animal will not be party to a dispute. You know, Rothbard said, and I think in the Ethics of Liberty, that animals can have rights when they petition for them.
Yeah, when they do that thing called rights understanding. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
They don't have the capacity to be party to the context in which rights arise. That is to say, a legal dispute.
You agree that that functions are that needs certain brain structures for you to do or function or to dispute someone, right? So presumably you probably need a prefrontal cortex for you to think.
I have heard things about dolphins that lead me to believe that they may potentially qualify for rights. What I've heard about dolphins
Lol.
is that they have contracts, that they have usury, that they engage in lending.
No, bro. That's the most
Gorillas
retarded shit
engage
I've
in
ever heard in my life.
prostitution.
Fucking dolphins have contracts. Oh my god. No, keep going, Tax.
So, to my understanding, and look, I'm not saying this is true, I'm saying this is what I've heard. And if this that I've heard is true, then an implication of this would be that they may potentially qualify for rights. So, what I have heard is that dolphins have language.
Spoiler, it's
That-
not true, but go on.
Is that within dolphin society, they have a form of verbal language in the form of clicking sounds, where they have names for each other and they have sounds that indicate concepts like we do with words. And that you will have situations of lending in which this dolphin, say click, goes to this other dolphin, clack, and asks for a fish. And clack will provide a fish. And then if within a certain time frame, click has not paid back the fish with another fish at a later point, clack will go to the other dolphins and report the crime. And then they will collectively go to Click and beat Click to death with their noses.
It's so cool.
That's epic.
I
Don't gorillas do
I-
that?
Based.
I have no idea to what extent this is true. But if what I just described is true, then it would follow they may potentially have the capacity to engage in some sort of adjudication, that they may be able to uphold some construct of rights-based dispute resolution. Therefore, they may qualify. And if hypothetically we could interface with them, like say we crack a dolphin language, and
Yeah,
either we
they'd be immediately incorporated into the system. Yeah.
You would not be allowed to have sex with the dolphin anymore.
Yeah, against their will, and you wouldn't be able to steal.
No
their
sticking
fish.
your dick in the dolphin hole.
Okay, maybe on second thought, then we should not pursue trying to crack dolphin language.
Yeah. Let's save that for a later date, huh, guys?
Also,
Literally the deep.
I've gone over some of these studies, and I think what's actually happening is anthropomorphization.
What's that?
We're seeing them act, and they're saying, "Oh, that's that thing we do." It's like, yeah, no, it's not that thing that we do. You think it's that thing that you do because that's what you do. That's
Well,
not what they're
here,
doing.
can I say something? So I've seen this one thing, like it was a study about gorillas or monkeys or whatever, and they taught them how to use currency, and they would exchange goods with each other, and then there was a girl monkey who had sex with another monkey, and then that monkey gave her money, and then she used it to pay her to feed her kid. So, what are the implications of that?
You're gonna have to send me that study. That sounds wild.
Bro,
Sounds like humans.
I mean, just look up gorilla or monkeys and currency or something like that. I'm sure you'll find it.
So just look up Sophie. So just look up Sophie Ring, right?
Chimpanzees absolutely have prostitution.
That was a banger joke. How did nobody? Okay,
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said so. Just look up Sophie Rain.
I don't know who that is.
That was such a good joke. Y'all are all retarded.
I'm sorry.
I agree. It was objectively a good joke. None of us subjectively got it though.
I'm not as terminally online, it seems.
Is Sophie Rain like a chimp porn star?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
She
Might
made
have to check.
$40 million this year off of The Sims.
Wow.
Jesus.
Wait, really quickly, Mr. Kai, did that clarify everything for you?
A chimp.
Well, which part?
Oh, the previous discussion we had about like moral realism, like what constitutes moral realism.
Yeah, I think we all agree on it now. I just define moral realism differently than you guys do, but it sounds like we agree on it.
Well, yeah, that difference in definition though is going to keep you from understanding what we regard to be as an objective, like moral principle. Right? So if you're constantly coming from it from the perspective of, oh, I need this like principle that is, I can touch it and feel it. Like it has to be objective. There's nothing that even like that's not how this works, dude. It's like you're going to have to be able to step back from that paradigm and say, is there something wrong with this paradigm?
One of my person.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. One person in my chat said, humans have taught gorillas sign language that they never once asked a question unprompted. But from what I heard, that gorilla that they say they taught the sign language didn't actually know what sign language. He was, I don't think he actually understood what he was saying or what he was doing.
Yeah, it's called rote learning.
Yeah. So from what I heard that gorilla didn't really actually know English or anything like that.
Look, bro, I watched a video of an elephant that was taught how to paint. It's just learning it in terms of rote learning and conditioning. The idea that we're gonna watch this elephant paint and say, "Look, it's doing what we do. Look at that." It's like, no, stop being gay.
Yeah,
we are just anthropomorphizing what this thing is doing.
I've seen the videos.
Frogs.
I've seen the videos of elephants painting. Actually, I was on LSD when I first saw a video of an elephant.
You and me both.
And at first, it's very exciting. It's like, oh my God, they're like us. They can. That's amazing. But then, upon further consideration, I realized this has got to be the product of immense suffering being imposed on that elephant, such that they can train it to do exactly what they want, to the very small movements that the handler is subtly signaling to the elephant.
Yeah, bro, these scientists are insane, bro.
No, they're not scientists. They're just kind of like, if you look up the video of elephants painting on YouTube, it's not a science context. It's a context of like, it's an attraction. Like these people in Africa are like, summoning tourist money, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right, letting people come to watch elephants paint.
Yeah. Yeah,
I love
my problem
Warcraft.
Yeah, it's so great. But my problem with the word moral is that it's just too vague. That's my problem with it. I like the word of value a lot more because it's very much more specific than moral.
Me too. I know what you mean.
Because morals like it's basically a word that everybody uses heuristically now for I like this or icky. That's basically what moral has been co-opted to mean nowadays.
Yeah, boo hiss. Yeah, that's basically what it's all about.
Wait, are we all Ancaps here?
Fuck no, not even close.
I mean,
well, for me specifically, not Moxie.
You're communist? What?
Not Lego. No.
Do you have any arguments against anarcho-capitalism that you want to ask us?
If you're not an,
if
you're not an ANCAP, then you are.
Hold on, one at a time.
If you're not an ANCAP, then you are. I was just gonna say real quick that if you're not an ANCAP, you are basically a communist.
Yes. Say that. Yeah. anything that's not ANCAP.
If you're
is
an anarchist,
communism.
If you're an anarchist, you're basically a communist to me. Like I see you guys the same way I see these.
If you're not a capitalist, you're probably some form of gay communist adjacent.
I will say, unironically, if you're not an anarcho-capitalist, but you have any ideology either way, then you are necessarily some form of socialist.
Yeah, based.
I just think when you define it like that, you're basically like you're saying like a neocon is the same as like a socialist, right? Like a gay latte sipping socialist.
Well,
no,
this is how we view socialism. So, like, how we view socialism as being on a spectrum. Like, so basically, like a leftward-leaning person would be more on the socialism spectrum, on the government. So basically, it's based on how much government is being taken over the economy. The more government control over the economy, the more socialism. So to some degree, what do they call it? Conservatives and liberals, they believe in some degree of social control over the economy. So it's just a degree. So to us, we would consider you guys to be socialist, but obviously liberals would be more socialist than a like a conservative person.
Well, why not in that case? Why not just say like status?
I mean,
Every
you
status
could
is
stay
so-
sadist, but we do,
The best word
No,
is collectivism, actually. Collectivism is the most accurate description for what all types of status are.
I'll
because
even
it's
take
broader than
collectivist.
that.
I'll even take collectivist. I'll even take
Yeah,
that.
collectivist would be a good word to use. Yeah.
No, that is the proper one. That is literally
It
the
is.
proper one.
This should probably be fairly non-controversial. Socialism is social control of the means of production, as
Mhm.
opposed to private control of the means of production. Any state-owned enterprise, such as Stalin's food ration system, or such as the United States' police departments, are socially controlled means of production as against privately controlled means of production. Now, somebody who is an absolute socialist, somebody who is, say, a communist or a national socialist that wants the entire economy to be socially controlled means of production, they're at the extreme end of being a socialist. They want full 100% socialism. But even somebody who is like, say, a Republican, well, they do still want some major sectors of the economy to be socially controlled means of production. That would include policing and dispute resolution, law, military defense. In the case of Republicans, that would even extend into like education and roads and retirement plans and all kinds of other shit. Only an Ancap does not want any sector of the economy to be socially controlled means of production, at least outside of the realm of perhaps whatever voluntary socialism people want to get into, such as, a worker co-op or a hippie commune or something.
Based.
They also want to ban porn.
I would actually take it a little step further. It's not about
No
necessarily
more
the modes
gooning.
it's not really about the modes of production. That's just one aspect of it. It's like any socially controlled aspect or mode of society, mode of engagement. That's what the socialists are really after. It's not about production. Not at all. It's about
Wait, you said something about what?
Usually terms like socialism and capitalism are being applied specifically to production, to our relationship with the factories and the farms and things.
Nope. You're completely dead wrong. It is mostly associated with the people who are in the leftist sort of communist spheres. But what capitalism is not a mode of production. It is a mode of society wherein we respect each other's private property rights, your right to private property and the exchange thereof. It's not merely production, dude. This is that big fatal flaw that people just like keep just conceding to the communists. Everything.
Are you talking about like property relations? Are you
I
talking
think
about that as
we
well?
I think we all agree.
Yeah.
It's just a way that you're saying. I think it's you don't like, right? I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Mhm,
saying is stop terminating the term capitalism or socialism in a mode of quote unquote production. That's not what it is. It is a mode of society wherein I deny you, as a socialist, I deny you the ability to have private property. You don't have that option. Whereas capitalism is that mode of society, that mode of engagement between people where I recognize that you are a private property owner.
I
And
would
you can
not
exchange
object
that.
at all.
Cool.
I don't have any problem with what you're saying. I would not object at all to in this context defining these things more along the lines of social control of property versus private control of property.
Exactly. That's what
Yeah.
you really need to be focused. It's not a mode of production, dude. That's fucking 200-year-old bullshit.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say because like only individuals act. So it's based on an individual property right dispute over as opposed to like a mode of production. Like that's like a group of people or like you know.
Like if you and I are talking about property
Mhm.
and you're saying, okay, you have this property right, that's capitalism. If you're coming to me and saying, hey, I actually have the right to your property, that's socialism.
Yeah, got you. Socialism should be stamped out at all cost.
Yeah, we all agree with that.
I sure would hope so.
Even the one communist here, he should agree with that.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, we will make him agree.
Yes.
Bitch.
We got to redistribute the means of production.
Right.
I've always had a problem with capitalism being reduced to the means of production. It's like, dude, that's the most reductive shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, dude,
Capitalism's been hijacked.
I agree.
But also, you
Or-
guys have a term available to you guys. Just call it like statism.
We do. I do, at least.
Oh, the one communist left.
Well, Ness, what would you consider
Oh.
No, he's
yourself
here.
to be?
He's here.
Pragmatically, I'm liberal, but I've been warming up a lot to just like the idea of socialism or communism in general.
We need to fix
But
that,
I think,
man.
I think that
well,
communism
to fix it, you have to go over ownership. Because I'm just going to
Communism
stop
work-
it right there.
communism works really, really, really well as a weight loss plan. I think communism is the most effective solution to the obesity epidemic that we have.
Wait,
Yes.
Ness, you're going commie on me, bro? What are you talking about?
Well, how about this? He asked
no,
a
no,
question
dude,
about
'cause
ownership.
I'm building
Sorry.
everything out of like virtue ethics. So
Your
if
virtue
communism is, yeah.
Go on.
So if it's compatible with virtue ethics, and I'm probably gonna take like a pluralist approach. Like, I think communism can be a form of society that would satisfy that, but I think it'll maybe get like some form of like liberalism or whatever. It just depends. Maybe even some other kind of society that isn't those two things. But as long as it coheres to my ethics, then I'm okay with it.
Right. I mean, I'm kind of with you in the sense that, like, so here's my ethics. Consent, right? So if 50,000 people got together and said, hey, we're going to create this society and it's communist, and you don't have to be a part of it, and none of the people that are being a part of it have to be a part of it, but that's what we're doing. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, we're against his
Yeah,
aggressions.
exactly.
We're against aggressions. People initiating force against other people without their, or innocent people, I should say, without their consent.
Yeah, I was
just-
going to say that you do have to add the qualifier of innocent people, otherwise you might include communists.
Yeah. That's why I always say innocent person.
I kind of wanted to stress the idea that, get this, dude, like, let's say 50,000 people came together and voluntarily they created a communist society. Do you realize that that's capitalism?
Yeah, because fundamentally, as long as there is free exchange of goods and services between individuals, then, and you're agreeing
That's
to
what
it.
that is.
Yeah, then it's capitalism. You know, you could.
The only
To me,
way
you're
that
just
you can
playing
actually get
communism. You're just
is
you're just
capitalism.
saying, "Hey, I'm communist. We're communist," but like you're pretty much just It's just capitalism.
It's
I'm a
communalism.
little
Hey,
bit picturing with describing the voluntary commune of 50,000 communists, describing that as capitalism. I'm very much reminded of that meme cartoon of like the dude with the ponytail. Actually,
Oh,
Don't worry, you can do an actually. Go ahead, bro. If you
You're
want
gonna
to.
get romped, but go for it.
Yeah.
what?
Oh, you said you wanted to do an
I
actually.
think he was just saying
No,
it was
I-
a meme to him or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that was it. There
okay.
wasn't more.
Yeah, that was the meme.
Oh, okay. I
Oh,
thought you were.
okay.
I thought you were gonna say something. I thought you were gonna be like actually, and then say something. That's what I thought.
Wait, I want to challenge Ness on something. Ness, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here. Go for it.
Okay, so you said that you're building communism based on virtue ethics. Is that correct or accurate?
Well, not specifically communism. It seems like it's kind of an open question, generally speaking, what kind of like economic or like social sort of architecture would be conducive to virtue ethics. I think the most plausible answer there is it's communism plus capitalism plus a few other things within reason. Obviously, you can't have a society where it's like you have one ruler who is like torturing everyone. Like that is just obviously wrong. But then in the middle,
My question to
Epic
you,
Gilgamesh shit. You know what I mean?
hell
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Gilgamesh. But my question to you is, where does virtue ethics allow for aggression?
in a lot of scenarios. Like for example, I guess a really good example is something that I was just thinking of right now. If there's someone who's like who chronically just like cuts off their limbs, I think it's a good thing for people to step in and stop that person. Like I don't. First,
It's my limb.
Yeah, I don't care though.
Bitch.
Like
it's my limb, man. What if I like my limb a lot and I want to preserve it?
Yeah, but what if you? Like for me, like ultimately, like what my ethics is grounded in is like what is objectively good for human beings, and so like if you're cutting off your limbs, like I don't think that's an objectively good thing. Like that you're not satisfying a genuine human need. I would probably say you have some kind of like disorder, right? In the
Homie's
same
halfway
way.
to objectivism and doesn't really.
Well, I mean, assuming that the person
No,
isn't...
I recognize that though. Like,
no,
I
mean
obviously
assuming that the person is in a clear mind and is making the decision on their own, I can't see why you wouldn't have that conclusion.
They could have a clear mind in the sense that they are like perfectly aware that they are cutting off their limb, that it hurts, and they're like okay with that.
Yeah.
But then all I would say is that their kind of desires are not in line with like what's objectively good for them.
And
I'm not sure I could say that there is anything that is like objectively good, because I feel like good is like subjective.
My kind of good.
Objectively.
My kind of good is like, oh, go for it, Garrett.
You mean like it's subjectively good, objectively?
Well, I would say we determine what is good, I guess, right?
He's trying to plug neuralism.
Okay, got you. So I'm not too deep in the moral realism. Listen, I'll admit, when it comes to moral realism, I kind of I'm not very good at that. So you know,
you a bitch.
Yeah.
Is that
So
what you mean? You a bitch ass.
All right, chill with the curse words, but live streaming here. Anyways, but anyways,
Wait. Live streaming to where? Are you live?
YouTube.
Is this going live streamed on Nickelodeon? Why do you?
Well, the name calling isn't very nice.
It's Brazil.
But anyways, so what I was gonna say is, I say that individuals kind of choose what's good for them, right? I think selves.
I agree that we make choices, but I think undergirding all of that is like I think our choices are constrained by like some kind of natural substrate, right? Like I think there's a reason why people within a certain range of choices choose to live in a particular way, which includes like having families, includes having like social attachments, et cetera, right? Such that like if you see someone who's like kind of like a hermit, lives under a rock, I think you could rightfully claim that there's probably something wrong with the way that person's living their life. Generally speaking.
Do you believe in consequentialism?
No. But by virtue of being a virtue ethicist, no. Like I try to integrate like as much of their insights as possible into like my system, but no, I'm not a consequentialist.
I would say like you may assume that person may be something wrong with that person, but I feel like unless you have evidence that that person is not in a clear mind in making his decision, I don't think you have the right to initiate force against him.
Even if they're not in a clear mind, it makes that person happier to be a hermit than it does to, socially interact and stuff, as evidenced by their choice.
Yeah, that's another way of saying it. Yeah.
But like my idea of like goodness, it's not based off of like a cognitive state that you have, right? Like you could be under my paradigm. Under my paradigm, you could be happy with the wrong choice in life. You could desire that. The same way you could desire chopping off your fucking limbs, until you're nothing but like until you're nothing but oh, by the way, can I swear? Can I swear something?
You could swear, just like no name calling. That's all.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right, just making sure. Until you're nothing but like completely disemboweled, completely disfigured, human body.
Mm-hmm.
So I think when you see desire, for me, that's like a motivation. That's something that's like there is an objective matter of like what's good for you, and then there's like whether your desires just reflect whether you want that or not. That is like the motivator.
I'm not sure there is an objective like good, right? Like, because I feel like individuals kind of choose what's best for themselves.
Well, like under my theory, I think there is like an objective, like I think there's a characteristic good for humans, but I think that characteristic good applies over like a range of lifestyles, right? Like there's going to be a little bit of fuzziness in the middle, and there's going to be like you could have various different lifestyles that are considered like a good lifestyle. So I agree that there are like options on the table for what a good lifestyle is. I just think at the end of the day, like there are just obvious like bad examples of what a bad lifestyle is, and that's predicated off of like, you know, facts about our human nature. You know.
Mm-hmm.
What did I miss? I burned my food.
Oh fuck.
I was just saying that I don't think there is like an objective good. That I think individuals choose what's good for themselves. Like it's subjective.
Do you believe in the moral moral imperativeness?
I mean, I believe in like moral virtues.
Fuck yeah, Ness.
Are you
Let's go.
required?
Let's go.
Oh, Warmish.
Are you required?
Are there some things that you're morally required to do?
Are there things you're morally required to do? Yeah, I would say so.
Like what?
Like the reason why that question is a little bit weird to me is because like for me, it's just morality is just like morality is just saying this is what a good person looks like. Like that's all it's saying. This is what a good person looks like. This is the virtues that they would have. This is how they would act in these circumstances. And so whether you're required or not required to do what a virtuous person would do, that's just a matter of like your moral motivation, whether you even desire that paradigm to begin with. So that's kind of like that's kind of a different question entirely.
So hypothetical imperative.
No, like I think there's an objective. Like I think there's an objective set of standards of what a good person looks like. I just think like, are you required to do that? Like I think that's contingent on like whether you like that's more of like a motivational question, would it not be?
Well, that's why I'm asking you, because it's like, do you believe that people must do certain things?
That Garrett, do you see my problem here?
I see
Yes.
your problem. Yeah,
I see your problem.
No. Are you seeing the problem that I'm having with his question?
Is it not descriptive enough? Is it too vague?
No. He's saying for him, what ethics is a matter of individually analyzing character traits that are noble or promote something that he values. Right?
And that's going to bring you in harmony with other people, right?
Right.
And yourself.
But after this, Warmish has a question for the Ancaps. So for us.
Oh, it's more of a piggyback more than anything.
You're gonna get piled on, Warmy.
No, let's not break his balls too much. All right. So what's your question? What's question? No, I know. I was saying that. Us. Yeah. So what's your question to us, Ancappers?
Lamau. No, I mean, it's more of a piggyback with Ness.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, you talk about morals and ethics. I mean, I would say, at least from my perspective, there is, I would say to an extent, some morals that or ethics we can all agree with. Like rape. I think we could all agree rape is bad.
Why?
Or, why is rape bad? I mean, why is okay? So I would say there's 3 very specific reasons why rape's bad, but there's way more than that. So from a psychological positioning, if you rape someone, not only are you causing unnecessary trauma for the person, but at the same time you're causing a lifetime of trauma that will also inflict a bunch of other people.
And
not just that. 2, consent. If the person did not specifically consent to, that type of action, all you're doing is you're causing an unnecessary move on boundaries, which is fucked up.
Why should I care?
Why should you care? What do you not want someone to do? What do you want someone not to do that to yourself, Garrett?
No. If they do it to me, I'm fine with it.
Wait, Camels, let me take this. Warmish, do you believe in consent?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I don't agree with the ANCAP definition of consent.
What's the hold on? What's the ANCAP definition of consent?
I mean, you make the arguments you can't consent towards taxes because you don't agree with taxes because it's a form of theft. Because
What
it's
is
stealing
consent
your
to you?
I could give
property,
the
even though it's
ANCAP
not
definition
stealing your
of
property.
consent.
What is
For
consent to
me,
you?
Was
What
not prepared.
removes consent from taxes, the threat of force. If I say to you, hey,
Hey,
I'm gonna
taxation,
have
your
sex with you,
microphone's messing
You're
up a little
giving him
bit.
the
Sorry.
answers.
am
Your
I
mi- your-
inaudible?
Yeah, you're a little bit inaudible. I don't know if it's just me, but
This
Is
is
it any better now?
a little bit.
Better? Okay. If I point a gun at you and say, I'm gonna fuck you, and then you say, well, you're handsome, and then you say, well, you're handsome and I would have had sex with you anyway. Maybe that's true, but I have invalidated any potential consent by presenting a threat of force. In the case of every single tax, there exists a threat of force. And that
No,
means
there's not
tax.
a threat of force for tax. You're paying into the social contract.
I
They
never
will
signed a
send men with
contract.
guns.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
social
they will.
contract that I didn't
Okay,
sign.
Wait, one at a time, one at a time. Let
Yes,
Warmish
no, no,
answer.
no.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Because I know your answer. This is why I'm not actually debating you necessarily because I know your position on this.
Don't worry, I'm gonna let you speak. Go ahead. Don't worry. Go
Good,
ahead.
good. Thank you,
Mhm.
thank you, Sithis. I would disagree with that because aren't you using any type of social service? So, for example, do you take foreign health insurance, or do you, call the police when you need help? Do you drive on a road, etc.?
Not in any transaction, not as part of any exchange. I mean, I'm robbed to
You
fund
are.
those things whether I use them or not. So my use of them is not consent to paying for them.
Oh, they are, but they are because those services are provided by the government.
I have an analogy. Can I bring forth an analogy, guys? So Warmish, let's say I go up to you and I say, "Wow, your car is really, really disgusting." And then I steal your car and I go and wash it, and then I bring it back to you, and then I say, "Hey, now you owe me $15. Do you owe me $15?"
I would disagree with that just incompletely. I think that's a horrible analogy.
No, but do I owe you $15? I mean, do you owe me $15?
That's not what happens when you get taxed for cars, though.
Well, wait, hold on. Do you owe
You're
me
using a public service. You're
So-
using a public utility. That's not what's happening.
Hold on.
Completely different
Wait,
thing.
let's just try to answer the analogy, okay? And then
I disagree with your analogy inherently.
what is
so no.
okay? So you think I should be forced to give you the $15? You should be forced to give me the $15?
No, because you're completely stealing it. While when you're driving on a public access road, which is funded by the government, you're using land that is regularly maintained through the
Yeah.
government.
So okay, hold on. So basically, what you're saying is, if I use a service that is provided by another person, even if I didn't really ask for it, I have to pay for it.
Well, you didn't ask for it, and the 0.1% of ANCAPs don't, but the majority of people believe in public service roads.
I'm not
Your
asking.
point is
I'm not
exactly-
asking what the other people believe. I'm talking about myself. Like, if I'm
Oh,
if service is
why
being pushed
should I
on
care
to
about
me,
it? Why
Huh?
should I care? Why
Well,
should I care?
because we're having a
You're
discussion.
a minor. You're a extreme minority. Why should I care about your opinion?
Listen, we're talking about whether or not we're consenting to the transaction, not whether or not I'm a minority or a majority. All right, simply because
But
I'm a
why should I
minority.
care in this case?
Well, the reason why is because we're talking about consent, right? And and you're
I
saying
disagree inherently with your terms of consent. though.
I get that. So the argument that we're making, right, and the argument that you're making essentially is that when you use a service that the state provides, you're consenting to that transaction. That's the argument that you're making, right?
Well, you already are because you're paying for
So, yes.
something that is provided by the government
So, yes.
inherently.
Yes. The answer is yes. So you're saying that yes, that if I use a service by the state that is being pushed onto me, even if I don't want it, I have to pay because I'm benefiting from it.
Okay, so when you're born, you were born out of a hospital.
Wait a
right?
minute, hold on, don't.
No. You were born out of no. You love using your examples.
Yes.
Let's use an example of mine. So you were
So
born at
let's
a
be clear. To be clear, you're
right?
you're jumping away from my earlier hypothetical.
Example.
Yeah, but you think you're
'Cause I
just to
disagree
be
with it
clear, you're
inherently. I
jumping
think it's a
away from my
bullshit example.
hypothetical, right? You're running away from
I'm
my
not running
hypothetical.
away from it. I think
You
it's a
kind of
bullshit
are
example.
a little bit. We can move away
I'm
from the
not running
hypothetical,
away, I
but
just
to be
think it's
clear, you are
bullshit.
running away from my hypothetical.
I'm not running away from it.
Yes, you are.
I just
Okay,
think it's
but go
inherently
ahead.
No. Just
Then
like how I
address it.
said, why? Just like how I said, why the fuck should I care about your terms of consent if no one in the majority of people in the world care about your terms of consent?
Okay,
Why
so
the
how?
fuck should
Okay,
care
I
about
can
your
answer that
analogy in this
question. I
case?
can answer that question. What if everybody in the world thought consent means that I could touch your ass without you saying so? Would that make it?
Well,
Would that
that's
make
not
it
the
so?
case. That's not what
Would
people
that? Yeah,
believe.
but would
You're
that make
using
it so?
That's not the case,
But would
though.
that make it
That's not the
so?
case.
Yeah, but the majority of
No,
people
that
believe
wouldn't make
that.
it so because I would ethically and morally disagree with
Okay,
it.
so you don't care what the majority of people
Yeah, but
believe.
we all don't.
Yeah,
No, but
so you don't care what the
do
majority of
because
people
I
think.
live in I do because I live in the real world. And
Okay,
the
so
real
you
world
do
does not
if you do
include
care. So
anarchists.
if the majority of people said that smacking somebody's ass unprovoked is consensual, you would have to say that that's fine because that's what society has deemed.
No, I disagree with that.
Okay, so then
I
you don't
completely
care what
disagree with that.
society thinks. You have your own definition of
No,
of,
no. I do care. I do care what's.
did she cut off or is that just me?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Wait,
she cut
Warmish?
off.
Warmish?
What?
State
Yeah, you
deactivated
cut off.
Ancap.
I don't know. You kind of cut off.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so the last thing I just straight up said was, cool, there can be a societal view, just like how you have your societal view.
Mhm.
But I'm going to push down my societal view, and the majority of people that, it's what, 90 to 95% of people that are not anarchists,
Yes.
actually have the majority view. Just like how I can disagree with your worldview.
I
That doesn't mean I
underst-
should take it seriously when I do not.
I understand that you agree with the majority view, but you don't care about what the majority view believes because if you did, and hold on, if you did, and they decide to change their mind and say that the majority view is now that you can smack somebody that's on the ass with unprovoked,
I would disagree with that.
Okay, I understand.
would disagree with that.
I understand you would. Okay, so then you don't care what the majority of people you have. Listen, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Wait, let me finish my sentence. You have your own definition of consent that you're going by, and it just so happens to align with the majority opinion. But if the majority opinion were to change, you wouldn't change your definition of consent.
Well, would the majority of people suddenly believe taxation's theft? That's not the case.
You know what?
You're just running off.
I agree. I agree. It simply because a majority of people agree to something does not make it so. I agree.
Wait a second. Let me interject here. Warmish, dude. You know I
What,
love
Garrett?
you, dude. You know I love you.
Yes, Garrett.
You are not addressing this point.
I think it's inherently
You weren't
bullshit.
doing it.
I think it's make believe.
matter.
The point is,
It doesn't matter if you think that.
Can we
it's
go back to my
inherently
earlier
bullshit.
hypothetical since I answered your hypothetical? Or
That
what
might
is
be
your
good.
hypothetical
Yeah.
going to include a rape analogy?
no, I mean,
Maybe.
no, it's not gonna have a rape analogy. I was talking about the one with the car washing. You're saying that
Well, again, I would say that's completely different. I would say that your analogy is completely different than what happens in the real world.
Yeah,
because,
but can you
for
answer
example,
the
hold on, Nor-
Yeah,
let him finish. Let him finish what he's saying, and then we'll.
I'm answering.
Yeah, I got you. One.
So I completely disagree with your analogy
Mhm.
because the current use of how we drive on roads is completely different than in your case. In your case, not only you're taking my car and I don't have control of the car, you can drive on the car, you can do whatever you want to. That car isn't in my domain. It's not personal use. It's not my personal land. It's not any of that. While when you're driving on a road, you're driving your personal property and you're driving on a public road that is provided for, maintained, and controlled by
my
the
tax
US
dollars.
government.
All right,
By my
I got a response real quick if it's all right. So let's say I don't use the roads, would I still have to pay for them?
Yes, you should.
Okay, so then my analogy.
providing
Hold on.
a net
Okay. So then
positive to
my
society.
analogy does apply to this because even if I didn't ask for the service, it's still being forced upon me without my consent. So
Not
my
really.
analogy does apply.
You still have a car, right? You still have a car.
Wait,
right?
I'm talking about, let's say in an analogy, I don't have a car, I'm a broke ass guy, I live in a farm and I'm completely self-sufficient. You still believe that I would still have to pay the taxes for the roads, even if I
Yes,
don't
I
use
believe
it.
you should. Well,
Okay.
what are we talking about for like a car?
No, I'm
I mean,
talking about
if
for a
it's a
road.
vehicle,
I'm
you
talking
don't have
about
a vehicle.
do I still have to pay for the road even if I don't use it?
Well, I mean, if you're that poor, you don't have to pay that tax because poor people barely pay any taxes. Your point is exactly?
So if I make an income, you're saying I won't have to pay any taxes?
I
for the
never said
roads?
that.
Okay, that's my question. I'm asking you a very direct question.
No, hold on. Said this. I said that, and this is currently what's happening within the tax bracket system. If you make, I think it's below like 20 something $1,000. It's right around that match. You don't pay enough because you simply you're too poor to pay any taxes.
Hold on. Okay, that doesn't. You're not answering my question. My question.
I just answered your question.
Hold on, Warmish.
Income taxes. Why are we limiting to income taxes?
Well, hold on. But you're saying if I make an income, or even if I have a property, and I don't use the roads, will I still have to pay for the roads? Yes or no?
Well, under a utility, I mean, let's see if you're
under your ideal system.
I think you should. Yes. Because
hold on. Yes. So then my hypothetical does apply to this.
Not really.
Yeah, because how does it not apply then?
Because I think your definition, I think your opinion on specifically a dude who's taken your personal property, when your personal property is not getting stolen, by the way, when you're driving on a public utility road, is two completely different.
Listen,
it's two completely different things.
Hold on, listen. In this situation, we're not talking about somebody using the road, right? We're not talking about somebody that wants to use the road. We're talking about somebody that doesn't want to use the service but still paying. Even if I'm not using the service, I still have to pay.
But the original example you gave was someone taking your personal property,
yes,
driving along, taking it, stealing it, fixing it, and then giving it back to you and saying, I should give them money.
Yeah, so they're providing.
Not only did they steal my personal property, not only did they drive that car, which is personally mine and is under my name and is taxed through me, but also at the same time, that is completely different than a random person, or any person for that matter, driving along a public utility access road with their own personal property.
I'm not saying
now.
Hold on. Let's try to keep this crystal clear. Okay, you're saying if I live in a country, right? Even if I don't use the services that are provided, I still have to pay. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So even if I don't use the services, I still have to pay. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
Say even if I don't want the service, I still have to pay, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you realize
so in this,
that this is why socialism
hold on,
is gay as
hold on. Stop. No name calling. Stop it. So, we're not gonna have that. So listen, so you're basically saying that even if I don't want the service, even if I don't use the service, I still have to pay. So in this situation, I don't want the service. In the analogy, I don't want the service. I don't want it at all, but it's being forced upon me through some other person, and you're saying that I still don't have to pay.
You still do.
Or you still no? She's saying in that situation, or he's saying in that situation, if somebody steals your car and forces you to use the service, you don't have to pay. But when it comes to the state,
well, the argument hold on. So the argument I made for the state specifically was if you're under a certain income tax bracket, you wouldn't get taxed. I mean, if we're talking about property taxes here,
it doesn't matter.
Taxed.
Hold on, that doesn't matter
because
if I'm in that, hold on.
Shows the inconsistency.
Listen to me. No. If I am in this income bracket, I still have to pay even if I don't use the service, right?
What's the again?
The argument you're saying that taxation isn't theft because I use the services that the state provides me, right?
What was the specific? Hold on. No. What was the specific argument I made for low-income people when it comes to how much money they make?
Your argument is that the lower income that they make, the less they have to pay in taxes, right?
Which is true.
Yeah, well, I believe any tax. I believe in any tax on any income amount of income is theft.
You're in the major minority.
I don't care, and neither do you.
I know you don't.
And neither do you.
But trying to say it's unethical. Yeah, because I think.
So then, why do you keep bringing it up?
Dumb as fuck.
I understand that but you don't care about what the majority
why we
thinks
have
neither.
To do it and explaining ethically why it makes sense, and you're saying it's ethically stolen when I just completely disagree.
Yeah, it is ethically stolen because it's taken unconsensually.
And it's not.
Okay,
It's
so
not.
then how is it how am I agreeing to a service
Again, are
if
you
I
using public services worked on by the government?
but the problem here is even if I didn't use it, you still think I have to pay.
But you do. But you do. But you do. But you do.
But
you do.
listen, even if I still don't use it, I still have to pay.
But you do. But you do.
Warmish, you have yourself dismissed the relevance of whether or not Sithis drives on the road by acknowledging that regardless of whether or not he drives on the
Care less
road, he still has to pay for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's not relevant. Whether I
like
use it or
taxes.
not,
Your
it's
point
not
is?
relevant. Okay, but your argument against my argument is not relevant to the conversation.
If I take your car to the fucking car wash and I wash that car, even though
You're
it's
taking my
dirty,
personal property, which is completely different. There's
Yeah.
a difference
My
between
money
personal,
is-
private,
my
and public
money
property.
Isn't our money our
Okay,
property?
let's answer the question.
I just told
Hold on, guys. So whoa. Let Warmish answer. Go ahead.
So, Garrett, like I
Uh-huh.
just specifically told you, there is a difference between personal, private, and public property.
That wasn't
Right.
the question.
Hold on.
If
Allow her
your
to allow him.
question is
Sorry,
if
I keep
take
misgendering.
my
I'm so
car-
sorry, Warmish. Allow him to answer the question, and then after you just
He's
then you
not
could,
answering it though, bro. That's the
Well,
problem.
just you gotta wait until he finishes. Let's just go one at a time. All right, man. Go ahead.
Okay, re-ask the question. Re-ask the question.
Okay, so let's say I take your car that's dirty as fuck down to the car wash. Do I owe, or do you owe me any money in doing this?
Why the fuck would I owe you money?
So is it the question, or is the answer to the question yes or no?
No, why the fuck would I owe you money?
Is the answer to
No,
the
no,
question
no. Why would I
yes
owe money?
or no?
The answer
Is the answer to the question yes or no?
Hold on, Warmish.
No,
Warmish.
why? What?
This is a yes or no question, Warmish.
What
This-
is the no? What is the justification? What is the justification you're gonna give me that I owe you money?
No, I'm asking you a question.
No, I want the justification.
Because hold on, what if the
justification?
justification? Hold on. The justification would be I see that you need a service that I'm providing you a service that I believe is essential to your well-being. So therefore, I should be allowed to force you onto that service. The same way, the same
Boingo,
argument that's the
boingo.
same. Yeah, there you go.
Boingo, boingo.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no is.
I
the
would
answer?
disagree because that's my I would disagree because that's my personal property, and I can do
Kind of like our
whatever I
money,
want
right?
with my
Kind of like
personal
our
property.
money, right?
Money is
No,
property.
I would disagree.
Money
I
is
would disagree with that
property.
because we inherently have
That's
money
fine.
coming
I
from
thought
the
this was
government.
going to terminate. Yeah, I thought this was going to terminate in
Like
money
we
not
inherently
being
disagree on
personal
economics specifically. Like
Wait,
this is
wait,
where
wait.
we're
So
just going to completely disagree.
your
with
money
economics.
isn't yours?
Where does our money get printed from? Where does it? Where
A
does it
printer
come from?
machine?
Yeah. Who owns
I
that
own a
printer?
GMC
By the way, who owns
Sierra.
that printer? By the way.
So I
I
own a
don't-
GMC Sierra pickup truck. Is my pickup truck the property of GMC,
Cool. I could
or
care
is it
less
the
about your.
property of
No,
me?
no, no, cool. I could care less about your truck. Where does that
Exactly.
printer come from?
Now, where does that
Where does the
car
truck come
distribution
No, I could
center
care
come
less
from?
about your truck. Where does the printer come from? But
No,
this-
you should care. You should care.
The
because
government, the
guess
state.
what? In both cases, there is a source of distribution, right? Are you equating them here?
I'm showing there's a difference. Anyways, I'm
What's the
going to
difference?
stop
Tell me
specifically because we
what.
just inherently disagree, and that's fine.
What's the difference?
Oh, she left. He left.
Poor Warmy, he's a good kid. I love
he's
him.
all
I
right,
really
but
He's a
that
good
was
kid.
like he definitely dodged my question a little bit there. Like,
1,000%.
yeah.
My friend Josh just joined.
Yeah, what's going on?
Josh is a solid Ancap.
Based. We need less we need more communists in here to argue with.
We need more dissenters. Here, let me see. Who do I know?
Tag Rogue.
Yo, Ness, don't you have any dissenting opinions?
No, bro. This is an Ancap circle jerk. So let's roll.
Yeah, bro.
Wait a minute. I could
My
be
main
devil's
issue
advocate.
is my main issue is with your definition of ownership and self ownership.
Ownership is the right to control a scarce resource.
Yeah, I just take ownership to be like an entitlement.
What do you mean?
Like I think the conditions of ownership, that's something that is settled post state. Like once a state is formated, we have like property rights and ownership rights. Those are things that are like specified within a state. It's not something that you have outside of it.
Whenever there has been an absence of a state, they have stronger property rights, not the absence of property rights. Property rights are still legally codified and delineated whenever there's no state.
Wait, let me see. It doesn't even have to be. I think we can make this even broader. Like any kind of like social organization is gonna codify some kind of like property or like ownership protections. You know, that is going to be emergent from like a collection of individuals coming together and deciding like what's what. But like this idea of like natural rights, like the idea of like a concept of like ownership outside of whatever social architecture you're specifying, that to me is unintelligible, or at least I don't understand that.
Really? Do you think that you're not entitled to your own thoughts?
I think it's
Do you need
I think it's
social
ethical.
recognition?
I think it's
to
ethical.
notice?
Yeah,
Hold
like,
on,
like I
let
think
him
it's a moral
finish.
thing to
Sorry,
permit-
go ahead.
I think it's a moral thing to permit people or to recognize and respect people having like freedom of thought, broadly speaking.
So do you realize that even if I said I actually have entitlement to your thoughts, I can never access them? Does that kind of make sense to you?
What success? Take it from me.
Oh, that does. Yeah. You're saying okay.
Yeah.
You're saying can society? Is it possible for a society like to socially recognize a concept of ownership that says like, hey, I have ownership over your thoughts?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying even in the case that we did do that, do you understand that you have private access to your own thoughts in a way that nobody else ever can?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So that's kind of where we start with this stuff.
Okay.
Right, so the idea that you can privately access something in a way that nobody else can, like, for example, your thoughts and your feelings. If you're not going to be terminating the idea of self-ownership with that, then you're going to run into all kinds of problems. Like, you could make all sorts of laws associated with me. And at the end of the day, I'm going to die with my thoughts, and you're never going to have access to them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with you
All
there.
of my thoughts, all of my feelings, all of my experiences are self-owned. They are self-controlled. They are self-terminated. There isn't a law in all the land that can change this.
Ness, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go
So, are you familiar with the Nazis? Yeah, the National Socialist German Workers' Party from like 1932 to 1945. They were the ruling party in Germany.
Were those his
No,
lambs?
what did they do?
Well, they did a lot of things.
Yeah. I am
Sorry. Yeah, of
I
course.
am familiar with them. Yeah.
The Nazis, they did a lot of things, many of which I would describe as frankly distasteful. One thing that they did is they implemented a policy of round up and kill Jews.
Yeah.
So
Those poor guys.
anybody who was of Jewish descent was regarded as an enemy of the state to be disposed of. So
right.
I am of Jewish descent. Suppose, hypothetically, that there was a big ideological paradigm shift right now, today, in which 99.999 add a bunch more nines % of the population, basically everybody except me, has become a Nazi. Everybody agrees that Jews are to be disposed of, and therefore I should be killed. I should be perhaps tortured first and then killed. In that scenario, would you say that they are wrong, or based on the premise that solely as a social convention is their ethics, that in a sense they are right and I am wrong? In other words, whose side would you be on?
Not the Nazis. I'm not a moral relativist.
Well, why not? You said that the society is kind of what.
Well, he said the
confers
state.
this stuff, right?
Well, I'm talking in reference to like ownership.
Yes.
I'm not talking about, like,
Exactly. Wait, real quick. So the Nazis said that they owned the Jews and all of their property, and like they had overwhelming support for this.
Okay.
Would you say that
So
they're correct because they
I would say
collectively agreed with this?
So I would say that qua their legal system, like that is what goes. Like that is their ownership system. I would just say that that system is immoral.
Ah, why, my dear?
Well, this then means
They're
that there
violating
is
the
morality
sovereignty.
outside of consensus, outside of majority
Yeah,
opinion.
I'm a
outside of
moralist. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not a. I can't say a certain word. I'm not a moral relativist. No.
You're not a fallacious moron.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
me.
not that.
I agree.
So I think there's like an ethics undergirding every society. How each society kind of like actualizes those principles can like kind of differ in terms of custom, but they're abiding by some kind of like universal moral like code or whatever.
Well, yeah,
or
but
what have
here's
you.
the problem. Here's the problem, Ness. Yeah, go on.
Yes.
Go on, Ted.
Let's say so I can contribute to the conversation. So what's the central question we are trying to answer here before? So because I do we were specifically talking about societies earlier on assigning property rights. Is that what we're still trying
We're
to
quibbling
discuss?
over like self-ownership and ownership, right? Because they're
It's
asking like,
ownership
what issue?
specifically, okay. But is it the question of, is there societies that actually have it without a state, or have there been? Look, I'm just trying to get.
No, is it
'cause-
justified that if a society comes together and says collectively, this is what we recognize as ownership, that's what ownership is, or is it something a little bit different? Right. So, like for example, in the Nazi society, they all kind of collectively understood that the Jews should be regarded as one below human, and they should be treated as property. However, we went to dispose of them, and we should take all of their property, by the way, and fund our little war machine. Right? So is it the case that because they all kind of collectively believed in this, that this confers actual legitimacy?
Sounds like a roundabout ask a question of saying, do you like confer that the social contract actually has like implicit consent is reality, basically?
Nope, it's a little more than that.
No, I'm just trying to
more.
boil down the argument.
I'm gonna personally cash out legitimacy, as in like what do like most what do most people in that society consent to? What are they okay with? If you're talking about like moral, if you're talking about moral legitimacy, no.
So check this out. So if 50,000 people, so in a society of 60,000 people, 50,000 people believe that 1 + 1 = 3. You cashing that out with them?
Like if that was codified as like a law,
yeah,
like that you had to recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, if that's what most people are agreeing to, then yeah, that would be like a law in the sense that most people are agreeing to it.
So here's this little thing that I keep interacting with, like you and Lego and Master. Yeah, you guys keep playing in this descriptive locale. You won't actually get out of it whenever you're pressed on it. This is something I'm noticing with you guys. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think it's like malicious or anything, but it just seems to be the case that whenever I'm trying to ask you, whenever we have legitimacy of ownership, right? So if all of the society out of this 50,000 says all black people in that society are owned by the white people, that's what gives you the legitimacy? Or are you just speaking descriptively like, oh, that's just what has to happen. That's what they decide.
Oh, what do you understand as legitimacy? Let me just adopt your like code or whatever.
Oh, like moral consistency. Yeah.
Wait.
Morally justifiable. Yeah.
No, then that's not legitimate. If that's what you mean by legitimate, then no, I don't think that's morally legitimate.
Okay, so if the Jews under the Nazi rule were regarded as property, and all their property was regarded as the Nazis' property, that's also not morally legitimate, right?
No, that's not morally. That is not morally legitimate. No.
So then, do you understand that when the Ancaps are talking about self-ownership, we're talking about moral legitimacy of self-sovereignty? Me to myself, and you to yourself. You get that?
So, yeah, but really quickly, you do understand that self-ownership means more than that, right? Like they literally think that the body is like a piece of property. It's like an object that you own.
My property.
Yeah, it is.
Not
It is.
yours.
Property
Yeah,
property is
exactly
that
right.
which somebody property is that which somebody has the exclusive right to decide what happens with. Do you not have the exclusive right to decide what happens with your kidneys or your ding dong
Fuck no,
or
no,
your eyeball?
no, you don't.
You don't descriptively, or you don't morally.
If I'm cutting off my fucking limbs, yeah, absolutely, people have the moral mandate to make sure I'm not doing that.
Why?
Where do they
What
get
you
it?
mean?
Well, okay, this is gonna get back to my understanding of like morality, right? Because I'm basing off of like teleology, right?
Sure, go on.
Well, I think there's a characteristic way that human beings operate, right? And like part of that is you're gonna have to give a description of like what the ideal human looks like, what their proper ends are, right? What their functions are, and part of that is having like working limbs, right? And not just like biological, but like psychological as well. There's gonna be a certain characteristic way that you're conducting yourself, that you have like a characteristic like psychological makeup. And so if you're cutting off your limbs, I think that could be representative of like a psychological issue, a psychological disorder, and also like a physical one as well, because you're literally inhibiting your ability
Yes,
to use your limbs.
But why does that confer a larger claim of someone else to their, like, to say what happens to their body? How does that actually, like, how does that remove their ability to actually have the highest claim over their own body rather than, why does it?
So the problem is that you and I are starting from different places. Like I'm basing my normativity off of like
Teleology?
nature.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that we're doing that, bro. What I'm asking you is if that's really what you're basing it off of, teleology, then remember that question that I asked you earlier about does anybody have access to your private thoughts other than you? And
No.
the answer being no. That's your teleology, dude. Like you are that entity that has that, and that's what's going to be promoting your ends and your goals. That's teleology made manifest.
Okay.
So why don't you recognize that every individual who has that is sovereign?
Well, there's another aspect of like another part of our teleology, another part of like our ends, right? Is also conducting ourselves in a virtuous way with aid of rationality, right? You buy that?
For a harmonious society, yeah, I get where you're going, bro, dude. I see where you're heading. I get it, dude.
So the way I'm cashing it out is I think some part of the activity of a virtuous person, I would have to think clearly like what virtues would be commanding you to act in such a way. But I like maybe we're reaching bedrock intuition here, but like a virtuous agent, if I'm seeing someone cutting their limbs off habitually, like they're cutting their legs off, they want to cut their arms off, they want to cut everything off, I'm gonna step in and I'm gonna stop them. And I would hope that my peers would do the same thing as well.
Okay,
like that
so
is
how about this? Let me throw you a bone here.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Let's say, okay, I will take your extreme case of you watching somebody deliberately destroying themselves and you stopping them. I say, okay, you can have that, dude. Let's actually talk about other things like you coming in to interfere with me doing an exchange of value or a service.
Yeah.
Do you still feel compelled to stop me?
Oh,
Like,
wait,
what
wait.
if I want to buy flowers from somebody?
Yeah, no, that's.
What
I
then?
mean, if that's all
A
the
house.
context, then I'm okay with that. Yeah, then I'm okay with that.
Okay, so then you're trying to use this crazy extreme case of people like
Okay, but wait,
dysmorphically
really,
cutting
really
their
quickly,
limbs
really
off.
wait, but Garrett, really quickly. You know this already. They believe in consent like unqualified, right?
I do
Like
have
they're
a
using
question.
it unqualified. Like you're
Yeah.
different because I know you don't just rely on the NAP, right? You
That's
rely on
true.
virtues.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm pretty sure that's all they're going off of. So it's like unqualified consent. So of course I'm gonna be against that.
Well, then, so it's kind of reductive on your part to say, like, okay, well, if this person is doing this thing, then I'm going to just using their principle stop them, or I'm just going to use my principle and stop them. It's like, no, you have to actually qualify it. Like, dude, in the case
I agree. I agree with you. No,
Okay,
I agree with you. But I'm saying, but you and I are in agreement. Not with them though.
I don't know about that, dude. I don't think that they would agree that just because they have this one overarching principle, that means that you can't stop them. It's just that it's not on you to stop them. Like, you're not obligated to.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
it's a little
Yeah, you
bit of
can.
a...
You
Yeah,
can
no,
try to.
I understand. No, I understand it per their system. Yeah, of course, I understand that that's not obligated. Like, no, I understand that completely. But then
Okay.
also that's why we're gonna have to get fundamental here, because you know that I'm operating off of a completely different set of standards.
Yeah, which
Ness.
is what we're trying to ascertain.
Yeah.
Go on.
This will seem almost like an aside. Ness, how do you feel about trans rights?
I think I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Okay, so like if I want to lop off my dick, like that's fine, right?
Yeah. Oh, I see where
Oh
you're going.
shit!
I
Yeah,
thought
oh
about
shit, Nass. Yeah, go on, bro. I want to hear your response to this. That's crazy.
Let me think. So, I think the problem here, I think the issue with the trans thing is that is incompatible with the chopping off the arms case, is that the person's chopping off limbs that are inhibiting like a massive portion of their ability to, like, I guess, live as functioning human beings. Whereas if
You
you're
don't
cutting off your
consider it
dick,
functional? The fuck?
okay.
Let homie finish. All right.
Yeah.
So,
Let him
but
finish what he's saying.
but the problem here is like we're kind of in a gray area, because like with trans people, they have to remove this one limb in order to preserve like a greater psychological, I guess, function, right? They're psychologically hurt or damaged or disordered, and by cutting off this one limb that won't otherwise impede their broader functions, then I think in that case it's justified.
Mind if I respond, guys?
Yeah, go for it.
There are some people that have disorders that like I knew a woman I saw on YouTube where she wanted to be blind. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like gender dysphoria, but with their body parts, you know, where they want to cut it off, and doing that will somehow, well, they say it makes them feel way better off than otherwise, even though it's maybe painful and may make their it may make their life worse in some other ways, right? You know, would that be okay to you?
Where would be okay?
Like say if somebody had like some sort of issue where they were having dysphoria because they have like eyeballs and they don't want to see anymore, because this was a case with one woman where she was getting dysphoria because she didn't want to see, she wanted to be blind. So would that be a case of like, okay, that person would have the right to cut his eyes off?
I think there's something wrong with that in particular, because like I mentioned with like the cutting off all of your limbs case, like you're doing massive damage to your function as a human being.
Regardless, both things do.
Yeah, you're kind of doing a Mott and Bailey here.
I feel
right
like
now,
to
Ness.
some
You're not
degree.
cutting off
Yeah,
all
but
of your limbs.
wait, really quickly, removing your eyeballs, is that tantamount to cutting your dick off? Like, is there not some intuitive difference there that you sense between those two cases?
They're both cases.
I would way rather lose my eyeballs than my dick.
Well, hold on. But they're both
Any
cases.
day of the week.
Wait, guys.
Yeah.
Let me respond real quick. I'm sorry. They're both cases in which you're altering your body in the hopes for a better goal, right?
Yeah, this could be like a psychological.
Obviously, there's a you know, you may consider one to be worse than the other, but fundamentally, what we're talking about is whether or not someone has the right to alter their body in a way in which they see fit, right?
Well,
And
even more so, Nisithis, is in these cases, does Ness feel he is obligated to stop them from doing it? Because that was the original argument.
yeah, because it seems to me that in some cases you believe it's okay to stop them, whereas in other cases you don't believe it's okay to stop them. It seems like there's no definitive or objective line.
I'm thinking here too. I think to make this, I think to add another consideration of this as well. I think because we're dealing with like disordered people, and this isn't like anything like controversial. Like trans people will tell you the same thing, right? Because we're dealing with disordered people, it's kind of an open question, like what is the best way to satisfy or to preserve that psychological unity? Because regardless of what happens, there's still going to be that psychological like trauma or whatever. Or there's still going to be disorder in some sense. So I would say by the nature of them being disordered, it's kind of like an open question how the fuck you bring them back to that equilibrium, if that's even possible.
Well,
so
that
maybe
goes.
I'm being sallow here.
Yeah, that goes back
Maybe
to
I'm
my
being
earlier.
sallow.
Sorry, I was just gonna say that goes back to my earlier point. Whereas this is like, there's no objective way to determine whether or not what they're doing to themselves is in the pursuit of a better goal. I think it really should be determined by the individual, because like I think I should be allowed to do things to my body even if I might be making a mistake. Right? You know.
Yes.
Maybe I could even
I
see
think that's
some of these
objective.
examples over. Maybe I could see some of these examples over. I think actually the intuition has become a lot clearer when you have a person who wants to blow their brains out.
Yeah.
Like, there's no like they don't want to
depends.
cut their limbs off.
Still
They don't want to
depends.
be trans.
No, bro, I'm not obligated to stop you.
No, we don't. In fact, we believe.
wait,
Yeah. Sorry.
I
go
am
ahead.
I am morally virtuous in stopping you, but I am not obligated to. I am obligated to allow your ethical cognition. This is my point, right? And we don't have to necessarily accept my point, but this is what I'm saying. It's like, I am morally obligated to not stop you from doing anything that your ethical deliberations allow for you to do. So if you're the guy that's going to cut off his dick and you're, of consenting age, or blow his brains out, it's not on me to stop you. It's actually on you to stop you.
Yeah,
Now,
to add on to what you just said, just one small
disagree
thing.
with
Yeah,
that
I don't think
completely.
anyone has the right to force you to stay alive if you don't want to.
yeah, like what the fuck is that? What are you talking about?
Like, if I don't want to
Okay,
be alive,
like,
I don't think anyone has the right to force me to stay alive.
Really quickly, I could agree that I could deny the unqualified nature of that. Like, I could agree that there might be edge cases where it would be virtuous to accelerate the person's like end of their life. Say for example,
They're
there's
not
like
obligated. That's the difference.
we might agree there. Maybe I would say if you already buy into being like if your desires are aligned with what's right, then I'm talking about obligated in the sense of like you're hypothetically obligated, right? Because we were talking
imperative. Like, if you want to achieve this goal, this is how you do it. I get that, but you're not actually obligated to do it.
when I'm saying someone's obligated, I'm already assuming that their desires are correct, right? Their desires are in line with what's right, right? So I'm not saying that explicitly, but when I'm saying you are morally required to do X, Y, and Z, I'm implicitly saying you're a person whose desires are in line, whose desires are correct, whose desires are in line with what's actually good for them and good for other people. So I just want to make that very clear. Does that make sense?
Who just determines that? For that individual?
That's a good question.
Well, I mean, I just explained it. Like, it's going to be an analysis of like what we are.
The whole thing is.
Well, you explained it for you. You didn't explain it for us.
I did explain it for you guys.
Oh,
you guys just don't buy
it's a
into
very
it.
individualistic
my
thing.
bad.
Is
No,
what
you
is
explained
good.
No, it's not.
to all of us. You didn't explain it in terms of how it applies to all of us adopting your position. That's not what you did. You did explain it to all of us. You did not explain it for all of us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just where's the confusion?
Okay, I think what he's trying to say is that you value life, and you're explaining why you value life, but you're not explaining why we should value it in the same way in which you do. Right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Bingo.
No, I think I'm seeing where the issue. I think I'm seeing where the issue is, right? Because my ethical system is saying it's providing. This is just with my ethical system. I'm providing a standard for like what a good person looks like. It's just giving you a criteria. Whether or not you are obligated to do that is a matter of like your desires, right? Whether your desires are in line with that objective criteria of what a good person looks like. That's a question of motivation. So no, it's not like this categorical imperative. I don't think I buy into that like Kantian stuff.
No?
No, I don't think I do. That objective criteria of what a good person looks like.
Well, one of the things that Kant said that I thought was absolutely profound was that the only good in the world that is objective, the only true good, is the goodwill. Do you think that you have to approach me in the goodwill to be good?
Do I need to approach you in the goodwill to be good?
Yeah, interpersonally, if you were to have an interaction with me, do you think that a requirement for you being good to me is your goodwill toward me?
Yeah, right. Like that would be a point of agreement between him and Aristotle. So yeah, I would agree with that.
I think Kant makes a
Would
really
you
good
say,
point with that.
would you say that that's subjective? I sure would.
With
What
the
about you?
goodwill. Yeah, well, it's gonna have something to do with like your motivation. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I think it's objective that you have to have the good will toward your fellow man to be good to them.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it's just an accident. The same way that if I have a bad will towards somebody, and somehow something good happens to them, it wasn't of my doing.
Well, wait a minute. You can act in a way that is good towards others while not actually having a good will. An example of this would be, I know a guy who he seems like a very nice guy. He acts like a very nice guy. I would venture to say, in a sense, he kind of is. But what he has told me explicitly is that the sole reason that he is nice to others, and he does a lot of very nice things for a lot of people, but he says that the sole reason that he does that is that he believes that he will be rewarded in afterlife. He's a Catholic. He believes he's going to go to heaven for being nice to people. And that if he did not have his belief in God and all of that, in Catholicism, then he would be like conducting sadistic experiments on people for scientific knowledge.
Yeah, this is called evil, bro. That's what exactly I'm talking about with the goodwill. The only way that that whole scenario that you just described would have made him good was to say that the reason that I'm good to these people is because I wish goodness upon them. I want the best for them. That's all there is to it.
You desire goodness for its own sake.
Yep, that's exactly right. And upon your fellow man, for its own sake, upon your fellow man.
Right. So
That's it.
think we're in agreement there. Yeah, I think we're in agreement
yeah,
there.
dude. Fuck yeah, man. That's the basic.
So now you're an Ancap.
No.
You'll
Because
get
we already
there.
agreed.
Whenever you level up, bro. Whenever you get S tier, dog, you'll get there. No worries.
That's
We
funny.
got you, bro.
Well, you desire it for its own sake because you recognize you've matured and recognize that this is like a good thing.
Yeah,
Fuck,
goodness for its own sake is a good thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd literally have to be a retard. Literal, like a retard. Or someone so stupid.
Well, it's also based on
so
empathy, like because you want good things for yourself. So why would you say that you should be the only one who have good things to yourself? Like,
well,
good
no, it's
things
more than that.
happening to
You can
Yeah,
recognize
it's more,
that things
but
are good, right? And they're good
well,
for
that
you.
things being good for everyone actually benefits.
And you want
us
those
all.
things for other people. Like, you can do that, dude. Like, whatever it is that's good for you, maybe it'd be pussy, maybe it'd be like good food or wealth or something like that. Or like good times, happy times with family or something. Like, dude, you can recognize the goodness in all those things because they literally give you pleasure and happiness and homeostasis. And you can say, hey, man, I want that for everyone else. And it's that goodwill that's the objective good. I don't think anybody can fuck with that.
Hersthouse actually talks about this. She actually spends quite a deal like defending Kant because she says, you know, us virtue ethicists, we spend a lot of time like trying to quarrel with like the other factions, but she says like this is a really important thing that Kant talks about that Aristotle literally mentions.
Most important thing. It's literally his most important thing. Augustine mentions it. Aquinas mentions it. I think even Bonaventure mentions it. But the intention behind your actions, that's the biggest thing, dude. Like, it colors everything. It's objective too. Like, think of it like this: if I'm an independent guy, like say I'm looking at somebody through a fence, right? Whatever my intention is objectively that thing because I'm an objective entity and I have this intention, this state of mind toward this person. That's objective. I can have a well-meaning objective state of mind towards this person or an ill-meaning objective state of mind towards this person. One is objectively bad and the other is objectively good. Even if the outcomes don't turn out like what might be considered good. In either case. Does that make sense?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to
I'm talking to all of you at this point.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Fuck yeah.
Big titties.
Yeah, titties is cool or something. When's the last time you saw any titties, Sithis? I doubt you've seen any recently.
Yesterday.
Cap.
Listen, bro. As a
Stop the
true libertarian, if you can't get pussy, you turn to the market. Am I correct?
Yeah, you just buy it. Like Nick Fuentes in Destiny. You just buy it.
Oh my god. I literally woke up to that. So I was like half awake. I checked my GC, my friend's GC, and someone posted that. I just remember like being half awake, being like, oh, I think that's Destiny. And I just shut off my phone and went back to bed.
Wait, what's going
and then
on?
I woke up.
I had the exact opposite reaction. I woke up and I saw that story and I laughed my fucking ass off.
Dude, here's the thing though. I woke up and I thought it was a dream. I was like, wait, did I imagine? Was that in my dream? Did that actually happen? So I
Did
fucking
Nick
scrolled
truly bang Destiny?
up. Yeah. Oh, Sithis, what was your question?
What happened?
Oh, so a video leaked of Destiny,
Banging somebody.
literally sucking dick, yeah.
Literally,
Oh my god.
God, yeah, it's terrible, bro. It's
An
awful.
article came out.
Everyone
and
knows
they were
Destiny's a
alleging.
cuck, so it's just weird.
Hey, I
think
mean,
it's
whatever
actually-
guys do in their bedroom is up to them, I guess, right?
No, we
Yeah,
should stop them according to Nish because it's
Well,
unvirtuous.
no, you can shame them all you want. Like that's the freedom of association and freedom of speech. They can do what they
No.
want, but we're not going to stop them.
No,
But you
no,
can
no,
still
no.
shame them.
Virtue,
I'm not
virtue
saying you
express
can't shape
itself in
them.
a gay relationship.
They are being anti-teleology, and we must stop them.
No, you don't.
Well, that's
no,
like some Aquinas teleology.
It's all kind of the same, bro.
I mean, not really. I mean, like if you like read like Neo-Aristotelians, like Hursthouse, like she'll say like, no, like you could establish virtue in like a gay lifestyle. You know, I think she says like as long as the gay person is orienting themselves towards the good, right? You could kind of have like that division of labor. Like you could have
Wait,
gay
who said this?
Hursthouse.
Oh, I thought you said Aristotle. I was like, why do you?
Oh no,
define
no,
Aristotle as
no,
her?
definitely
I was
not.
like, I'm gonna come through this fucking screen and smack you because, like, what are you talking about, bro? Okay, first half.
Wait, so I wasn't clear from what I heard. The video of Destiny, it was with Nick Fuentes?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know because here's what happened. Like if you watch the video, it's recorded from the POV of the person getting their dick sucked. So you don't know who it is. I haven't actually listened to the audio. I haven't watched. I watched like one frame of it. I couldn't. It was weird. But an article came out simultaneous to that of I forget what the website was, but the person was basically writing that something leaked and supposedly it was Nick Fuentes who was the person getting their dick sucked in the video.
Nick Fuentes. Whoa.
Yeah.
What a coincidence.
I don't think it's true.
The moment that I hear sexual deviancy is associated with something, I'm like, yeah, you're crazy.
I don't see Nick Fuentes doing something like that personally, but I mean, I could be wrong.
I do because he's an incel.
100% Nick Fuentes goes for males.
You think so?
I don't know about Destiny. Well, that's no question. Look up Nick Fuentes and his cat boy.
Okay, got you. I don't really watch much of him, so I don't know.
I don't either, but
he seems like a Catholic person.
Well, I was trying to actually explain this to somebody last night. Can't remember who it was, but Nick strikes me as a very deeply angry human, sexually frustrated, and in the sense that he's never had sex before. He openly says this and actually can't get sex from anybody. He doesn't have a wife. He's always talking about the virtues of marriage, as such as they are. And you have to understand, from somebody who's been married for like 10 years, like whenever I hear this like little boy who's like not even 28 yet, he might be 28 now, like talking about this for the past like 4 or 5 years, who has no fucking experiential knowledge on this at all. At all. He's never even had sex with a woman. Like, that strikes me as very, very motivated speech. Like, he's got these things that are behind his ideas, which are the motivation, the anger, the confusion, the jealousy, all of these like underlying motivations. That's what I get from this guy.
He doesn't even hide it. It's like out there in the open, like how much of a despicable human being he is. Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that guy, to be honest.
Wait, did he actually vote for Kamala, or is that just a rumor?
Who knows?
I don't think he
You'd
did.
have to ask him. I
But I don't think he voted for Trump.
Because he was a big Trump guy. He loved Trump.
He was, but he fell out. I mean, I think I don't know if he ever explicitly said this, but I think a lot of like white nationalists realize like he's like an opportunist and he doesn't actually care about like true immigration reform. Well, as they see immigration reform. And then B, Nick openly said like MAGA is a literal cult. Like it's just a literal cult. And what they owe fidelity to is not America, not whatever his vision of America is, but to Trump himself.
Speaking of Trump, closed borders or open borders, Ancap?
Open borders. Let's go.
No.
I'll debate anyone on that.
Closed.
I will stipulate.
Debate me, bro.
All right, let's go.
I will
Why do you have more claim to someone else?
Why are you not a real libertarian, Kai?
I want to clarify something. So 0 national borders, not open and not closed because there just aren't any. No national borders, but private property borders as open or closed as you wish them to be.
That's where I'm at. That's what I believe.
No, I retarded. Let me school you guys. I can help you out here. So, in the case of principle, yeah, that would be the most ideal form of any sort of borders at all. That's not the problem. The problem is that we have an enclosed continent here. That's called the United States of America. And inside
That's not
of this,
a continent. Canada,
yeah.
Mexico.
You shouldn't own property.
It's a country.
Okay, so the term continental U.S. means nothing to you?
Yes.
You're gonna go there
It doesn't mean
It's
anything
just
to me because it's not
formality.
a continent.
It's literally a
abstract
fucking
thing.
continent. It literally spans the entire continent. What are you talking about?
It's
If
just
it,
the
if it
means by
spanned
which
the,
we
if it
delineate
expanded the entire
uh,
continent, then that would mean that it would Canada would be part of it and Mexico
Boys,
too.
you aren't ready for this. You aren't ready for this conversation. So the country of the USA literally spans the entire continent.
Doesn't matter.
Oh,
Not
It
not
does
vertically.
matter, because
It's
it's
horizontally,
actually-
kind of. Not
Yeah,
vertically.
No. In the case of the U.S., this country that spans the continent of North America, this
No.
group of people, yeah, but totally, yeah,
No, it
totally
doesn't.
does.
Canada,
yeah, so it does.
Mexico, all of South Central America, that is all part of North America.
Yes, no, South Central America is not part of North America. You dumbass.
Yes, it is.
What about
No,
Canada?
it said
Canada's not
Central
part of North America?
Spanked.
Wait, Canada's
If
not
I
part of North
thought-
America?
You're being very
Tell me.
selective, and because I messed up on saying mentioning South.
That's
I didn't
right.
mean
You
South.
shouldn't have done that. You should do something
Baby
else.
girl.
How about you address the
Baby
actual
girl.
argument, which is Canada part of North America?
Yeah, it is. I'm just
Okay,
saying
so
that
then
was Mexico
United
and
States isn't the
Central.
continent of North America. It's
no,
just
it
a part of
spans
North
the
America.
continent. No, it
A better
spans-
Yeah, so
example-
does any other Mexico. So does Canada.
Why not just say
It
Australia?
spans the continent. That's why it's called the continental U.S. So what I'm saying is this huge continental, like space of land. There's people in D.C. right who say this is our land, and they
They're
actually
wrong.
go outside of this. It doesn't matter if they're wrong on a principled level. We already agree on that. That's not the problem. The
Okay.
problem is that they say that this is what we own, and inside of this, they have constituents, subjects, that have to abide by their laws.
So that makes
Wouldn't
it
you
okay.
agree? Makes what okay?
What they're doing.
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm trying to say. I already.
So then
agree
you
with that.
support
Let 'em
open
cook.
borders.
Let him
Nope.
cook.
I know. I'm just saying, like it doesn't seem to. You don't seem to
You don't
disagree
want
with
me
us.
to let. You don't want to let me cook, bro, because I'm gonna cook this shit till.
Well, you
fucking
asked
midnight.
me. You asked me a question. I just
All right,
answered it. Go
look.
ahead, though.
He's gonna
Camel,
cook it like
camel.
I overcooked my food.
All right.
Look it
All
up.
right, so, all right, so homies in DC say this is our shit, right? They say inside of this little regional gap that we have here, it spans the entire continent here. You guys have to do these things for us, and that's what allows you to be able to work here and own property here, this sort of thing. So when other people come into that territory, even though we're in a paradigm with the state that we didn't actually agree to, it doesn't matter. These people come in and they start interacting with us and the state in a way that's outside of the boundaries of what we're being enclosed by. We are already the victims of the state. these people come across the border and say, no, we're just going to like interact with you how we see fit. It's like, no, you're not. Not until we're interacting with as we see fit, which we are
Wait a
not
minute.
doing.
And you are, in a sense, at liberty to break the law no less than they are. You're not at some disadvantage compared to them.
Yeah, I am. Do they have a social security card? I bet I do, but I bet they do not.
Well, I got a simple question.
You can throw yours away. You can throw yours away.
I bet I have to sign a W-2 to go to work, don't I?
Not any more than they do.
By law? Yeah. Yes.
Right, but they're legally required. They're legally subject to the same restrictions and taxes that you are. The difference is they choose to work under the table jobs and shit, generally speaking. They work construction jobs to pay them in cash.
Go on.
You could do that.
You have a point there?
My point is that they're not in a privileged
My
position.
favorite thing to do.
What, Josh?
Yes, they are.
What can an illegal immigrant do that you can't do?
Cross the border illegally.
You could
do
that.
You could do that.
Oh, I could, according to them.
You could go cross the border. I've crossed the border, not illegally, but I mean, just go.
I can't cross it illegally.
So what's stopping you?
You could illegally cross it going in the other direction.
According to them.
What? If you were to just waltz into Mexico right now, you've illegally immigrated.
Yeah, and how would they treat me, you think?
I don't think any of this matters. I think fundamentally, I got a question though. Is the state the owner of the property or the land?
Descriptively, yes. Morally, no.
Okay. Well, I don't care about descriptively. I care about what morally.
No, I don't think you do. I think that you. Well, maybe you do.
No,
But,
I don't.
I have some reservations about that.
Is the state the property owner of the land?
Morally, no.
Okay.
Descriptively, yes.
So then that would mean they don't have a right to exclude anyone from that land.
Okay, so that includes all the people that are already in that land, right?
Yes.
Okay, so whenever you cross the border into lands that are being said to be owned by the state, and inside of those lands,
I don't care that you're making a descriptive claim. I don't care about the descriptive claim. Is the state the property owner of the land? Yes or no?
Morally, no.
Okay.
Descriptively,
So do
yes.
they have a right to exclude people from that property?
Yes, because the people that they are already enclosing have a say on what is their property.
So you can have a say over something even if you're not the property owner?
Yes, you can, descriptively.
Did I ask you descriptively or did I ask you morally? I
what
feel
did I
like
say?
why do you keep saying descriptively if you know I don't care
Because
about
there's-
descriptively? I'm gonna make this very abundantly clear. Next time I ask you a question, I don't want to hear descriptively. I want to hear your morally argument. Okay?
I don't care what you want to hear. I'm gonna give you both. I'm gonna give you the moral.
Well, I don't
and
care about the
descriptive.
descriptive. What I'm asking you is the moral. Now, are you able to answer questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so
morally
the
and
question
descriptively.
is now the question is the state the property owner? You said no, correct?
Descriptively, they are the property owner. Morally, they are not.
Okay, morally they are not the property owner, so therefore they don't have a right morally to restrict people from accessing that property.
Yeah, morally they do not. That's
Okay,
not the
so
problem.
therefore
The problem-
you support
wait,
more.
wait,
So
wait,
therefore,
no.
no, hold on, I wasn't finished. So therefore, morally you support open borders.
Yeah, morally I do. That's what I tried to say.
Okay, so
at
that's
the
all we
beginning of it.
care. That's all we care about.
Yeah, but we're not done. That's not where this ends.
That, but that's
dude.
all I care about. That's
I
where
get
I'm done.
that, bro.
Okay, so everybody here, he
Okay,
supports
but
open
we already
borders.
agree.
Thank you.
Yeah, morally, yes, of course.
Thank
on
you,
a principle
thank you.
level, I've always. That's what I tried to say at the beginning.
Okay,
The
gotcha.
problem is we have this other situation that's going on where descriptively, it is the case that this group of people is enclosing this continent.
Don't care.
Now, not the entire. You should care, bro, because they're gonna come and tell you what taxes you owe,
Does it? I don't care. They're wrong. They're immoral for doing
and
that.
you're still
It's
gonna
immoral.
owe taxes.
Doesn't matter. I don't owe them anything.
It does.
It's my
Yeah,
it's
you're
my
gonna,
property.
You're gonna get. Yep, and whenever you do your taxes this year, you're gonna give them their property. You understand?
That doesn't change the fact that it's theft.
I get that, dude. You're not listening.
But I don't care about the descriptive claims. I don't. Like I said, I don't care about
You
descriptive
should.
claims. I don't.
Because although I think that taxation is theft and immoral and fucking unjustifiable, I will still have to do my taxes this year, just
Okay.
as you will.
So what? Doesn't make it correct. That's what I care
I
about.
get that.
Okay.
Homie,
I know that you care
we're
about the
already
descriptive
on
claim,
the
but
same goddamn page.
all right.
You're
So you
just
agree
not
with me.
willing to
You
go to that
support open
other level.
borders. Thank you.
Yes, morally. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me jump in here. Because originally I was the one who opposed, or I was the one who posed the topic and then opposed Sithis on this.
Okay,
Sithis,
go ahead.
Here's my position on this, and I think Camels might be understanding, or we might have similar positions on this.
LOL,
but
camels.
Camels. Your name's
So
Camels.
call him Camel Toe.
I'm gonna change it back to my actual name.
No, keep it Camels. I like Camels. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Camel
so
Toe.
here's the deal. As Camels was saying, we are in the U.S., which is a democratic authoritarian state. So we are forced to abide by the laws of the majority. And so during that time, we essentially have to abide by their rules. And one of the only things that we can do is actually vote. And even though we're against voting, voting is the only thing in our power to stop this unjustified rule.
I'm not against voting.
And what? Well, okay. Well, that's a different conversation. I am. But so if whether you are or you aren't against voting, we are in a democratic system where we are forced to abide by the majority.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea here is when we have a majority of people who believe in welfare and we have a majority of people who believe in open borders, we have a double attack on us, where essentially what happens is if we get 20 million illegal immigrants that are allowed into the country, actually, even if they're legal immigrants, if we get 20 million legal immigrants into the country and then they have access to a bunch of welfare and they don't have to pay taxes, or even if they do have to pay taxes, but they just get those benefits and Americans don't get those benefits, the Native Americans suffer far more than the non-native immigrants. And so in that case,
Native Americans, the actual ones.
I mean, I got a response to all this, but go ahead.
Okay, and just to finish up here, basically the choice is: do you want to suffer more, meaning pay more taxes, and they suck more money out of the system, or pay less and close the borders so that the welfare that is consumed is far smaller than 10 to 15 to 20 million immigrants?
Mr. Kai, here's why that is a false dichotomy. It is not only more moral, but far more practical, politically obtainable, feasible, palatable, to rather than closing the borders, rather than deporting millions of peaceful people and imposing, militarized police state restrictions around a
Nobody's going to
substantial
do any of that, bro. But go on.
Hold on. Rather than doing those things, which I do think are the logical implications of a closed border policy being effectively enforced, rather than doing those things, it's not just better, but far easier to accomplish politically to just don't give them fucking welfare. Just don't give them welfare and don't let them vote.
Abolish welfare.
But we can't do that.
No,
we can't
get
do
them
that.
out of
You
here.
could- I mean,
you
we could do that.
Get them the fuck out of here because we already.
We can't
Well,
stop
okay, so then my
welfare.
fundamental
Literally
question
already
to
had
you
50
guys,
years.
again, I'm going to ask,
We
I
already
asked him
had
earlier,
50 years
which
of
is,
that sort of philosophy
is
on
the
this
state
stuff.
the just
Guess what?
owner of the property? Akai?
No.
Is the state the just owner of the property?
Yeah.
No.
So that would mean they would not have the right to restrict another person from homesteading that property.
They do not have the right to do that. No.
Okay. So then you agree with me. You support open borders.
But they're going to do it anyway.
That doesn't
Yeah,
make it
you're
right.
just missing- It doesn't matter.
So if
do you
a
understand what I'm saying?
It
No,
never
I
made it
understand.
right.
Hold on.
They were
No.
restricting
Hold on.
our right.
It is.
No,
hold-
it never
it's
made
either-
it right. No, dude, it never made it right for them to be restricting our ability
I understand that. I agree with you.
to homestead this.
I agree
They've
with you.
been doing it on a global scale.
Yeah, and they should
for
stop.
100 years.
Yeah, and they should stop.
No,
I would hope
And
you would
in
agree with me
between
on that.
Now and then, they should not be letting other people come in here and allow them
Why?
to do that and take money from us. Because
Okay, again,
whenever they
so
come
you
in here,
believe some people who don't own property have the right to restrict other people from accessing that property.
Yes, until we get this one injustice squared away, which is you've been doing this to us all this time. Stop bringing in people so that you can leech off of our work and off of our tax money. Yes.
I just fundamentally, hold on. I fundamentally disagree because, in the end of the day, no one who doesn't own something has the right to withhold that thing from another person to homestead it. That would be forestalling, which would be a rights violation.
For
I don't care. I don't care. That still doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it okay.
Let's apply the same template of reasoning to other subjects and see how it sounds. So, as long as I am forced through taxation to fund the hospitals and the EMT services, we can't just let people do drugs. As long as...
Nope, not the same thing. No, here, let me actually give you a real analogy. So let's say I have a household of
We'll make that
people.
same argument.
We have
but
mom and dad, and we have 6 kids, right? And out of those 6 kids, all 6 of them are being subject to me and my wife's law. And now all of a sudden, a couple more kids come in. They just came in here. We didn't invite them. They just came in here and we started feeding them. All of the conditions of these kids' needs are literally made by me, except for the 2 that have come in, and I'm feeding them. And I'm actually feeding them these 6 kids' food. Don't you see the problem?
Well, you don't have to remove them. You just stop feeding them. Give your own kids food. What are you doing? Why are you feeding these strangers over?
I say, this is the moral way to go about it. Take those 2 kids, throw them up in the air, punt them as far away from your fucking home as possible, and go back to actually feeding your kids.
This is a weird. Why would you? Why does their presence mean that you can just tell them, hey, I'm not feeding you. I'm feeding my kids.
I can grab them by the hair of their head and throw them away from my home. That's what I can.
We have the system in the United States where states get to govern themselves and how they see fit. And
does that happen whenever we have hundreds of thousands of people coming in through the borders?
I'm saying that we have differing preferences. Differing states have differing preferences. Some people say, let me finish.
Hold on, Garrett, let him finish.
Some people say, I'm welcoming this person here. You're saying, I'm not welcoming this person here. But, I'm welcoming them. We also don't, you can't impede my right to associate with these people. You can choose not to associate with these people, but the problem is, of course, premises around the fact that there are political boundaries in which the state has a sole monopoly over saying who gets to come and go when we differ. And it's better at the local level. Problem is that stems down to
hold on, let him finish.
That there is,
he's just been going.
There are political boundaries.
You've been going on as well. Let him finish. Go ahead.
My point is that there is an entity that we both disagree upon, stating that it gets to say who can come and go. But
and how long
the thing is they're meeting different demands.
Again, bro, you're missing my point. How long has the state been deciding for us? Not for
since
people
like
in
1940s.
Hold on, let Norlis finish.
Oops. Not people in Mexico, not people in Ukraine, not people in Israel. How long has this state been deciding for us who can come and go?
For a long time.
Since the war powers of the 1940s and World War II. It's before then it was very widely open. No, it was much
literally
way more open
almost 300 years. It's been almost 300 years.
It was more so having a point of entry saying this, I'm declaring myself, I'm coming to move here. This is and mostly making sure that people weren't bringing in communicable diseases.
That's all it was?
Beyond that, they didn't really care otherwise.
I think we're getting a little bit in the weeds.
Did people come from?
Personally, I think this conversation is extremely simple.
No, it's not. He's just already wrong. So
no, I think this conversation is extremely simple. But sorry, I just want to say one small thing.
They just letting anyone into America, or
I think this conversation is extremely simple because, in the end of the day, it's whether or not you believe that whether or not forestalling is a rights violation. Do you believe that forestalling is a rights violation, Nihilist?
No, I don't. That's a principled take, though. You're missing what I'm saying.
Well, do you not agree that the state is forestalling unhomesteaded land?
I think it is. Yes, it's evil.
Okay, so is that a rights violation?
Yes, but you're not understanding.
Okay, so then we should be, so as libertarians, stop. So as libertarians, we should all be against forestalling, correct?
Yes, but
okay, so then there we go. Debate is over. We all support open borders.
No, it's not the end of the debate.
Yeah, that is the end of the debate.
No, it is not. No, it is not the end of the debate. Because what does history actually tell us? What
I don't care.
Actually tells Oh, you don't care, yeah. So then that's the end of the debate.
Yeah, all I care about is whether or not there's a rights violation going on. The state is forestalling unhomesteaded property, which would mean, and you agree with me on this, which would mean that they're violating the property rights of the individuals who are trying to homestead that property, correct? So therefore, you believe that in open borders. End of discussion.
No, because they are predominantly violating the rights, the property rights of the individuals within the country that they are enclosing.
Yeah, and they're also violating the property rights of the people whom they're forestalling to get the property that's in which they're forestalling. Yeah, so that means that you support open borders. Dude. Thank you. I appreciate that you we're all in agreement. We all support open borders.
Why do you have more of a claim to this political boundaries than these other people? Either all individuals have equal rights or they do not, and you believe based upon because you were born in some geographic boundary that you have more claim to quote this property, these political boundaries than other people.
Yeah, like if you create the conditions of my need, I have more claim to you than what other people who have.
You don't have a claim to unhomesteaded land.
So I didn't get to finish there. So.
But that's the argument that we're talking about.
So, no, it's not, dude. It's not the argument that I'm talking about. I don't give a shit about what your argument. I already understand what your argument is, and I told you that I already agree with it. That's not what I'm.
Okay, so then end of discussion. We agree with we support open borders.
This is what
we all support open borders. There's nothing else to say.
Yeah, you're right. On principle, there's nothing else to say.
Okay.
Turns out, there's this whole other side of things, which is called the descriptive side of things.
Yeah, but you already don't care. You agree that you don't care about that because you don't support what is descriptively going on.
Certainly do.
So you do support what's descriptively going on. You do support the state forestalling property. So do you support the state forestalling property?
No.
Okay, so then you don't care about the descriptive claim. Because if you did... No, you don't, because if you did, then the descriptive claim... If you did, I'm going to explain why. If you did,
You're not.
then the descriptive...
You're just going to keep interrupting me, and I bet I'll get silenced by you tonight.
I'm not silencing you.
I'm
not silencing you. I'm giving you an explanation. Yeah, well, that was before.
You need to shut up. I was already in the middle of giving it an explanation, and you thought, actually, what I'll do is oopsie this motherfucker and interrupt him to the point where he can't give his explanation at all. You've done this 1,000 times. Most people that have interacted with me on this bullshit fucking website have done this to me 1,000 times.
I know. Are you okay? Enough of the tone policing. Let's get to the point. So the point is that you don't really care about the descriptive claim because you don't actually support the descriptive claim.
I'm not talking about a descriptive claim. I'm talking about talking descriptively.
Okay, do you support the descriptive claim? Yes or no? Do you support what is descriptively going on? Yes or no?
Daddy will never stop being interrupted, will he?
I mean, are you going to answer the question? It's a simple question.
Did we ever answer my question?
Yeah, I've answered your question many times.
Which was my question? Do you remember?
All right, I'm going to answer your question. I'll answer any of your questions as soon as you answer mine. The question is... What was my question? All right, how about you restate your question? I'll answer it, but then you got to answer my question.
What was it, bro? What was my question?
You could restate the question, and then once I'm done answering it, you got to answer my question. How about that?
I never actually had a question. I was trying to tell you something.
Okay, well then I'm going to ask you my question, which is, Do you care about this? Do you support what is descriptively going on? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then you don't care about what's going on descriptively because you don't support it.
That's not the case. No, I do in fact care about what is going on descriptively. That doesn't mean I support what is going on descriptively.
Okay, well, you may care, but in the sense that you don't support it, so therefore it doesn't
Wait,
make a
did that
difference
answer
to your
your
morals.
question?
No, well,
Wait a
I mean,
second,
hold on.
wait,
Yeah, it did, and
did
I have a
that answer your
follow-up.
question?
Yeah, I have a follow-up. So
No, I've got a follow-up
Okay,
question.
then what's your follow-up?
Okay, so do you understand that whenever I say something is morally the case, I'm not talking about what is descriptively the case?
I understand that. I know. I've
Okay.
understood that. I've
Now
always
ask
understood
me
that.
your follow. Okay, cool. Now
Yeah.
ask
So,
me your
but you don't
follow-up question.
support what is descriptively going on, of course.
That is correct. Now
So
I'm gonna
what
follow
is
up with another
descriptively is
question.
going on does not
No,
matter.
I answered your question. No, I answered your question. So now this is how this is actually supposed to roll. So you ask me a question, I answer your
Go
question.
ahead.
I ask you a question, you answer that
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
So you understand that whenever I'm talking about what is descriptively the case,
Yes.
that I'm simply just talking about that.
Yeah, but you don't care about what's descriptively going on because you don't support it, correct?
Is that what I said?
I'm asking you.
Okay, and I'm answering now. I, of course, do care about what is descriptively the case.
In the sense that if what descriptively is the case is not going to change your morals.
No, yeah, like what's descriptively the case is not going to change my morals.
Okay, so then what is descriptive doesn't really change how we view the situation, correct? Or at least it shouldn't.
Yeah, not on the purely descriptive, right?
Okay,
But
so then
let's
you
say-
are in agreement with me. You support open borders.
like I said, on principle, 100,000%.
Okay,
That's
so the
not the
end of
problem.
discussion. There's nothing else to talk about. We all support open
There is
borders.
so much
Who
more
here
to talk
doesn't?
about.
Who here doesn't support open borders?
I don't think any of us don't, dude. But that's,
Okay.
I think we're
That's
trying
the
to
whole.
get into it.
I understand that, but that's the only claim that I'm making here is that none of us actually don't support
have
open
the
borders.
morals covered. That's not the issue.
Okay. So all right.
Okay, do you get that?
I made my point. Go ahead.
Yes, and your point is something that me and most everybody here already agree on. Here's
Well,
the
earlier
issue.
you were trying to make the claim that you did not support open borders.
No, I don't. No, I was trying to make the claim that I don't support open borders under the context of this descriptive case, which is to say that this group of people
Okay, so-
has enclosed.
Yeah, so this
God
descript-
damn it, shut up.
Okay, go ahead.
This group of people in, I was about to say Hollywood, in DC controls this entire continental section, right? They say these are your property rights. This is what you can be expected to live under. Now, all of a sudden, other people come in.
Mm-hmm.
We're not just talking about our moral standards anymore. We're talking about our moral standards being literally subjugated to what DC says. And then other people coming in and subverting those standards. And it's like, wait a second, we need to fix that problem before we get back to the actual problem of just the basic moral standards that we all agree on, which is open borders. That's fine.
Okay, so what is descriptively going on is changing your morals. And what is descriptively going on, you're saying that in this descriptive situation in which Hollywood controls basically everything that you just said, based on this description, you do not support open borders.
Yeah, under this particular context, I do not support open borders because I'm not being subject to the... Wait! Because
This completely contradicts what you just said.
Wait! No, it does not, because you're not listening to me, dude. Under this context specifically, me and my people are not being subject to open borders morals. We're being subject to the state's morals. Do you understand?
Yeah,
That's
so
okay.
what you just said completely contradicts what you just said earlier, because earlier
Not at all.
yes, it does, because earlier you told me that it doesn't matter the description of the situation, it's not going to change your morals. But now you're telling me based on this description, you are changing your morals. So that does completely contradict what you said earlier.
It doesn't, because again, I can try to follow this up with you, dude. If other people are subjecting me to their morals and my ethical code is not allowed to come to fruition, then anybody interacting with that morality, like let's say I hide you in a basement, right? And you have this morality of just free roam, right? but I've hided you in this basement, and then 5 people show up, and I'm feeding them and allowing them to come to and fro. Do you understand that, like, your basic moral idea of coming to and fro doesn't really apply anymore?
So based on this description, you're changing your morals.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that my morals are not your morals, and we are not going to be exchanging on those terms.
So basically, based on this description, you're changing your morals. You're not going to support the non-aggression principle.
So that's kind of what I was about to ask.
That's exactly right. I will not support the non-aggression principle in any circumstance where the non-aggression principle is not being respected out of me.
All right, I'm going to hand this off to Taxation, but Taxation, you do see where I'm coming from, correct?
Well, yes, very much. Well, that's kind of where I was about to go. Camel, you were saying a minute ago, essentially, that you support open borders, but not under these circumstances. So to me, how that sounds is, I do not support aggression against innocent people. However, if there is this other aggression against innocent people taking place, then I do support aggression against innocent people.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Wait, I can clear this up super simply. Closed border libertarians believe in self-defense. That's it.
Yeah, but self-defense is protecting your property. You can't forestall other people from unowned property.
Again, you guys aren't actually hearing what I'm saying to you at all. So let's go back over my analogy. Let's say I have you in a basement, right? And you have in your mind these principles of libertarian, right? Yeah, that's exactly right. I violate your rights, which is to say the NAP, and then while you're down in my basement, I have all kinds of people come into the basement and I feed them food that I could be giving to you. I pat them on the back, have a good time with them, and I let them roam free between us.
Sure.
Okay. Are you caring about whether or not we have a free society here?
Yes.
It would be it would be an additional bad if you were to lock up those people as well, if you were to chain them to your basement too.
True, but would it be bad of the person that's in the basement to expel those people?
If those people had a right to be there, if it's, I guess, not the basement owner.
Right. Where does that right come from? This is that shit that you guys... Look, dude, this is why Ancaps aren't taken seriously, man. No shit. Like, you're demonstrating it right now. What right? What are you talking about? The guy in the basement has all of his rights that you would regard as rights being violated, being down there. And all of the people that the guy who is violating this right, all of those people he's inviting down into the basement to hang out with him and eat his food and all that shit. And then he's letting them experience those rights that you're talking about, like right to freedom of movement and stuff. He's letting them experience that, but he's not letting you experience that.
Right, but they're irrelevant. Those people are irrelevant to me. An act of aggression is being against me.
Yeah, but the guy who's not allowing me to do that is not irrelevant to you. Or to me, in the case of me being in the basement. The guy who's putting me in the basement, or the guy who's putting you in the basement, is not irrelevant to you.
Yes, the state should be abolished.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and all those people being invited in by the state to come hang out here and leech off of us.
Yeah, they're not a problem.
They're net taxpayers, but whatever.
They're not a problem because you don't have a right to forestall property that isn't owned by you.
They're net taxpayers.
It's not about them being taxpayers. It's about the fact that you have the right. You don't have the right to forestall property that doesn't belong to you. Fun. That's all. This is all. This is. It's very plain and simple. Unless you don't believe in forestalling.
Oh, what I'm getting is
you want to pass the baton?
You guys voted for Kamala.
We didn't vote. I didn't vote personally.
Commies. All right, King said this. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about this.
Go ahead.
So we've had like instances of this before where we have, I would say, slight disagreements about how this works.
Yeah.
But I would consider myself an unprincipled libertarianism. And that's because I believe in the practical use of the NAP, not the moral use. Hey, it's Divinity.
Divinity. Hey. All right, go ahead.
We're
You
going
have
home
me
on
to
Bromo
thank
for you,
that,
Divinity.
by the way,
apparently.
just throwing that out there. You have me to thank for that.
We totally weren't talking shit about you earlier.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Well, Camel Toe's in love with you, but that's another conversation. Anyway, so
It's
the thing
not
I was
my
trying to
fault
say is,
you're gay.
yeah, okay.
All right,
Anyway,
go ahead.
So, okay, what was I saying? Right. Okay. So, basically, this is why I'm an unprincipled libertarian, because I believe in the practical uses of the NAP. The thing about the United States is that when we have immigrants coming into the country via open borders, you are creating a sort of supreme or like a minority supremacy class, in the same way that we have DEI and affirmative action, where certain people are allowed welfare over other people. Say hard workers don't get welfare, they get taxed higher, things like this. So the game is made more unfair for those people who are doing things the right way. And so us as anarchists,
After my own heart.
Hold on, he's asking me a
Exactly.
question. Just let him finish, and then let me answer.
So, yeah,
Go ahead.
and so us as anarchists, we believe in the complete reformation of the entirety of the United States as a nation. We believe that we should have voluntarism. We believe in abolishing the state. But the thing is, we need to handle these issues one step at a time. And the first step must be what? We need one step at a time. You don't believe in that?
Wait,
There's a hierarchy of-
wait.
Why
Stop
not all of it?
Hold on. Stop
I'll
interrupting.
Take whatever I can get.
Stop interrupting Kai, please. Go ahead.
No. Okay, let me rephrase that. It's not one step at a time. There is a hierarchy of importance of things that we need to abolish. I believe you would all agree with this.
Sure.
So there's
Absolutely
some
not.
things that are much more dangerous to capitalism, and some things that are much less dangerous to capitalism. One thing that's more dangerous to capitalism is the idea of like, well, I would say the central banks is probably one of the strongest or most destructive forces against our nation. And because of decentralized banks, they can print as much money as they want, they can unload the debt onto the taxpayers, and they can raise inflation rates to sky high and make us suffer and put us into recessions. And what they can keep on doing is they can bring in immigrants, millions and millions of immigrants, to vote Democrat, and then therefore increase the
happening?
welfare state as it is happening, as you all have eyes and brains and you can see this is happening. So we have this perpetual
Stop
cycle
interrupting.
of-
Stop interrupting. Next person who interrupts gets muted. But keep Kai, I am going to ask you to wrap it up. Go.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm just saying is that if we let them wield the power, if we don't try to take back the power, they're just going to create this perpetual cycle of more welfare and more democracy, and we're never going to be able, if we don't close the borders, essentially we're just going to fuck ourselves.
Okay, so I believe
Well,
that
Trump
Well,
won,
I actually
so-
allow me to respond to that real quick. I have a very quick and easy response to that. Us libertarian anarcho-capitalists, ideally, we're supposed to believe very strongly in the non-aggression principle, which means that one does not have the right to initiate force against any innocent person under any circumstance. So that would also mean individuals who are trying to go and homestead unhomesteaded property. That would, and because the state is not the just owner of the property, which all us libertarians are supposed to believe, that would mean the state would not, under any circumstance, have the right to forestall that property from any other person. Plain and simple. That's, I mean, us libertarians are supposed to, all us libertarians are supposed to believe in the non-aggression principle. I'm not sure why we're trying to make consequentialist arguments or utilitarian arguments here. At the end of the day, as far as I see, it's a very simple issue. The state does not have the right to forestall on homesteaded property.
Does the government owe the people tax? Wait, I just want to talk to Sithis a little more. Does the government owe the taxpayers restitution for all the taxes they stole?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where did that money come from? How? Yeah.
Not mean
How are they going to get the taxes?
They would have to give it back the money. Give back the money that was.
Where's that money going to come from?
Wait, guys, stop.
They already spent it. It's gone.
Guys, yeah. So they
do
spend.
You guys want to know the
and
answer, or do you guys just want to hear yourself talk?
Okay, they have to give back the money. Go ahead.
Yeah.
How?
So let.
Okay, whatever.
Money?
No, I'll just shut up until let me know when I can speak.
You answer.
No, let me know when I can speak, guys. Just go ahead. Let it all out.
Hey, you can speak now.
No,
All right.
self-ownership. You
So,
could speak.
in the end of the day, in the end of the day, the state is not the just owner of the property. And any property that was stolen from another consenting party must be returned to them. Now, how we do that? I mean, obviously, I don't know. It's a very complicated question. Ideally, I would hope we could do that without violating the consent of innocent people. But fundamentally, that money belongs to the person whom it was stolen from, which is the taxpayer.
That's
What
fine.
money?
That's fine.
So,
imagine
Sithis,
that-
this is-
Wait,
Was
wait,
not
real
fine.
quick, guys. Wait, guys. Chill out. We got this. We can do this. I think we can do this together. But so this migrant, right? He comes up on my yard and he starts shitting in my yard.
Oh, you're just changing the topic.
No, I'm not. Not at all. Because
Let it-
Where's the money going to come from to pay people, journalist?
the money.
Because if you're
is
not
gonna- it's
answering that,
literally-
you're literally changing the topic.
No. So the money is actually going to come from us who actually work in the economy that's being literally extrapolated from by the state.
But isn't us the
Maybe
people who pay the taxes? Aren't we the ones who are owed money from the state? So how could you're saying we pay ourselves back? That sounds pretty stupid. Does anyone else have an answer?
we pay ourselves.
I have an
back.
answer, but I'm waiting until I'm allowed to speak.
Oh, you were
Yeah.
speaking and then you stopped.
Well, but you guys asked me a question again, and then he kind of jumped back and said some shit, so that I felt like added literally zero to the conversation.
Genius
So
kinda shit.
how you would return it? Obviously, if the money is already spent, if there's nothing to give back, well, then obviously, like you're pretty much shit out of luck. Now, whether or not that changes the fact that there's a rights violation,
Bingo.
whether or not
That's
that changes the fact that there's a rights violation going on. That doesn't change that fact at all. There's still a rights violation. So for instance, if I steal $5 from you, and I go and spend that $5, and I no longer have $5 to give you back, that doesn't change the fact that you violated that person's rights. So
And then
obviously,
you give $5 to some rando, right? That's kind
Wait. Can I respond to Sithis? Let me respond to Sithis. Sithis, say I steal $10,000 from you, and then I go and I buy a car, and then I said, oh, sorry, I spent the money, I don't have it anymore, so I can't pay you back.
no, that's assuming that you have. That's assuming that you have nothing to give. You would have in that hypothetical, you would have the car to give.
In that situation, do I have to give you my car?
Yes, you would, because you would have to give me something in it. Either you would have to give me like anything that you own that would value up to what you stole from me.
Okay, so Sithis, what if I told you that the government actually has the money they stole from the people?
And
assets?
if they do, then they have to return it. Then they must return it.
Okay, so what if I told you that the assets of the money they stole, which they printed all this money, they bought a bunch of shit, they have a ton of assets.
Giving to the
What if I told you they could sell these assets, amass a large amount of money, and then pay via restitution back to the taxpayers from which they stole it from?
Are they the owners? Are they the owner?
to the
Hold on.
immigrant.
Did he ask? If I'm not mistaken, he asked me a question, guys. So
Shut up.
All right, Nerlist, I'm gonna server mute you if you do that again. So
Okay, I won't do it again, I promise.
we want to stay away from the name calling. We want to be respectful here. All right. So in the end of the day, no, you're good. In the end of the day, this is the state the property owner of what they are selling?
They are holding it, but they're not rightfully the owner.
Yeah. So then the only person whom they would have to return that thing to is the person whom they originally stole it from. So,
right. So, for example, if they owned like public parks and like the borders, would you say that they would have to sell those and give the money back to the people?
How it would work, because they wouldn't have the right to sell it because it's not their property. Only a person who has the ownership of a property would have the right to sell it. They would either have to give it back to the person whom they stole it from, or it would be returned to the commons. In that case, the first person who homestead it would be the property owner.
Which would we
Wait, but essentially you are saying that they're getting away with it, right? Because if they buy the assets, you're saying that they don't have to resell the assets, retake back the money, and then give that back to the people they stole it from.
Well, you can't give something back to somebody if that thing is no longer there. If you know what I mean? Like, you could use money to buy land.
The land is there.
The land, yes, is there, but that land doesn't become yours because somebody stole your money and bought it. So, for instance, if I stole your money and I bought a car with that money, does that make that car mine? No. What is mine is the money that was stolen from me.
So this what do you think that ought implies can?
Oh
No, obviously not.
You don't think ought implies can?
Well, no, anyone can do something that I think someone ought not do.
No. Sorry. Do you think that ought implies can? Not can implies ought. Like, do you think that if it's the case someone ought do something, it's true that they could do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that the state ought, somehow recompensate the people it stole from?
It should give back whatever they stole. Yeah, if so long as they have it in their possession and they're able to give it back.
But you just granted that they can't do that, right?
Well, in some situations, no, because if the thing is already spent or this thing is no longer there, you can't give something back that is
Right,
no
so it
longer
would
there.
follow-
Yeah.
So it would follow. It would follow from it being impossible that it ought not be done.
No. Well, in that situation, there's nothing you can do. But in a situation in which there is money that could be returned to that person, I believe it should be done.
Right. So
Well, wait a
you're
minute.
saying that in the case of the state, right? There are cases in which the people ought not be recompensated.
Not in the sense. Well, I believe they should, but how you do it is a different story.
You can't believe they should because it's impossible. You can't do it.
It depends on whether or not it's possible or not.
So in the cases in which it is impossible, you would accept that the state ought not recompensate you.
I'm not saying that they ought not. Well, in the sense that there is nothing to recompensate them with.
In the sense that there is not a true proposition that they ought do it.
I believe that they ought do it, but there's nothing. If there's nothing to do,
can't.
then it's impossible.
They can't. No, it's not just that it's impossible. It's that if it's impossible, it is not the case that they ought do it because ought implies can.
Sithis.
Huh.
So let's say the state steals
I'm not sure-
$18 billion. The government steals $18 billion from you and me.
Yeah.
And then they use that to buy a fighter jet.
Yeah.
Now, a fighter jet is not readily divisible. They can't give me and you the fighter jet.
Yeah.
However, if they were to sell the fighter jet for $18 billion, then they could pay back you and me proportionally to what was taken from each of us. That's purely a practical argument. I understand the ethical argument of, well, they're not the just owner of the fighter jet, so in what position could they be to sell it?
Yeah, I would say that the state is not really selling that property. It would be you choosing to sell that property to get what you want, because you're not that property would be yours. It's
the
not
problem
the
is that if me and you are the owners of the fighter jet, I want to sell it, you want to keep it or something. The whole point of property rights is that people.
I can't hear what you're saying, bro.
The fighter jet is a scarce resource.
I can't hear what you're saying.
You're roboting, bro.
Is it better now?
No, you
No.
still sound like R2.
Fuck.
But he's basically saying another claim, point would be that. What about if the fact that the people no longer basically, the property was taken hundreds of years ago, and how are you going to delineate to the next of kin, say that they're
Again,
people
I could give you all I can tell you is that how we do it. I mean, I can't always give you the answer for that. Now, what we should do, now that I could give you the answer. I think if if there is property that is stolen from another person and it can be given back to them, then you ought to give it back to them.
So Sithis,
in the case
this is actually our core. This is our core argument for closed borders. The core argument is that land that has been stolen from us through collective means, which we do not currently own but are owed due to restitution, that land is being given to immigrants via welfare and like forestalling. And so, hold on. Let me finish my point. And so, the point here is that they can sell that land or they can sell that land to like billionaires and millionaires who would use that, for shopping malls and all this bullshit. And then they can give that money back to us via restitution. They have tax records dating hundreds of years back, probably. So they owe us that money and they have the capacity to do it. But the other option, which is open borders, is that our restitution just disintegrates into the air because they can give it to someone else, and then suddenly that restitution is impossible.
I'm
Thank
not
you,
talking
Kyle.
about. I'm not
land?
talking about land that
Thank
was.
you.
Okay, I'm not talking about land that was taken from somebody and then given to another person. Obviously,
We
that
are,
land.
though.
At that, obviously, that land. I agree with you that that land would belong to the person whom it was stolen from.
Yeah, it's
But what
called
I'm talking.
America.
Don't
Literally.
interrupt. Stop interrupting, man, because I didn't interrupt you. So the argument that I'm making is unowned property. The state, the quote unquote state owned property that isn't owned, that was not homesteaded but was claimed by them. They would not have the right to forestall that property from other individuals. Already owned property that was stolen from another person would belong to the person whom it belongs to in the first place and whom it was stolen from.
But Sithis, everything that the government touches is technically the people's because they use tax dollars in order to fund themselves
I
to
disagree.
touch those things.
No, I disagree. It doesn't become the people's.
no.
It only belongs to the person whom it was stolen from.
It wasn't
What
stolen
was-
from
what
a
is
person.
the
It was an
land?
asset. It was
Somebody-
an asset that was like bought with stolen money, right? Like it's not literally a person's, right? Like that's the point. You can't trace the asset to a person if the asset wasn't taken. The asset was bought
Again,
with taken money.
how we figure out whose property goes to whose and this and this and that, I can't give you a straight answer for. All I could tell you is that if there is property that was stolen from another person and you could retrieve it and give it back to them, then that property belongs to that person of whom it was stolen from. Plain and simple.
I heard a minute ago somebody said land. What land? What is the land in question?
Public parks, public buildings, anything that the government owns.
Okay, so you mean the fire station, the road itself, the fucking, the city hall or something.
Yeah.
Basically interchangeable tanks and, fire trucks and stuff like that. Developments that were
R2 again. Sorry.
Still R2?
Still R2.
Yes.
Fuck.
Maybe leave and join back. I don't know.
Try disconnecting my Wi-Fi. Is this any better?
Yeah, that'll probably be
yeah.
better. That sounds much better.
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
Maybe you're in a part of your house where it is not very good internet, But continue. Go back to where you first started.
Okay, where I first started, I was inquiring about what land is in question, but that was cleared up. That the land in question, it's not land in general so much as developments. We're talking about a fire station, a military base, just as we would say a tank or a fire truck or something like that. How exactly is Pablo, moving into an apartment in fucking San Francisco? How is he preventing you getting recompense with that, that tank or that fire truck?
Because when 10 million Pablos homestead on anything considered public, for example, public parks or anything like this, then we're losing that restitution that's owed to us.
Well, now wait
It
a
doesn't
minute,
happen, but okay.
Pablo is not moving to the military base. I mean, unless he's in the military. Pablo is not, setting up shop in a city hall somewhere or in the
He's
fire
just killing
station.
a 16-year-old
Oh,
girl.
I'm sorry. Hold on. It's welfare. That's my big problem. It's welfare.
The
Yeah, so don't give him welfare.
individually, not the federal government gives that out. Sorry to interrupt, but
That's not his art. Okay, like the point he's
I
making.
know.
is
Just
this.
for clarification, because people are arguing a federal issue at the federal level. When
I don't think it makes a difference.
It does.
No,
Because
it doesn't.
I mean,
Yeah, here's
principally to us, no, it does not. But at application, it does.
I mean, yeah, the difference is this, right? So, like the way in which, is it Kai? I'll say Kai. The way in which Kai's approaching it, he's saying, look, like if we're gonna have this ideal society, then we have to take these steps to achieve said ideal society. And one of those steps that you have to take if you're going to, peacefully reform the government, whatever, is you have to do these like border restrictions. That way, people can't vote in welfare. Because the idea is like, if you don't, if you have these people that come and vote, they vote for welfare. You're never gonna like deregulate, de-expand the state, right? You're never gonna deflate the state. That's the argument he's making. And then the argument, Sithiki's making is like, well, it's, there's this moral principle that we always have to follow by, right? I mean, so the difference is like, I mean, Kai said the problem is he doesn't have a moral principle he's really using, right? It's this like mix of like, well, I want a government to be like this. Well, it's like, why? Well, presumably there's like a moral ideal, and the moral ideal you want somehow contradicts, the whatever your means are. Anyway, the debate is whether or not what his principles are. So I mean, you need to get him to define his principles.
Divinity. This is literally what was told.
I support
to
the
him at
NAP.
beginning of this guy. That's what was literally told to him at the beginning of this. Is that on a moral principle level, none of us disagree with the idea of open borders. The problem is the context in which open borders is being applied right now.
Yeah, of course. So
and in the case of the American situation, we have a state that is surrounding this kind of continent, right? And saying, well, okay, we actually own all of your property, and we're going to tax you on all of your property, and that taxation is going to go into all the things that we want to do as a society. And then all of a sudden, millions of people come across the border, and they're like, "Yeah, cool, welfare for you, right? We'll get you some tents in New York."
We could just abolish welfare, right?
But that's not the point. No, not really. But the point is this: having a moral principle does not give you answers to the philosophy of law, right? And the kind of principles which govern your actual, action, right? So I mean, like the point is you can't just like be like, I mean, you're in essence virtue signaling. You're like NAP, NAP, NAP. It's like that doesn't wagging your finger and saying NAP does not tell you how to achieve a free society, right?
I think the NAP is how we achieve a free society. You can't be free if other people are aggressing against you.
It's an ideal. It's not a plan.
I think and if people are aggressing against you, how can you be free? You're not free if people are aggressing against you.
If Agamemnon brings 40,000 Greeks upon your doorstep, you are not going to be thinking about the NAP.
I am absolutely. I'm gonna be like, these guys are aggressing against me, bro. I'm not supporting that.
Yeah, you're gonna be thinking about how I can kill every last one.
I don't think this. I mean, you could call it a virtue signal or whatever you want, but in the end of the day,
it is. I mean, there's no.
That's fine. I don't care. In the end of the day, fundamentally, I believe in the non-aggression principle. I don't want people to violate my property rights under any way. And ideally, we're supposed to support that.
I do too, and my philosophy is 10,000 times more sophisticated than yours.
Yeah.
I do too, bro.
I know you. Okay, that's not adding anything to the conversation.
The point is this, right? So if we agree with the principle that ought implies can, right? You can't wag your finger and say NAP, NAP, NAP. I want an anarcho-capitalist society. If you can't give norms that actually make it possible, right? So like, given what you just said, like if you want to take this approach where you're non-violent and you just democratically somehow fucking create a state, which is going to be, you democratically create a state such that you just deregulate it over and over and over until you get Ancap, right?
We don't support a state.
That's not how it works.
Sorry, you don't deregulate and desize the state until it abolishes into anarchy?
No, what we support is abolishing the state outright. Honestly, personally, I just want to abolish the state.
But when you say abolish, presumably you mean by political means, like the state relinquishes its power and gets rid of all the shit, right?
No.
Yes.
No.
Well, get rid of the state.
Among anarchists. Yeah, look.
Get rid of the state. No more aggression. We need to get rid of aggression.
How do we? When you say we get rid of it, you mean like the government should like pass laws that like change itself such that it becomes more and more and more minimal?
No, I think it should abolish itself. It should get rid of itself. They're aggressive. It should get rid of itself. Throw itself out. Be like, we're no longer doing this. We're not going to aggress anymore.
Is it going to do that? Do you think?
Doesn't make a difference as maybe not, but that doesn't make a difference as to whether or not that's right. I just said I said it's not, but that doesn't change the fact.
It's not going to.
I understand it's not going to, but it doesn't make it. That doesn't change the fact that I still don't want it to.
No. Okay, see, there's the actual argument, right? You're talking about wants and desires. You're not talking about morality, because we've established that morality is about because ought implies can. And you have this like hope and dream that's not real, right? So it's not a code, it's not a guide to your action, it's just a dream. That's all it is.
It's a dream to expect to want people to not aggress against other people?
No, that's not what I said. It's a dream to not understand that ought implies can. When you just wag your finger and say, I want non-aggression, I want freedom, blah blah blah. Look,
I don't see there's an issue. I don't see any issue with that.
The issue is that it's not possible if you don't have principles that guide you there.
I believe in the non-aggression principle. What are you talking about?
What you're not tracking. I'm not telling you don't have an ideal. I understand you have an ideal. The problem is the ideal doesn't serve as a guide to achieve the ideal. That's the point. You need principles to govern the achievement of an ideal.
Okay, I've never said this is how. I'm telling you what I support. I mean, how we get there is, I mean, I don't know how we get there.
Divinity coming in with the chops.
But that doesn't
bro.
change
Yeah,
that. But that doesn't
exactly
change
right.
why. That doesn't change the fact that that doesn't change the
problem-
end goal.
The ignorance of your issue as to whether or not you can achieve, your ideal society in a certain way is not at all exemption from the fact you have to have a principle to govern how you achieve your society in the ideal
I do.
way,
It's called the
right?
non-aggression principle.
That's not a means to achieve a free society. That is an ideal for.
But that's like, hold on, but that's ridiculous because that's like saying, okay, I don't support slavery. Okay, well, how do you not support slavery? How do you plan on ending slavery? Well, it's just like, I don't know how we plan on ending slavery, but I'm not going to hold on, but I'm not going to support it. I don't need a means to figure out how we end slavery to support not ending slavery. I think that people should just, if I'm going to give you a means to stop, I mean,
Shit, dude.
Stop interrupting. Okay, next time you interrupt, you can't interrupt while other. He asked me a question, and I'm answering the question, but you cannot interrupt while I'm answering the question. Now, hold on. I'm gonna let you go. But I'm telling you, if he asks me a question and I'm answering it, you cannot interrupt me while I'm answering the question. Now go.
All right, I got you, bro.
Go.
I want you to know, man. I'm on your side about all of this.
No, I know, but we have to keep the civil, right? You know.
But, yeah, you're right about that, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I know. It's okay. I'm just letting you know. Go ahead.
All right. He's right about something. You can say that you can be anti-slavery, but being principally anti-slavery does not get you to non-slavery.
Okay,
Just
but
the same
I
way
understand that.
I can be. Okay, so you get that, right?
Yeah, I understand that. I'm well aware of that.
Okay, cool. I think that's really.
Well, then the implication is this: if you take being aware of that seriously, what it means is that when you advocate and you strive for a means to achieve your free society, right? You have to have principles that govern your method of achieving your ideal, right?
Well, ideally, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Ideally, I would hope to reduce the state with no aggression. Now, I don't have a 100% plan on how to do that, but I believe we should do that based on the non-aggression principle.
No, but that's the problem, right? Like, if I for example, if someone was like robbing a bank, right?
Yeah.
And I told them, "Hey, bro, just be rational right now," right? I have this ideal of rationality. Cool. Okay, what does it really mean to be rational in this context, in this specific instance, right? You have to have some kind of formulation, some contextualization of your big fundamental moral ideal to then apply to that situation and then say, oh, being rational in this context means, respecting their rights, such, right? If I'm talking about achieving a free society and we live in such a state like the United States, right? And we're saying, okay, I want to go from the United States to a free society. Cool. What does it mean to, achieve the ideal of a free society? What does it actually look like? What principles govern
reducing aggression?
Yeah, by what mean? That's a principle. That's a broad.
I feel like you've asked me this question. I'm going to give you the same answer, which is that I don't have a 100% plan on how to abolish the state. But I'm not going to. But again, the end goal is the same, which is to abolish the state.
Well, the point is this: if you do not have a principle governing your advocacy towards a free society, if you do not have a method to do that. If someone says, well, I actually think that in order to achieve a free society, we need to restrict immigration for a little bit, right? The idea is that it is, at least when you think about it, if you do not know the situation, you haven't thought it through, it is at least possible that if you do not restrict borders, then you will never achieve a free society, right? That's, it's possible. And so if that's possible, and you believe on implies can, and you believe we should have a free society, then you can't be an advocate of a free society and be an advocate of an open borders view.
I just disagree with what you're saying with the one part which is that you can't have a free society while having open borders. I think that having a free society requires having open borders because the state is not the property owner of the property.
Here's what you're not understanding. He's not saying that the ideal society has closed borders. He's saying that the society we exist in now and the society that we want as an ideal, there are intermediate stages that we have to go through on principle to achieve the ideal society. Yes. And in those intermediate stages, a closed border is proper.
No, I disagree. I disagree because I have an argument against it.
Let me give context to this.
Yeah, I have an agree. Hold on. So wait. Let me say something and then I'll let you go. Okay.
Study the specifics of this. What has happened within our recent election, let me give the clarity because they keep making this claim that because people from other countries are voting left.
Okay,
Hispanics overwhelmingly voted for Trump. So, hello, where's your claim coming from? Literally,
do you want to hear my claim, or do you want to? Hold on, let me.
I'm talking about the claim based upon saying that people are coming to our country and changing and voting for welfare. Like, there are some people that are doing that, but majority it's the white liberal women who are voting for this that work for the fucking state, and they're the ones who overwhelmingly go out and turn out and vote for said policies based upon voter turnout polling. This is actual, statistics that actually demonstrates these are the people who vote for these things. Generally, people who are coming to the U.S. do not want the same failed policies from the countries they just came from. Okay.
So let me respond real quick. So let me respond real quick to, if you don't mind as well, which is that in the end of the day, I think that allowing immigration in will then create a situation where it overflows the welfare system, thus creating a situation where the amount of money that is being distributed to each individual person through welfare becomes lower and lower until it becomes to a point where it's untenable to even have a welfare system, and slowly basically withering it away. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, but you understand that this kind of accelerationist view is just like empirically ridiculous. Like the state is not going to respond to an excess of immigrants. No, that's just not what's going to happen, right? The state's going to respond to an excess of immigrants welfare. Like they always do by expanding the state. Like I don't know why you think that's going to somehow decrease the size of the state by giving it more people and give money to.
Again, but I'm arguing from principle. I'm not arguing from practicality. I'm arguing.
That's a false dichotomy. That's a false. Principles are methods which allow you, in reality, to achieve your values. That's what they do.
But I don't believe. Okay, again, this is a disagreement, and it seems to me in policy. I don't believe that having open borders automatically means that it's going to be an expansion of the state. It depends on. I think it really just depends.
You just had to use it.
Well, if you're arguing, hold on, you guys are arguing that in allowing open borders, that will then people flood into the country, which then they will support more expansions of the state or whatever, or people are going to use them to support the expansion of the state. That I mean, even if that was true, I still wouldn't support it. But I don't agree that that's necessarily true. I think there are plenty of ways to have open immigration while also not having those issues.
Okay, let me give you like a really easy example to see the point being made. Okay, example is this: suppose that just stipulate for whatever reason. Okay, just understand the logic of it. So suppose that we live in the United States right now. Suppose that right now, right, we could have a violent revolution that would kill, or it would end as many state officials as we need to. But there would also be some innocent, cascading deaths, right? Suppose this was the only way in existence to achieve a free society. There's no other way, right? Now, hold on.
Sorry. Go ahead.
The point is this: we believe ought implies can. We already accepted that. If we believe that, and we believe that a free society is a moral ideal, then you have this route. You have this dilemma where you cannot justify a free society. You cannot advocate for it because advocating for what lead to a free society is against your NAP, right? But
if you create a scenario,
hold on, taxation. Allow him to finish what he's saying, and then you can go after me.
The point is this, right? That in situations like this, it's obvious that you need some kind of principle to govern the intermediate stages towards an ideal. So yes, this situation stipulates that the moral ideal and the standards of the moral ideal, if they were to be implemented in the current context, would not succeed towards achieving the moral ideal. Yes, I know that's true. That's stipulated in the example. It's something that exists in the world. So in cases like that, like how do you reconcile the problem of not being able to achieve a free society?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a contradiction to argue that we need to aggress against people in order to have a free society in which people don't aggress against people. If your solution entails aggressing against people, which would be forestalling property that isn't owned by them, by the state, and allowing them to continue to forestall that property, well, then I would argue you're from the outset you're heading in the wrong direction because you're basically allowing for aggression, which I can't support.
Is that a matter of? I'm sorry.
Here is
The
a
question
governing principle.
was.
Divinity, you keep asking for a governing principle regarding the abolition of the state, the implementation of a libertarian society. Here is such a governing principle that I think Sisyphus would second.
Sure.
The governing principle is to oppose, reject, and combat any and all violations of the non-aggression principle. That would include welfare. That would include all kinds of government expansions, and it would also include, deporting people and fucking, stopping people at the border, putting people in cages, fucking, everything associated with a closed border policy are violations of the non-aggression principle. And so the governing principle of oppose any and all violations of the non-aggression principle to move in the direction of a non-aggression principle society would preclude the advocacy of a closed border scenario. I also have to say that illustrating the scenario of like, what if hypothetically you need to have closed borders in order to move in the direction of a freer society, that sounds very much to me not that different from saying, what about the hypothetical scenario where in order to attain a free society, you have to like round up and execute every redheaded child.
That sound okay.
That's
So
not the world
sorry.
that we live in. It
Okay,
doesn't.
yes,
That
so the
doesn't
argument,
actually happen.
okay, so the first on to the first point. Sorry, it is not when you say the governing principle is to simply just adhere to the moral principle of the NAP, right? The problem is that if you do that, right, it's true in the world, right? It's possible in the world, at least at face value, that in following an ideal principle right now, you inadvertently, in the long term, make it impossible for such an ideal to exist. Okay? And that gets to your second point when you say, well, you're stipulating something crazy like killing all the redheads.
No,
I mean,
it's
that's
worse
just
than that. It's worse than that, Divinity. Look,
Yeah, go
I
for it.
actually started out this little diatribe that we've been on here for a little while with letting my dear friend Sithis know that his principle is something that I already agreed with. What he cannot contend with is the fact that my principle and his principle and any of these principles of like not gutting the redhead or not violating anybody doesn't really apply in the sense that you have a global situation where a group of people are applying to you that exact violation.
And
your
if you want
property
to,
rights are determined by me. Oopsie. Your property rights are determined by me. What you should pay in terms of property tax are determined by me. What taxation is and at what bracket level you exist in is determined by me. So when other people come in and say, oh, okay, here's the system that's happening here. And while we're being extracted from to concoct that system, these people are coming in and saying, hey, yeah, we're just going to come in here and leech off this system. That's that thing that he's not willing to contend with. The practical side of stuff. No, we've already got it covered in terms of principle. Yeah. All people should be allowed to move freely. That's not a problem. The problem is you have these entities out here saying the exact opposite and subjecting people like you and me to their auspices. Don't you see?
There does not exist a dichotomy between, on one hand, you have the option of implement closed border aggression, and on the other hand, let immigrants come and get on welfare and vote.
You sure? Hey, so tell me this. Am I
We
allowed
could just
to
abolish
leave?
welfare, right?
Am I allowed to leave America?
Yes.
Oh,
No.
really?
Yes and no. Not without
No,
paying like $3,000 or a certain
Yeah, the answer
portion
is
of your
no.
income. Not
Tell
not
me about
voluntarily.
leaving America. Is anybody here willing to do that? I bet I can do it better than any of you.
Hey, I
I've done
think
it a
there's a
few times.
contradiction with your guys' way of looking at it. In the end of the day, what you're saying is that we need to aggress against people in order to create a state in which we don't have no aggression.
No, but just
I
ask
would
the
never. I'm
question
never
and
gonna
you
support
didn't answer
aggressing
it.
against. Hold on, I wasn't finished.
Nope.
In
No,
the
you
end of
didn't
the,
answer my question.
so I'll let you speak when I'm finished speaking, and that's how it's gonna work. When I speak, you speak. That's how it's gonna work. You either agree to that or you can just leave. One is the other. Now,
Wow.
The argument that I'm making is that you're basically saying that we need to aggress against other people in order to create a system in which we get rid of aggression. But if you have to aggress against people, then you're contradicting the very principle in which you're trying to apply.
No, and here's why. The principle of the NAP applies in a given context in certain circumstances, right? So if I have this idea of non-aggression, right, that's assuming a state of nature. That's the idea. It assumes a state of nature in which there's no initiations of force. It's assuming a situation where all men are already by naturally free, just maintaining the natural order, whatever. If you exist in a context in which you are already under the initiation of force, just wagging the NAP is not applicable because it's taking the principle out of context.
So you're saying that it's okay to aggress in order to achieve a world of non-aggression?
I'm not making a claim on the specific policy, right? The point I'm making is that there are different principles that govern you in different contexts.
So is it okay to aggress?
You can't just, pardon? I'm not making a claim. I'm not making a claim about aggression. I'm not making anything like that. The point I'm making is that you tried to take down Kai's argument by saying NAP, 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 but that rejoinder is wrong because the NAP is contextual, and you're applying the NAP in a context in which it doesn't apply.
Do people who aggress against people support the non-aggression principle?
Why should they answer your question whenever you did not answer
Wait,
mine?
That doesn't make any sense. Like, if you say you support the non-aggression principle, and then you're saying we need to aggress in order to achieve that end, and I would say you don't really support that NAP. It doesn't matter the system. It doesn't matter the system. It doesn't matter the context.
Okay, see that? Okay, now that's just wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the context or the system. You don't have a right to aggress.
Answer my question, dude.
Wait. Let me try to talk to Sithis about this. Sithis, I don't actually think that. Well, first of all, not all violence is aggression. Aggression is a very specific type of violence. Aggression is the idea of harming someone against their will, or coercing something, or fraudulenting someone, something like that. So not all violence is technically aggression. That's a key distinction. Self-defense is allowed. And so the way I'm looking at this is that we, as people who are in the United States, are allowed to defend ourselves proportionally to the amount of harm that is being inflicted upon us. So a proportional
by using the state?
A proportional So exactly, the state is a form of violence.
Hold on, allow him to finish. Hold on.
Let me finish, bro. Okay?
No, I'm saying to let you finish. Go ahead.
No, you're good. That other guy who's talking.
Mm-hmm.
So what's his name? There was like this Ancap, and they had a debate about it, and it was like a whole Israel-Palestine debate. But the core of the issue, they brought it down to this hypothetical, which is that let's say you have a gun, okay, and then a terrorist is about to shoot you, but the terrorist is holding a hostage, okay? So you have a choice here. You can either die, you can be shot by the terrorist, or you can shoot through the hostage and kill the terrorist. So here's the dilemma.
You can shoot
either kill an innocent. You can kill an innocent person and the person who's about to kill you in self-defense to save you, or you can die and
you can
not
shoot the
commit
hostage.
Aggression.
And the reason why, and I can explain why, and the reason why is because you're not responsible for what so the person who's initiating the aggression is the person who's holding you and the other person hostage, correct? So they're the ones that are putting you in this situation. That person, the terrorist.
Which is the immigrant.
Hold on, stop interrupting. Next time you do that, I'm gonna seriously permanently mute you. All right. So the question is, the terrorist is the one that is putting both of them in that situation, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So that would mean that he is the one that is responsible for what happens to the other person.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So if he's putting you in a situation where he's about to kill you, and the only way to stop that aggression is to shoot through that person, you're not responsible for that shooting. Well, that bullet hitting that person. The person who is responsible is the person who's holding them hostage.
That is perfect. And so in this scenario, the closed borders guys, essentially the way we see this is we're the innocent victim with the gun. The terrorist is the state, and the immigrant is the hostage. So the immigrant is innocent, okay? And the state is holding both us and the immigrant hostage. We're both innocent. But the thing is, if the immigrant comes into the country, we will be further harmed. And so our proportional response to this would not to be to act. Stop.
Hold on, let
Our
him finish.
proportional response to this would not to be to attack the immigrant, but to close off their access to entering the country. So that's how we see this.
I'm not sure.
Them entering does not mean that you are further harmed.
Hold on.
That
hold
it's
on.
a false premise that you're further harmed by them entering.
Okay. I'm not sure I see the similarity here because okay, so the state is holding both people hostage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would mean that if there's okay, so if the state is holding, I'm not sure how this applies to an immigrant coming into the country because as far as I could tell, an immigrant is going into property that isn't owned by anyone.
Do you think the immigrant harms the American people when they enter?
It depends. It depends on how they enter and what they're doing when they enter.
Have you heard about like all the welfare and access they're getting from liberal cities, and then those liberal cities are getting government?
So we should
funded
abolish
money?
welfare. Yeah, so we should abolish.
I agree
welfare.
with you, but we're not going to be able to abolish welfare.
Not
Okay,
with that
you're gonna have
attitude.
an easier time. Obviously, it's best to abolish welfare. Obviously, it's best to abolish welfare, but even short of that, just requiring citizenship for welfare, that's very fucking easy relative to closing the borders or abolishing the welfare state. Just not letting the immigrants get welfare, very fucking easy. Between all the other
How about we just not let anyone get welfare?
Sure.
Yeah,
Bro,
yes, I do.
If we could do that, we would stop it. If we could have done
That-
that,
but
by
that's
now,
what we
we
should
would have
do.
stopped welfare.
That's
I
what we
agree
should
with
do.
you. That's the priority. That's more important than letting immigrants in. Abolishing welfare
Okay,
is
okay,
more
hold on,
important than open
Listen,
borders.
listen. I'm not saying you guys can't rank certain things as being, this is more important than the other thing. This is more important than the other thing. But I'm never gonna say I support closed borders because in the end of the day, like I could say, maybe let's abolish welfare first before we open the borders. If we, whatever, that's one thing. But I'm not gonna sit here and say I support closed borders. That's not me saying I support closed borders.
Nobody's asking you to. That's the
No,
thing.
but that's the whole debate, as far as I could tell.
No, it isn't. No, it's not the whole debate. So I've been trying to tell you this all night, damn it, and you keep cutting me off or muting me.
Well, hold on. I only muted you because you were interrupting
you just
the other
interrupted him
person.
again.
Yeah.
And now you're interrupting me.
I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, fuck yeah, finally. I might get some fucking time here. So no, that's
just go.
not what we're saying. So the principle of open borders is not what is in question. What is in question is what everybody is having to deal with while we have other principles in question. Like, I don't know, the ability to extract from me my labor to pay for your gay ass like state programs. It's like, okay, cool, dude, that's fine. But if you're gonna be bringing in people like by the millions, don't you think I should have a say about who comes into this little program of ours?
Oh,
A little bit like that.
Oh, I thought that was a question. The question is, do you have a say? The only thing you have a say to is the property in which you own. You have a right to tell other people not to go onto your property, but you don't have a right to forestall other individuals from going
Stealing my
into.
property is
If
what
they
I'm
are
saying.
stealing,
Like,
if they are stealing your property, then you would have the right to, take that property back or withhold them from taking your property. But you would not have the right to forestall them from property that is unowned.
Bingo, and that's what we're saying is that the state is coming in, stealing our property, telling us that we are part of this little paradigm that they want us to be a part of, and then they're inviting people to become a part of it, and then actually like extract our labor and stuff, this sort of thing. And we're saying no, go fuck yourself. Actually, eat shit and die, that sort of thing.
Yeah, assuming that you own the property, you're allowed to close border your own property as much as you want. But again, you're not allowed to forestall property that isn't owned by you.
Yeah, the property that we're talking about is our money that they're taking.
Yeah,
from
and
us.
I've made it very abundantly clear that any money that the state's stolen from you, if it can be returned to you, should be. I've made this
Yep,
very abundantly
okay.
clear.
And this includes all of the land that is associated with how they have stolen
Land too,
that
yeah.
property.
If
Yeah,
land is
yeah.
stolen from you by the state, it would return to the person whom it was stolen from. But again, I'm not talking about already owned land. I'm talking about unowned
It
land.
wouldn't go back. It wouldn't go back to the Mexican cartels, right?
I would hope not.
If you
Well,
you
yeah,
can sell it to
Situs,
them
this
if
is all we're saying.
you own
All we're trying to
land.
say is we want restitution before we open the borders. We just want the government to pay its debts to the people it stole from before we open the borders, and then you can do that. Because
So
otherwise,
then you guys aren't
the
against open
restitution,
borders.
Yeah, I want
the
those.
restitution will
you
never
just
be
want to be
paid.
like, let's
Holy
hold off on
fucking
it.
shit. Yeah, he's obviously not idealistically pro closed borders. That's the point.
Okay,
Yep.
so
Yeah,
then we
that's-
all
that
agree
is the
here.
point.
We're all in agreement here.
So he
we
agrees that
understood that.
pragmatically he's pro closed borders. That's his point.
So
Yeah,
then we
but
all
we
agree.
understood
I don't see the problem.
Yeah, on
Yeah,
principle.
open
we
borders is the end
always
goal.
all agreed.
Okay.
That's not the
So
problem.
then, okay, so then we're all in
never been the
agreement here. I don't see the issue.
Well, we've tried to tell you what the issue was, and you didn't want to see it.
I was listening this whole time. It seems that we agree.
You were an asshole, and you know it.
I'm not an. I mean, I am an asshole, but you know, what do you want me to do? That's just who I am.
Just slump into some corner and stop doing that.
All right, bro. Well, anyway, I think what should we call ourselves? Temporary closed borders?
I mean, not temporary
borders.
closed borders.
No.
I would just say the end goal is to abolish. Like, you guys are open borders, right? But the thing is, you have priorities. You think that we should get rid of this first, versus and then versus the other thing. Like,
in an ethical world,
Yeah,
yes,
debts come
we'd
first.
like-
and ideally without aggression.
yeah, that'd be great.
Non-aggression A.
Ideally.
Non-aggression A should not be contingent on non-aggression B. Aggression A doesn't justify aggression B. You can have an ordinal ranking of priority, of preference. For, getting rid of aggression A is more important to me than getting rid of aggression B. But that does not justify in itself aggression B.
We are allowed self-defense until we get our money back.
I mean, you're allowed to even without the money back. You're allowed self-defense.
Is there a
Closed
proper,
borders are not in any way self-defense. Initiating aggression against peaceful people who are simply trying to travel is not self-defense. Now, if you were to resist tax enforcement,
is there a logical?
if you were to
ordering-
resist tax enforcement, that would be self-defense.
Hold on, I think Divinity's asking. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Is there a logical ordering to the way in which restitution ought to take place? That was a yes or no.
As in a linear. It's a linear
Here's the
question.
point. Here's the point.
Who should
Action
get
is not.
compensated first, or how much?
But yeah, the point is this, right? Time is scarce. Resources are scarce. There are multiple violations. There are multiple aggressions, right? The question is which is there a correct answer to the order in which non-aggression or non-aggression needs to be achieved? Or another way to say it, is there a proper order to the way in which we should stop acts of aggression?
Whatever is the
ideally
worst
without
aggression.
aggression.
Sorry, I
mean,
know.
this
That's
is
not
kind
my
of a
question.
subjective assessment. I think it's kind of a subjective assessment to say what's worse aggression. But if I see over to my left, there is a guy who is shoplifting from a store, and then over to my right, there is a guy who is torturing a child with a blowtorch. My priority is going to be.
I'm not asking subjectively. I'm asking, is there a proper order?
No, because there's no quantification of aggression.
You don't think there's a standard for the aggression severity?
No, they don't.
It would seem to be arbitrary. I mean, look, if it's purely in terms of this person is having $5 stolen from them and that person is having $10 stolen from them, then you do have a clear ability to rank them. But if it's just something like this person's being punched and that person's being stolen $5 from, then it becomes impossible.
Is that subjective or is that objective? Is that arbitrary or is that according to some principle?
I would
Or
say it's
what, saying
subjective.
that
I would say it's a subjective personally because I
ranking
don't think there's an
the severity of
objective way
aggression.
to determine how much one person should be able to should give back to another person.
I mean, this is the bigger point, right? I mean,
Mhm.
the reason you're coming to these latter conclusions is because you guys are just lacking philosophical depth for your worldview. Like, I'm assuming that whatever reasoning you use in defense of the NAP is like really bad, and it's because of a lack of substantive depth and grounding that you can't answer questions like comparing the value between raping a child and stealing money.
Oh, I could tell. Obviously, there are certain aggressions that are worse than others in terms of the degree of damage that is being done. Huh?
Objectively.
Oh yeah, objectively, yeah, obviously.
Right,
But I would say now how we
Wait a minute.
determine
By
that, now
what
how we
metric?
determine the degree, like what should be paid to another person, is I would say is not always objective.
That's not,
It would
point is
seem
that
to
if
me
we-
to be arbitrary
It's arbitrary?
to say that. Yes, ranking severity of aggression. It is not a matter of something fungible being taken. This person's $5 being taken versus that person's $10, but it's a question of this person's being tortured with a blowtorch, and that person's having $10 taken from them. My emotional instinct, of course, is to say, well, obviously the blowtorch is worse. But if you're asking for an objective metric by which to quantify the severity of aggression, I don't see any rational way to handle that. It would seem to be arbitrary for me.
That's what I'm saying. The point is that you guys are lacking principles. That's the problem.
We believe in the non-aggression principle.
Yeah, that's
gonna
one
be-
principle. You lack
I'm gonna
more.
be honest, Divinity.
No,
you're-
but so then we do have a principle.
You're literally spanking these kids.
I mean,
Spanking.
like,
Wow, bro. Thanks for being a
didn't say-
cheerleader.
I didn't say you have no principles. I'm saying you lack principles.
Well, we believe in the non-aggression principle.
Okay, what is
I know.
what is your principle by which you rationally rank the severity of
Oh, you're lagging, but I can guess what she said, and the answer is life is a standard of value.
Okay, but that doesn't sound like an objective principle. That just sounds like you're imputing a value judgment.
Hold on, taxation. Your
I can't hear
microphone
you.
is messing up a little bit. Maybe you could fix that. Maybe try to fix that. Go ahead, Divinity.
Sorry, you just said it doesn't sound objective. I don't. What about that isn't objective?
I think he's trying to fix
You're
his
alive.
mic. Give him a sec.
True.
Based and red pilled.
Yeah. So, do you know what he is saying?
I can't hear the guy. I don't.
No, he
No, no.
just give him a second.
No,
He'll be
not
back.
you, Divinity. Yeah, he'll have to come back to us here in a few minutes and give us something a little more clear, a little more crisp.
Do you see the problem I'm raising, Sithis? Like the point is like, I mean, there's just such an obvious like lack of philosophical depth in your worldview because you can't answer questions like objectively.
I don't think anyone could
is
answer
rape-
that question.
I know, but you think that because you have no principles.
What do you mean? How do you objectively determine what money should go to what person? How much money a person
Because
should get?
Because you cannot use life as a standard of value.
Yeah. So if
To see
I
which
punch
one
you
is
in the
worse.
face, how much money do you owe me?
Sorry, the question of the philosophy of law is not the point that's being made here.
I mean, well, you're basically saying that.
That's not the
Yeah,
point.
it
No
is the point. I mean, that's
No,
literally
it's
the
not.
point that
I'm
I'm
literally
making.
telling you it's not the point. Okay, that's not the point I'm making.
Okay, so then what is the point you're making then?
The point I'm making is that the degree of wrongness or the severity or the magnitude or the proper order to which you should address aggression. The questions like that have answers, and they have answers because there is a actual real objective value difference and the significance of punching someone and then holocausting like a bunch of people and raping them, right? Like one is obviously objectively worse.
Well, I would say one is definitely worse than the other in terms of the degree. But I would say they're both aggressions, like fundamentally.
The degree.
Now,
yeah,
how
you can agree that you can agree that two things are fundamentally or essentially similar in the sense that they're both aggression. But you can't commit the fallacy of dropping the context and evading the fact that there are differences in the value significance of
I'm
the
not
aggression.
disagreeing with you.
Right, but if you agree and acknowledge that there is a difference in the value significance, then you would understand that there is a proper order to the way in which you should handle multiple aggressions at the same time that exist. And if you understood that, you would understand that it makes sense to be in support of open borders on the condition that, or closed borders on the condition that more important things, which objectively are less, more disvaluable, need to be addressed first. That makes perfect sense.
Wait, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you saying that, and I think I said this already. I'm not saying
No,
there's
no,
any.
taxation is rape guy. That's the point. That guy is I already disagreed with me.
You're not talking about me, are you? Oh,
No,
well,
the
well,
taxation
okay.
is rape guy. Yeah.
Sorry. I was just gonna say that I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, hey, this is worse and of an aggression. This theft is worse, so I think we should maybe focus on this more than the other one. But I don't think that means that you are against open borders. I mean, fundamentally, you would support. Open borders.
Essentially, So the idea is that the term is ceteris paribus, so all else equal, right? We should have open borders, right? But the point is that not in this context we live in, not all else is equal. There are rights violations that are more important. They're more hard, they're more pressing, right? They need to be prioritized. Now the point that taxation is rape made is that he disagrees with this, but the reason he disagrees with it is because he lacks a more fundamental moral principle. But you are implicitly accepting the more fundamental moral principle, which is that life is a standard of value.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I think that life is a standard of value, but I think that in the end of the day, like as long as your end goal is my end goal, right? I think that we're on the same side. I think fundamentally we both agree that that the state is wrong by having closed borders. They're aggressing against.
So the point you can make is this: if you speak about it in terms of ideal, the state is not ideal. But if you think about the state in its given context, according to the proper order by which we achieve a free society, then it makes sense to have closed borders.
What I would say is, let's say we were in a room and we were the heads of the state, and it's just like, okay, what do we repeal first? Okay, we're gonna repeal this first. We're gonna repeal this first. We're gonna repeal this. We're gonna repeal this. As long as over time the state is being reduced to the point where it's nothing, I don't have an issue with that. But
that's the point.
But again, I don't really see that as being against open borders.
The reason why is we're not arguing. They're not. Well, by the way, it's not even a we are arguing because I don't even agree with that. The point is this: taxation is rape made the comment. Thinking about aggressions as being conditional on other aggression as to whether or not they should be, advocated against. That's the point I'm disagreeing with, because there is a proper order to achieving a free society, and disrupting that proper order is wrong.
I think it's better to say, hey guys, I support open borders, but I think we should abolish welfare first.
No, but that actually, okay, that might be true in part, right? But that's just a rhetorical point. The point we're making here is a substantive point. Like, is it proper to not abolish this thing because certain priorities haven't been abolished first?
Well, I mean,
if we have the capacity to, I would say we should take it.
Yeah, go, Nero, let's go for it.
Yeah, I mean, if I could jump in here, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like, look, I already said to you tonight,
yes,
that my principle is one of open borders. But the issue goes beyond mere principle, in the sense that we have these people who are subjecting us to this welfare state, and we are being made to abide their principles. So whenever I'm in that situation, and I'm in this the situation that I have to abide their principles, if among those principles are we're just going to be feeding people into this outside of the states, I feel like I should be able to say no.
Yeah. Are you finished?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you. So I was just gonna say that as long as what you're saying is not that we should close the borders, if you were to say keep the borders the way that they are closed until we do this other thing, that's one thing, because you're not adding to the aggression. So long as the end goal is to end it. But if you were to say we need more border security, I would disagree with you.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
to be
not what.
clear, that is the closed borders position for like all libertarians. That is the closed borders position. We're saying temporarily close the borders until we figure our shit out, and then once we
So-
dismantle the most dangerous things at a time, then we open the borders.
That.
So you're saying
that
you
Well,
want
if
to
we, I don't think
increase
if the
aggression,
borders
close
were
the
open,
borders.
if the borders are already open, I don't think we should reclose them because then that would entail an aggression, and I wouldn't support that.
Oh,
That's what I was been trying to get in and
fuck
say as
them.
well.
If they're
Yeah.
being aggressed, doesn't matter because who is being aggressed upon in the first place? In the first place, or the
We
people
all
that
are.
need addressed.
Yeah, I'm not sure
It's
that
us.
committing aggressions is furthering our goal because then we're contradicting the end goal. So
It's not
yeah,
that it's not that the aggression against them is going to be what furthers their goal. It's going to be what allows us to further our goals. Against
I feel like
further aggression.
that's a roundabout saying about saying that we're aggressing against people to further our goal.
No, it's just saying that we're already being aggressed against, and you need to stop that shit. And if you have other people coming in here, you need to stop that shit so that we can actually address our differences. That's
What you have to
Yeah, but-
understand is that a moral,
Sorry, go ahead, Divinity.
like a moral principle, a principle exists so that the world can actually be like the ideal you have, right? That's why a principle exists. You have these
Yeah.
kinds of that right. So the point is, if you're in a context in which doing everything that the principle idealistically would require would actually make it such that the ideal does not exist, then you have to have certain principles that in this particular context apply towards that ideal, right? Now that's not like a license to do anything, but that's the idea with a closed border. Like there are certain things you have to figure out, like logically have to figure out prior in order to achieve and create and actually make real your ideal society.
If that entails aggressing against
Am I
other
audible
people
now?
or expanding the state, then I feel we must find another way.
Am I audible yet?
We must find
Yeah,
another
you're
way.
audible.
Yeah, you're audible. We have to find another way that does not entail aggressing.
Okay. I had a couple of things. Oh shit! Did I just lose it?
No, you're good. I can hear you. Where can hear you? I can hear you.
No,
Can you guys hear him?
I meant mentally. I meant mentally. I was like right about to say something, and then
You lost it, bro.
might have lost.
Oh, you lost your mind?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say that it's not the idea of ramping up violent government aggression against immigrants by closing the border and everything entailed in that. That's not more available to us than is simply denying them welfare. It's way easier and more practical and logistically feasible to simply deny them welfare. That's going to be way less politically unpopular. It's far more on the table to just deny them welfare. There's no reason for any preference of violently inhibit them from entering or staying in the country, as opposed to just don't fucking give them welfare.
Okay, I just want to clarify the argument you're making, right? I don't disagree. I'm not making a disagreement with the substance of what you just said, but what you just said is a non sequitur to the point we're making, and the point we're making is that you cannot dismiss the idea of a closed border on the grounds that it's not the idealistic application of the NAP. Now, there's debate to be had about whether the proper political method is closed borders. I think that's a debate you can have, right? Like, is the free society best achieved by the pursuit of closed borders right now, or should it be abolished like immediately? Like that's a real debate. But the point I'm making is you cannot object to closed borders pragmatically on the grounds that idealistically, and when you apply the NAP, there are no closed borders. That's the point I'm making.
Well, I don't think so. I think that if you're furthering aggression in order to get to this ideal state of non-aggression, well, then you're contradicting the very thing in which you're trying to propose.
No, not because it's not a contradiction because it does not apply in that context.
Yes, it does.
Exactly. Wouldn't they
It
just
applies
shift
to
the
all
goalposts?
contexts.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
It does
Wouldn't
not.
it?
The non-aggression
No, it
principle
doesn't.
applies to all contexts.
No, it doesn't.
I'm agreeing with you
It does
with
not.
this, and so that wouldn't it require though that within the closed border context to keep the border closed Because wouldn't it just grow the expanse of the state and just further the problems that we
You're
already have?
another way to
Because
put
won't
that,
they
right?
just shift the goalpost?
Look,
That's
look.
what they're already doing. They're saying, "Oh, it's
You're
it's
giving-
not good
yeah.
enough." Not
And here's another point. Okay, this is the more important. Advocating for maintaining the status quo, right, is just as much an advocacy for aggression as expanding the state in principle. Do you understand that? Maintaining the existence of the status quo, which does aggress, is the same thing in principle, in the sense that it's ultimately saying there should temporarily be aggression to achieve a free society, right? So you can't make this kind of distinction between, well, I agree that we should maintain the status quo temporarily in this way while we focus on this other thing. You can't make that kind of concession and then say, oh, we can't expand the state's aggression. Why not? You're already advocating for state aggression.
Well, because
one of them
you're
is
not
taking positive action, the other one is not.
Yeah.
One of them is what? Sorry?
One of them is taking a positive action, committing an act of aggression, and the other is simply ignoring an existing one, and an absence of that.
You're reifying epistemology. What I mean here is that there is no such thing as non-action in reality. Okay, like the fact that the state continues the status quo is an action by the state you're advocating for. It's a positive action to maintain the status quo.
By the state, yes, but not by the advocator. Not by the libertarian.
The advocacy is of what the state should do. That's the point.
Yeah, the state is the actor in question here. That's doing all of this stuff that we all find questionable. Does that make sense?
So we're trying to identify what principles should govern the actions of the state, and you can't make this thing where you're like, well, the state should maintain the status quo. They should maintain aggression, but they shouldn't expand aggression because that's pro-aggression. Like, it's pro-aggression temporarily in this context either way.
Well, not necessarily, because we're not advocating for what's going on. All we're doing is ignoring what's going on. Yeah, but I'm not advocating for the status quo. We're advocating.
Not idealistically. No, sorry. You're not advocating for the status quo. Idealistically, you're advocating for the status quo in this specific context, in this specific way.
I'm not sure that's necessarily advocating. I would more say it's like ignoring it.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, because like if you look the other way from another person who's aggressing, I'm not saying. I would say you're not really advocating for it. You're just sort of looking the other way.
Sorry. The advocacy we're talking about is from the perspective of the state.
Yeah. Yeah. So if I look the other way at the state aggressing on somebody, well then I would argue that's not an advocation of that action.
We're not talking about you as a particular individual. We're talking about from the perspective of the state. What should the state do?
Well, I think the state should be fundamentally. I think it should be abolished.
Okay, we're not asking about. We agree. No one here is debating your ideal right now. What we're talking about is like in the existence of the state right now. So in the current, you know, fucking period of time in which you exist in. In this context, what principle should govern the state's action? There is no such thing as
should be abolished. That's what should happen.
Within the framework.
You won't address what he's saying, dude.
Hold on. Allow taxation to finish what he was saying. Go ahead.
This is insane.
Hold on, Neuralist. Allow him.
Within the existing
Neuralist, allow him, and then we'll let you guys go. Okay. Go ahead. Taxation.
Within the existing framework of the state exists, the only actions it should take are to repeal laws, to dissolve agencies, to cut taxes, to remove its aggression.
No, this is false. This is false. This is false. And the reason why it's false is because you understand that there is a necessary, this praxeological 101. There's scarcity and there's opportunity cost to action.
There's
scarcity, okay? So when the government chooses, you say where is
Hold on,
scarcity?
allow Divinity to finish, please. Go ahead.
If someone wants to contend the existence of scarcity, that's just fucking insane. But anyway, the point is, whenever you make the argument that the state should do these things first, what does that mean? At the moment of doing this thing, right? You have the opportunity cost because you have an ordered approach, right? You have an opportunity cost of doing something else, like, for example, closing the border, right? And so what that means is by advocating for doing this one thing as opposed to another thing, you are, by implication, advocating positively for the maintenance of this aspect of the status quo. It's false to say that all you're doing, pragmatically, is advocating for the reduction. You're not advocating.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Then, by that same reasoning, it would seem to mean that, like, if you look around and you see three situations going on, over to your left, you see a guy smacking a child. In front of you, you see a guy whacking at a child with a machete. And then to your right, you see a guy shooting a machine gun into a crowd of children. For you to say that you prioritize running after the guy who's shooting into the crowd is your advocacy
Hold on, allow him
of
to
the
finish,
existing.
please. Go ahead.
To say that your prioritization of chasing after the guy who's shooting into the crowd is advocacy of, you know, the letting the guy continue to whack the kid with the machete and let the other guy continue to slap the kid. I don't think this is accurate, though.
That's disanalogous. And the reason it's disanalogous is because in the example you created, you are not an actor of initiation and you're not being guided in any of these situations, right? You're a responder. From the perspective of what we're talking about, you are the state and you are doing all of those things. You see the difference?
I do.
We are not the state. We are libertarians.
You're identifying, oh my God, you're advocating for the principles by which the state should govern itself.
We don't believe it. The state should govern it, so we believe in repealing it. The state.
Holy fuck! Okay, I don't know if I'm getting fucking trolled right now.
I'm not.
The
hold
government.
on.
Hold on. I don't know if I'm getting trolled right now. Am I getting fucking trolled right now? Like genuine
No,
question.
you're not being controlled. But you must allow me to finish the point. Simply because we prioritize one thing over another, that does not automatically mean that we support that other thing.
Okay. Okay. No, that's not true. Okay. Whenever you're taking from the perspective of the actor, if the actor is doing all of these things and you think that it should be the case that this specific thing is addressed before another specific thing, that means that when you advocate for focusing on this thing and not focusing on another thing, i.e. sustaining the other thing, you are by implication advocating temporarily for the sustaining of this thing. That is true because you're the actor doing it, right? You are from the perspective of the state. The state is doing it. The state should maintain this thing on the conditional that we focus on this other thing first, and then we'll focus on this thing. You are temporarily maintaining an advocacy for the status quo.
We are not the actor, in the sense that we are not the state. This does not answer to us. We are simply outsiders who are.
Oh, and your microphone is messing up again.
Yeah, so I'm having I'm like, you kind of stunlocked me here because like this point is like just so like for me it's like so easy to grasp. I don't understand how you're not getting it.
Let's take it easy. Relax, man.
No, I'm taking it easy. It's just like I don't know if it's a joke. Like
no,
I'm not saying.
I don't think
I'm not
joking.
Still under. It seems like your framework is still under the social contract.
But the point is this, right? This guy keeps interpreting what I'm saying as if you are literally the fucking government. Why would you interpret it like that? I'm not saying anything. The point I'm making is that there are policies which govern, or there are principles. There are principles which govern the way that the government behaves. Okay, it guides the way the government behaves. Right now, you want the government to lessen itself. That's the policy you want the government to adhere to. Right. So from the perspective of government, you should adhere to these policies. That's the idea. I'm not saying you are literally the fucking government. Like what?
But the only way we would be
responsible. I'm in no position. I'm in no position to set principles or policies that the government will then abide by.
What? You don't think that? Sorry, you don't think that you
government
can advocate?
has no one central plan either. So
hold on.
FYI.
Allow Divinity to respond, and then Neuralis, do you want to say something or after Divinity?
No.
Okay, then go ahead, Divinity.
Relax.
The point is that you, as a libertarian, advocate for what principles the government should concern itself with, where you're not making some kind of prediction about what it will do, or you're not even saying that you as a particular person will cause them to do that thing. You're simply making an evaluation of the actions of the government, and your evaluation is from the perspective of government advocating temporarily for the sustaining of this aspect of the status quo. What part of that do you disagree with?
That we're advocating for it.
Okay, I mean, like, I don't.
Agreed.
Okay, I mean, I don't. Why? Why do you disagree with that? I've already given the argument.
Because because we look the other way at a crime does not mean that we're advocating for that crime.
That is disanalogous. I've already told you that's disanalogous. Because in the example you're giving me, you're not the actor, you don't control the initiation, and you don't
But
sustain it.
that's true of the state. That's true of the state too.
Is the actor initiating force?
We're not the ones initiating force.
This again,
we're not the state.
You are not. You're. Oh my. Okay, so what I was fucking right, I'm getting trolled. I've already told you you're not the government. Like,
I understand that. So then we're not the ones initiating force, right?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the government.
Okay, so if the state, what we support is lowering the power of the state. That doesn't mean that whatever is there, while we're lowering it, we support or advocate for. That doesn't make sense.
I don't know if this is a.
It's not a troll. Nobody listen. I don't think anyone's trolling here, as far as I could tell.
Okay, then there's like a massive tracking error then, because I've already.
Wait, Divinity. I kind of understand where they're coming from. I understand what you're saying a little bit, but you're talking so like vaguely, and like it's very well founded, but like I think it's you're talking so vaguely that it's kind of hard to track, and that might be why it's a little bit hard to understand.
Here, I'll say it this way. I'll make it abundantly clear. Okay. There's a government. The government exists. The government does stuff. Okay.
Yes.
The government, which we have right now, is called the status quo. Okay.
Yes.
The government can be doing things that are good, and the government can be doing things that are bad. What we need to do is we need to say, how should the government behave? What are the things that the government should do? Okay? How should the government conduct itself? That is the question of principles, the principles of government. All right? Now, if
why
that
should
is
we ask those questions?
Hold on, allow Divinity
what is the value?
Hold on, allow Divinity to finish.
Why should we ask the questions, how should the government conduct itself?
Sure.
Because the government is acting and it's therefore subject to moral evaluation.
Bingo.
Is that going to affect its behavior? Are outside looking onto it and saying it should do this, it shouldn't do that?
Judgment is wait, what? The point is not that you should become a politician and you should go advocate. That's not the point. The point is that if you're, if you're asking why you should judge in the first place, then that's a whole other discussion. But if you understand why you should judge, then you understand why the government needs to be judged, because it is a thing subject to judgment.
Subject to judgment in that we can judge it, but it doesn't care if we judge it.
It's not a matter of whether. So, for example,
Divinity is saying that the government is going to act, and we can either sit by and do nothing or try and do something.
It's not even that. It's not even that. No, that's not even what I'm saying. Like, the point is this. Look, today, like, here I am, right? I'm Divinity, okay? I have moral evaluations of Hitler. Do all of you have moral evaluations of Hitler? I fucking gander to say, yes, you do, right?
No.
Well, guess what? What if I told you, well, what if I said, well, your judgment actually does not mean shit to Hitler. Hitler's dead. You can't change history. You're going to be like, yeah, that's not the point of the judgment. Oh, right. What is the point of the judgment? The point of the judgment is so that you can have in your mind what is the proper society and how do we achieve it and what should the government be doing? Is the government doing good things or the government doing bad things, right? That's why we judge the government. So are we on the same page? Like, you don't have to believe that your judgment will.
Yes.
Okay, does everyone in the VC understand that your judgment does not have to literally cause a change in order for it to, or a change with the thing you're judging? Everyone understand that that doesn't have to happen.
I get that.
I do see one material difference. And that is, if I present an evaluation of Hitler, he is dead. So nobody is going to interpret that as anything other than just an academic, a matter of intrigue. Whereas if I talk about what the government should do, I think this promulgates a framework in which people regard the state as being implicitly beholden to what people want, what governing principles, are best for it to operate under. When in reality, the actors within the state, they primarily operate based on a principle of what profits me the most, what maximizes my wealth and power. as an individual bringing a plate to the tax buffet.
Yes.
So what is the point?
I see more utility not in advocating for what the state should do or shouldn't do, more so in what everybody else should or shouldn't do in response.
Well,
Okay.
so do you?
Now you can
So
make
do
a-
you understand the difference between a moral principle and a practical observation, right? So, like, you can say like what the state shouldn't or should or should not do, right? You can do that, and then you can also look at what the state is doing. Don't you think that's the case? Wouldn't you say that that's the case?
I just inhaled some poppers and got a text at the same time, so I got a little distracted.
Nice. Okay, so now that you're done with that, wouldn't you say that it is the case that a state can have a principle and a state can also just do something and you can observe this, right? Wouldn't you say that that's the case?
It sounds like analogous to like all of us talk like saying what they should do and what they're trying to do. And the same thing, it's
Motherfucker,
like, oh,
will
we're
you
trying
just answer the question?
Hold on. Chill. All right, he's gonna answer your question, but how he answers is up to him. All right, so
I mean, he needs to answer yes or no if he's being good faith, right?
I mean, if he's not being good faith, then you win the debate. That's all I could say, right? So you
It's
can't.
not about- I'm not interested, but that's the point. Like, we're not interested. Like, I mean, I don't tell you we. I won't speak for
I
it.
am and was answering the question, but I'm not giving a yes or no. I'm saying in application. So in that regard, yes, that's the case. But
Okay.
I'm saying in application, is based upon saying like we're trying to spread freedom and democracy abroad. He's trying to spread the ideas of liberalism and free trade. But in essence, we're actually like coercing you and forcing you to actually like do the exact opposite of what's happening, and we're not being an example. And so the same thing goes applies to every other thing else. It's like we're saying, oh, it's okay for us to use aggression here, but just because we're trying to advocate for a free society.
Yes, literally yes.
No,
What?
that's not how it should follow when it comes to the non-aggression principle. You're saying like we should violate rights here, but because of the fact we're in name only spreading democracy or freedom or anarcho-capitalist ideas or whatever framing you want to name it,
Here's the
you're
problem.
just saying it's okay because of the fact that we're in essence we're trying to spread freedom.
It's not a try.
Yeah, that's not so, bro.
No, that's not. Look, here's the problem, right? The problem goes back to the point we made earlier. You're thinking as if the concept of rights, or sorry, that's interesting. The principle of individual rights. You're acting as if this concept applies universally across all contexts, all of the time, in the same way. That's not true.
Why?
Individual rights are.
Specifics?
Yeah, individual rights are contextual. They're specifically, when you're assuming from nature, okay? When you assume from nature, they're the guiding.
Yeah, we're always in the state of nature.
You're not always. No, you're not. Okay. Anyway, but that's like the whole point of having a government. But whatever. Individual rights specifically are the requirements of are the principles which govern a proper society, an ideal society. It's the principle of a proper society, right? Now that is the ideal. That's the ideal, right? But an ideal, a vision, is not a pathway. It's not a pathway. Like sometimes in order to fucking get to the pathway, you might have to do a quick U-turn and then take another route. Okay? Like the point is you cannot take the principle governing the ideal society and then apply it out of context.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think that follows because it doesn't really make sense to aggress against someone in order to stop aggression. Because you're going against the whole fundamental ideology that you're trying to report.
You just keep saying it doesn't make sense, but here's the point.
Well, it's
is
contradictory.
an ideal? It's not contradictory. Is an ideal the same thing as the path to the ideal?
It depends on what your ideal is.
It doesn't seem like a path to the ideal to say, all right, in order to completely eliminate government power, what we need to do is expand and increase certain government
Why
power.
will you not answer the question?
Wait.
Is
So let me
Hold on,
pathway
hold on,
to
hold on.
the ideal itself?
It depends on the idea.
What
And
what about it?
does
Okay,
not.
I mean, actually, I'll entertain this. I'll press. Give me the
This is
conditions by which it
dude.
give me the conditions by which it depends on.
If you're saying that you want to ideally get rid of aggression,
I'm not asking for an example. I'm asking for a condition here. I'm not asking for a concrete. I'm asking for an
if
abstract.
what you're saying that if what you're proposing contradicts the thing action in which you're trying to forward.
I have a question. If I have a principle, actually not a question, it's an assertion, okay? If a principle governs an ideal, what reason do you have, what justification do you have to then apply that principle in contexts that are not the ideal context?
Because
what reason do you have?
Because we're trying to apply that.
No, that's the thing I'm asking a justification for. You're
The
telling me
non-aggression
you
principle.
want... No, hold on. The non-aggression principle is the principle which governs an ideal society. And you're telling me the non-aggression principle should govern me right
true.
now. And sorry, it's not true that it
Hold
governs
on.
the ideal
Let him
society?
finish. Go ahead, Devin.
not
Devin,
true,
Devin,
but yes.
Devin, yeah, let him go.
Go
The
ahead.
non-aggression principle doesn't govern ideal society?
This is insane.
Okay. I mean, I was taking the libertarianism for granted, but
Hold on.
No,
I can answer it real quick. If
never will.
If we if the ideal society is to live in a country in a world of the non-aggression principle, that what would entail that is to cease to aggress.
Oh my! Okay.
Advocating for aggression would not further that goal. It would just add more to the issue.
All false. It's all false. No, I'll put it more fundamentally to make it very clear. Means are not ends. Understand that? Means are not ends. Right? The thing which you're acting towards is not the action.
The NAP, yes, it is.
The NAP is a means?
No, it's both.
It's a means. That's the question. It is a
yeah,
means.
No,
because
it's both.
Yeah.
I'm not saying is it exclusively a means. I'm asking is it a means?
Yes.
Yes.
It
And
can't
it's
be
an
means.
end. Yes.
It's a means to what?
An end.
What is the end? The NAP?
Well, ideally, what we're trying to do is stop people from stop aggression.
Hold on. Is the NAP a means or is it an end?
It's both, I guess.
Both.
What is an end?
It's
Something
a society. The end would be in this case a society that governs itself by the NAP.
Well, no, I'm not. Well, that's the point. The NAP. The NAP is okay. You're not saying it is the end and the means. You're saying that a society which exists governing by this principle is the ideal. You're telling me the means to achieve a society governed by the NAP. So the ideal society. The means to the ideal society is the NAP. That's your argument? So that's your view? Sorry, that is your view?
Can you restate the question?
The NAP is a simple principle that can be advocated for that has shown to be a fairly potent principle as far as garnering support. It's straightforward enough that a large and growing number of people can get on board with it. And the more people get on board with it, the more people take action that's antithetical to the expansion of the power of the state. So in a sense, yes, the NAP can be a means toward the ideal society where the NAP is the law of the land across the board.
That's false, right? Identifying that there is overlap between advocating for it for the ideal of a society is not the same thing as saying the principle is the means. That's different. If I advocate, right.
Fair enough.
So I clarify: is the ideal society the ideal is a society governed by the NAP? What is the means by which you achieve the ideal society?
Stop aggressing.
Do you have legal systems that are decentralized that are based upon the NAP?
Okay, so when you say stop aggressing, is that supposed to be an unconditional norm? Unconditionally do not aggress?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Okay. Why would I accept that?
Because you don't want other people aggressing upon you.
No,
It would be
sorry.
contradictory.
Oh, sorry. It'd be contradiction to what? Sorry.
It would be contradictory to the fact that you're using the fact that you're using your body.
It'd be contradictory to the fact that I'm using my body.
Yeah, because
your
rights are
sovereignty.
actions that ought not be impeded, and if you believe that you have a right to your body, you wouldn't. If you didn't believe you had a right to your body, you wouldn't use it. So therefore, when you use your body, you're expressing that you believe you have a property right within at least that scarce resource.
Okay, you just made 3 arguments, right? And I don't actually accept any of them. So the first thing you said is the contradiction was the fact that I'm using my body. The fact that I'm using my body is not normative. It cannot contradict a normative principle. Understand that?
Well, the normative principle would be self-ownership. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not the fact of my body. That's wrong, right? It's not the fact I'm using my body, which is in contradiction. Let's just establish that. The fact you're saying is contradictory is what?
That you're advocating for something you're saying you advocate for something while like acting in a way that would contradict your words.
Hey, sorry to cut in real quick. Hold on.
I guess this goes into like argumentation ethics.
Hey, I have to go, Sithis.
Yeah, no problem. Yo, it was good to see you, bro. It was good to see you, man.
Yeah, guys, great conversation. At the end of the day, we're all libertarians, so this was dope. Loved it. Hope I see you guys again, but, have a good night, guys.
You too, bro. See you next time. Glad you came.
Okay, so it's, let's see here. It's the fact that you're advocating for something so the idea is you're advocating for something against the NAP, or you're advocating for the NAP while you're in action denying it?
No, the other way around.
You're advocating
for the NAP, but in your words, you're saying the opposite.
When you say in action advocacy, what does that mean?
You're stating your preference for a right through your actions.
Okay, so the contradiction is that I prefer owning myself?
Yeah, because if you didn't prefer owning yourself, you wouldn't use your body.
Sure, so let's just establish this. The first proposition is I prefer owning myself. And you're telling me that contradicts with the statement I should violate other people's rights?
Well, that enters when you argue with another person. Because
what is the contradiction between? You said the contradiction is that okay, so I understand you're telling me I prefer owning myself. I don't even believe that, but suppose I do agree with that, okay? Suppose I agree with that.
The contradiction will then come in when you argue or get into an argument with another person, which is two people trying to get to the truth of a subject. If you get into an argument with another person, you're acknowledging their self-ownership or agency because you can't really get into an argument with a non-moral agent.
Let's define self-ownership. Self-ownership is the exclusivity over the control of your body, right?
Yeah, you have the right to control that scarce resource.
So I prefer that I am exclusively in control of my body. Okay.
Yeah.
I prefer that. I then say I prefer that other people don't exclusively control their body.
But then when you're arguing that with another if you were to argue that with another person, you would then contradict yourself because in order to argue with a person, you're basically acknowledging their agency and self-ownership. So in that argument, no?
False.
So you argue with a wall?
That doesn't follow either.
Can you argue with a wall?
That's a non sequitur.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because you can't.
I'm pointing out it doesn't follow.
It does follow because if you're arguing, hold on, I know what you're telling me, but I'm going to argue back, which is that if you argue with something, that means that you are identifying its self-agency. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't argue it, unless you're crazy. False. Okay.
That's false. Identifying that somebody. That's false. So the question is this, or actually not a question, a statement. Self-ownership is an evaluation of the type of things that someone deserves in a social context. So there are people, and you think that, or agents, I'll use the term agents. There's an agent, and self-ownership is this idea that this person is entitled to certain things. Right? That's what self-ownership is. Self-ownership is not the recognition of someone as a person. Self-ownership is not the recognition of someone as an agent. The equivocation here
When you
is
do
you're
you do
acting as
that
their
when you argue with them.
sorry, here's the point. When you argue with someone, you're trying to say it's required that I, somehow believe that they have self-ownership.
Yes.
That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And your reductio to that is if you didn't acknowledge that, would you be arguing with a wall? That's an equivocation because denying someone's self-ownership is not the same thing as denying someone's personhood, their agency.
Those are the same thing.
We just defined them differently. They're
How are
honestly
they
not
the same thing? How could you be an agent if you don't have the right to your body?
That's identifying the conditional relationship between them is alrety acknowledging that they're different.
All I'm acknowledging is that the person who is making that argument believes it themselves.
Self-ownership is an evaluation. Self-ownership is not a person.
Why? Hold on. I feel like you're getting so upset or angry. I don't know why
I'm
you're
not getting upset. I'm just being clear.
Okay. You just sound so mad, or I don't know. You just sound so I don't know.
Okay, we don't need to appeal to meta. That doesn't matter. The
no,
point
that's fine.
The point is this: if we understand that someone's agency is not the evaluation of the ownership of themselves, then your inference you made earlier to show an absurdity does not follow, because it does not follow from not recognizing that someone is a self-owner. It does not follow from that you are disregarding their personhood. That doesn't follow.
I can't see how you can talk to someone without recognizing their self-ownership.
It's really, really, really easy, right? Just imagine in your head a slave owner owns a slave, and they have a talk with them while they're forcing them to work, right?
Yeah, but if they were to argue that, if they were to try to engage in some sort of argumentation, they would be recognizing that person's self-ownership in that. Because
why do you think that?
Well, because why would you engage in a conversation with a non-agent?
Nope. See, there's the equivocation. You're not engaging in a conversation with a non-agent. You're engaging in a conversation with a non-self-owner, not a non-self.
Yeah, but all agents are self-owners.
That's what you're trying to prove. Now you're begging the question.
I don't see how.
Because you're trying to argue that you are a self-owner, and ultimately, when we get to the argument and we get to unpacking the inferences, you just say
no. All I'm saying is that everyone believes themselves as being self-owners, and simply because you say that you're not a self-owner, you would contradict yourself through your own actions, and I'm going to believe your actions over your words.
No, you're moving the goalpost, and you're pivoting away from the conversation. You said that the first thing
taxation. Are you still there?
You said the first thing that was accepted. Look at this guy. Defend the view. Yes. Look, you said that the thing that's accepted when you argue is that I prefer that I am a self-owner. I prefer that. Okay, cool. You prefer that. Now you're telling me that whenever I argue with other people, I'm implicitly acknowledging that they are a self-owner.
Yeah.
And that to do otherwise is absurd and contradictory to arguing with them. And I'm telling you that's not true, because that inference relies on an equivocation between a self and a self-owner. Those are two different things.
I don't think you could be yourself without owning your body, because without your body, you aren't yourself.
Without owning your body, you are not yourself?
Well, yeah, because you are your body.
You are your body?
Oh, yeah.
What's the self?
I don't know. That's a hard question. That's a pretty.
You just okay.
I would say you are your body. That's like there is. I don't see there's much of a distinction.
But this is confused, because you're telling me that you are. You're telling me you is the. When I say you, you're talking about the self. You're saying you are the body, and then when I asked you what the self was, you said I don't know. So you're both saying.
In the sense that I don't think it's separate from your body.
You don't have to argue they're separate. The point is this: whenever you say, well, I think that if there's some absurdity in not recognizing them as a self-owner, and you use the term self and self-owner interchangeably, that's fallacious, because you already.
Well, I should say body ownership then. That's what I really mean.
Sure, even if you accept that, that's still not required.
Well, if you're going to argue with someone, you are accepting their body ownership.
Sorry, why would I accept that?
because in order to engage in an argument is two people coming together to get to the truth of a subject. If there's no moral agent on the other side, well, then you're not really in an argument.
There we go. Mm-hmm. Firstly,
and human beings are moral agents.
Hold on. Acknowledging that you need a moral agent is not the same thing as believing that the moral agent has a right to themselves. That's different.
Well, I'm not sure that is.
Why? You're not sure that you're not sure if there's a difference between someone being a moral agent and someone being a moral agent and having a right to themselves. You understand the difference between those two?
Well, I would say all moral agents have a right to themselves.
That's not whether or not they do have a right to themselves is different from whether or not an agent is the right they have to themselves. Is an agent the right they have to themselves? No, right? You need to acknowledge that there is an agent prior to acknowledging that the agent you're talking about has a right to itself. One is an evaluation of the other. And if you understand that, then you cannot make the inference that, whenever you argue, you're actually disregarding their agency. You're not disregarding their agency if you argue against non-aggression, because you're not saying they're not an agent. You're saying you're not committed to saying they're an agent with self-ownership.
I'm not really sure how to respond to that.
Okay.
Taxation?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just not as well versed on this as I thought.
So, Tippus, I think your approach to argumentation ethics, or at least your understanding of it, I should say, revolves around your relationship with the other person. But you could also say, and what I discern from Hoppa's explanation, is that you, by yourself arguing, notwithstanding your relation with the other arguer, you, by yourself arguing, are exercising your self-ownership. Even he who argues against the principle of self-ownership is exercising said self-ownership in the very act of making that argument.
I think I said that. I feel like I said that.
I don't think you did. There's problems with that as well.
Well, I did say that in the beginning. I said that when you act, you're basically saying that you're basically saying that you support self-ownership, because if you didn't have the right to your body, well, then you wouldn't use it.
No, but the point that's different. So the way you phrase it is you said, whenever you argue, you're advocating implicitly that you prefer to be a self-owner. But the argument that taxation is making is he's making this argument where instead of actually having to be in an argument, right? It's just the contemplation of argumentation as such. You understand that whenever you argue, you are committed to literally being a self-owner, not preferring being a self-owner in an argument. You see the difference? But I mean, I think there's problems with what.
Sorry, I don't really. Maybe I'll have to look back and re-listen to this, and then I'll go back to. Well, could you restate what you said? And I'm not sure how that's much different than what I already said. What I said. That your characterization of it. I'm not really sure how that's much different.
It's different. It's different because taxation's framing it in an a priori way, and you're not. That's like the reason why. But
okay. Taxation.
I think argumentation ethics is an inherently a prioristic concept.
Yeah, well, I don't think Sith has communicated argumentation ethics correctly, so.
I don't think there was any issue with what I said.
The reason why is because you're talking about it in terms of preferences, but Hoppa and Stephen Kinsella don't make the argument based on preference. They make the argument based on like the apodictically a priori truth of argumentation and your role in it and all this other shit. It has nothing to do with your preferences.
Well, the only thing that I was sorry, go ahead.
Pardon?
I was just saying that sounds more like a linguistic difference than anything.
It is a substantive. It's a substantive difference because when the focus is on preference, then you get into this it's like whether or not you're like coherently adhering to your desires. But that's not that's not what AE is. AE is saying it's like rationally, like on the grounds of reason as such, it's like rationally undefendable. Not like, you're just simply like desiring one thing, whatever. It's like, rationally impossible to escape.
Well,
Not
is it
just-
not true that when you act, you're saying that you at least prefer self-ownership over not?
If you, it depends on the interpretation of praxeology you take. I don't really think that's
Because
true.
I feel like that's what I said.
What it doesn't have to do with it's also not preferring being a self-owner. Like, it's not a matter of whether you prefer being a self-owner. It's a matter of whether or not you are a self-owner.
But I think that a right is pretty much is. I mean,
Is it
I feel
preference?
it's kind of a preference, is it not?
Well, no. So you can prefer that you have rights, right? But that's not the same thing as literally having rights. Like, being a
Okay.
self-owner is not the same thing as preferring being a self-owner.
All right. Got you.
Anyway,
Maybe I said this incorrectly then. I'm still learning. I'm new
No,
to
you're good.
all this.
No, you're good. You're good. But taxation. Do you
Go ahead,
defend AE?
taxation.
Whoa, what's up?
You defend argumentation ethics?
It's just something that is. It's not something I usually a case I make myself. I don't actually see a problem with it. It's just not one I tend to argue.
I
Okay,
support.
but
I'd like argumentation ethics.
I don't dislike argumentation ethics.
Well, look, I don't accept argumentation. I don't think the reasoning is valid. I don't think it's true. But I was gonna ask if you have a defense of argumentation ethics, then we can talk about it. But if you don't talk about that, that's fine.
Sorry, I'm simultaneously this chick is like texting me about how she wants to kill herself and stuff. So I'm a little bit distracted with that.
I'm not. The one thing that I feel like I disagree with is like, I feel like when you argue with another person, aren't you not basically saying that other person is a self-owning being?
No.
Why not?
It's leftover, yeah. Well, the first thing is asking why not is just kind of, it's like reversing the burden of proof, right? But I'll kind of explain. I'll make the argument that you're trying to make, and then I'll explain the problem. So here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to say that, and holy fuck, it's been a while since I've talked about argumentation. I think, Jesus Christ. I think the last time we talked about this, last time I talked about this was literally at YALCON.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the idea.
Wait, you were at YALCON?
He was.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't place you. There's not a face to the name.
I don't. Here, I can send a photo inside chat.
You remember me? I was there.
I think you guys met, right?
What do you look like?
Here.
I might have met you.
I'm this guy. I am this guy.
I might have met you. Were you hanging around Sithis?
I turned my.
A couple times. Should probably turn off your camera. That's probably why.
Yeah. I might have met you at YALCON. I think I might have. I don't know. I was drunk.
You would have.
A good majority of it.
You mostly would have seen me like in the stage room getting a massage from Ron Paul.
Okay. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, but here's argumentation ethics, right? So let's get some definitions really quickly. So self-ownership is not the same thing as possession, right? So like there's a difference between possessing something and owning something. So for example, yeah. So possession is just like literally using something. Ownership is specifically the justification or the entitlement to use something and control how it's used. Okay. So the idea is that whenever you argue, you are committed to saying that you yourself are not only a self-user, like a self-possessor, but you're also a self-owner. That's the idea. But you are a self-owner.
Wouldn't the fact that you're engaging in some sort of like peaceful discussion, wouldn't that be sort of you acknowledging that they, at least the
Right.
owners of the
Here's-
property.
Here's the biggest problem with argumentation ethics, and here's how they try to get around it.
Yeah.
So the idea is that, think about it like this: whenever we argue, it's possible to imagine, right? When you just think about it, that whenever you argue, it's not that you think that this person who you're interacting with has your right to their body all of the time, like unconditionally. So like it's imaginable to say that whenever you argue, you're not saying that they have a right to their body all of the time. You're just saying that in this context, in the context of arguing.
In the arguing, yeah. Right. In the context of arguing, you believe, at least when you're arguing with them, you're saying that you are respecting their self-ownership, at least?
Yeah, and it could go even deeper, right? You could even make the argument that it's not even about the fact you're arguing; it's the fact you're arguing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like it doesn't even have to. So here's the idea.
Mm-hmm.
So Stephen Kinsella. Okay, the problem that I just made is the argument called the particularist objection, and I was talking about this in Yalcon.
Mm-hmm.
The particularist objection is whenever the person objects and they go, "Okay, well." You're the person who's arguing for argumentation ethics is actually taking this particular and they're trying to universalize it across like all these different contexts, which it doesn't apply. Like you're not saying that you should own yourself all the time.
I get that. But I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanna. I just wanna I want you to tell me if you disagree with this. So, if you're arguing with somebody, are you not like sort of, at least while you're arguing with them, are you not like basically saying that you believe that person is a self-owner?
No, I don't think you're saying that they are a self-owner, because a self-owner, because self-ownership is unconditional, right?
Yeah.
But in order to argue that it's unconditional, you have to overcome the particularist objection. You have to argue.
Wouldn't you be acknowledging it though?
Pardon?
Wouldn't you be acknowledging that they're self-owner?
No. You'd be acknowledging that right now in this context, you think they're justified in using their body.
Well, I would argue ownership is justified possession.
Yeah, but the question is whether or not,
like, if if you're justified in possessing that thing, then I would say you are the owner.
Okay, yes, but understand that whether or not you're justified in possessing can also be context dependent. So you could theoretically accept that someone in this moment, in this argument, is the justified self-owner of their body. Okay.
Okay, so then you do agree with me. Sorry, you do agree with me that when you argue with another person, you're saying that this person is the just possessor of this body.
At this moment.
At that moment, yes, right? So if you were to propose while arguing that we should aggress against another person, wouldn't you be running into a performative contradiction?
Yeah, at that moment. But the problem is that doesn't eliminate all aggression.
So if you can't, no, I know, obviously, but if you can't propose an ethic without contradiction, wouldn't that make it false?
No, the reason why is because there are ethics which you can propose that don't contradict that are pro-aggression. So, for example, if you stipulate, oh yeah, I'm pro self-ownership right now in this moment,
mm-hmm.
and then I go, okay, after this argument, I'm gonna fucking molest you, right? That doesn't contradict the argumentation because you're only committing yourself to them being a self-owner right now, not after the argument.
if you're proposing that proposition would be contradictory, wouldn't it?
To what? You're not saying
because
that
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
because you're not disagreeing that they're a self-owner right now. You're just saying.
Well, you're saying that they are a self-owner through your argument, but then you're proposing that they're not, which would be contradictory, wouldn't it?
You're context dropping because you're saying they're a self-owner at this time and not a self-owner at another time. So, for example, if I told you, right, if I said, "Hey, at 10 o'clock, the sky is blue," and then I go, "Hey, at 6 p.m., the sky is black." If you look outside at 10 p.m., you're like, "Holy shit, retard! You just said the sky is blue, and now you're telling me it's gonna be black." Like, that's a contradiction. It's like, well, you're just context shopping. Like, I'm qualifying the statement with something which makes them not contradict, which is the context.
So is not saying that I am going to rape you later a endorsement of an aggression?
It is. It just doesn't contradict anything.
But wouldn't that contradict the claim then what you're making through your argument that you believe in self-ownership, at least in that moment?
No, because you're not saying that they have self-ownership whenever you want to aggress them.
But if you were to propose that, you would contradict it yourself.
No, because the proposition you're proposing is I want to I should aggress this person in the future, not I should aggress this person right now.
Yeah, but you're proposing to commit an aggression.
You're saying is the action of proposing that contradictory? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
You don't even have to propose it because that's not the argument. That's
Yeah,
not
but if you
libertarian.
can't propose a ethic without contradicting yourself, wouldn't that make it a false ethic?
No, proposing it doesn't contradict anything.
If what you're proposing contradicts the actions of what you're doing, then I would say it's false. Because
proposing the proposition in an argument is non-aggressive.
So in your argument, you're proposing aggression.
No, you're proposing. You're proposing aggression, right? In the sense that you're saying there is a proposition which is true that you should aggress in the future, but the act of proposing is not aggression.
I understand that, but you're proposing to aggress. While basically saying that you prefer not to aggress.
No, because the context is not universal, so there's no contradiction.
Wait, if at the moment in which you are, any time in which you propose an ethic that's like an argument, like you're basically saying, I think that we should aggress later, right? So you're saying I believe that aggressing is okay, or at least in that context, right? So you're proposing an aggression while arguing. While arguing with you're making a proposition to a person, and while also acknowledging that they own themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's a contradiction. You're basically saying that I believe that I believe in self ownership, and I don't.
That's false. Because a contradiction. I'll explain it like this.
Have
you ever seen like a formal logic definition of what a contradiction is?
Wouldn't a contradiction be just two opposing things that can't work at the same time?
So that's really informal and imprecise. Okay?
Well, yes, but
so
I'm sure you understand what I mean, right?
Well, I know, but I'm making it like super technical to clear up the confusion.
Yes.
So a contradiction is specifically this. Okay, it's whenever this is true. I'm gonna write it out. Okay, it's P and not P. Okay, that's the definition of a contradiction. Now, whenever you say P in logic, P means a proposition. Okay. So a proposition and its negation, so saying that the proposition is not true, right? That's what a contradiction is. So if I say, for example, the sky is blue at 10 a.m., and then I say the sky is black at 6 p.m., there is no contradiction there, right?
Not if what you're in proposing that action, you're implying the opposite of what you're proposing.
No, but I'm asking the thing I just gave you an example.
Well, yeah, in that situation, but the thing is, it's different when you're proposing an argument, an aggression, because you're in your argument, you're proposing that you support self-ownership while proposing an argument that goes against that.
Okay, no, that's not true, and I'm explaining why, which is why I need you to answer the question. So on that question, you agree. So that's not P and not P, because that second statement is a different claim, right? Because it's a claim about a different context, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the context is different, and that makes the proposition different. Now, if I said the sky is blue at 6 p.m. and the sky is black at 6 p.m., that's a contradiction, right?
But that's what you're doing. But that's what you're doing when you propose an ethic when you propose an ethic that contradicts your actions.
Right. No, not right. So this is the point.
That is true.
So no, it's not. So here's the point, right? If you take the difference of the context can be time, right? So like at one time versus another time. So, for example, like the sky thing. The difference of the time is what makes those propositions non-contradictory. So we can represent the variable of time by saying t. So like at time 1, at t1, the sky is blue, and at t2, the sky is not blue. That's not a contradiction, right? So if I say
while you're proposing it is, the proposition is contradictory, because while you're proposing it, you're making another argument.
No, sorry. The point you're trying to make is that there is a contradiction. Like there's a logical
In the proposition.
I know the propositions don't.
Yeah, that would make it false.
No, here's the point. At T1, you are a self-owner. That's the proposition which you're committed to when you argue. Yes.
Yeah. So if you were to propose while doing that to something that contradicts that would make it false, right?
Does the we actually already
that would make the proposition false, right?
I just sent them in chat, right? So the first proposition is at T1 you are a self-owner.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first proposition. The second proposition is at T2 you are not a self-owner. If both of those statements are true, is there a contradiction?
At T1 you are a self-owner. At T2 you're not self-owner. At T1, you're saying you are a self-owner. At T2, if you were to propose that the person is not a self-owner,
no, we're not talking. I'm not talking about the act of arguing. I'm talking about, are these propositions contradictory?
The only thing that I'm saying is contradictory is the act of proposing.
Actions are not contradictory. Actions are not propositions.
Well, it would be contradictory to your proposition, because you're saying. Hold on. You're basically saying that I support, when I make an argument with another person, I say I believe in his self-ownership. And then you're proposing aggressing against self-ownership, which that is contradictory. Even if it's later. It doesn't matter what time you say it's going to happen.
So are you trying to say an action is contradictory if that action is against the principle that is true at the time? Or the proposition that is true?
Can you restate that?
Yes. Are you trying to say that an action is contradictory if that action goes against some proposition or some moral norm, right? Some norm when that norm is true. Like if a norm is true and that norm tells you not to do something and you do the thing it tells you not to do, you would be contradicting, your action would contradict the norm, right? That's the point you're making?
You're not wrong, but that's not the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that when you make a proposition, you're making an argument to another person, and in making an argument, you're accepting that other person's self-ownership. And if you express that, if you say, I think that we should aggress at any point, whether it be now or at any point, you're basically endorsing an aggression while arguing that we shouldn't aggress, which would be a contradiction. If you can't propose that ethic without contradicting yourself while proposing it, well, then that would make it a false ethic.
The ethic does not contradict yourself when you're proposing it.
It does.
It doesn't, because
if you're making an argument, yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Because when you make an argument, you're committed to the proposition that in the present, right? This isn't even true, but I'm taking it for granted. In the present, you are a self-owner. That's the proposition you are committed to when you argue.
Yeah, but if you argue with another person, you're acknowledging their self-owner.
In the present, right? In the present.
So yeah, at the present time, if you argue and make an argument that you believe aggression is okay at any point, you would be contradicting your own argument.
Hold on. You said at any point. That's the problem.
Because you're endorsing aggression.
Is the fact that the sky was blue at 6 a.m. contradictory to the fact that the sky is not blue at 7 p.m.? Those contradictory facts.
The issue with this is that in proposing that.
Well, that's a yes or no question. Like, are those contradictions?
Well, yeah, they're contradictions. Yeah.
No, they're not.
I mean, they're not the same. I mean, it's the sun can't be. I mean,
No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking if they're different. I know they're different. I'm asking if both of those can be true.
No, they can't both be true at the same time.
It can't be true that the sun was blue at 6 p.m. and that the sun will be not blue at 7 p.m.
Oh, that can be true. But again, you're in your okay, I'm gonna say this. I feel like I don't want to like repeat myself, but so I think this is gonna last time I'm gonna say this. Respectfully. The issue with that I see here is that in proposing something, you're acknowledging the other person's self-ownership, and if in that proposition lies an argument to aggress, you would be
in the future,
whether it be the future now or later, you would be contradicting the argument which you're making, which is that you believe in self-ownership, at least in a moment. And if even in the future, and if in the future you were to try to propose that argument, then you would continuously contradict yourself, because in that proposition you're basically saying I support self-ownership.
So this is the point, right?
And and the last thing is, if you can't make an ethic without, if you can't propose an ethic without contradiction, then it must be false. That's all I'm going to say.
Right. Okay. I guess my remark on that again is you're saying there is a contradiction when you advocate for aggression whenever you're arguing. And the first thing is, okay, what would the contradiction be? Well, firstly, what are you committed to when you argue? You're committed to the proposition that in the present, this person is a self-owner. You're not committed to the proposition that all of the time, in any context, this person's a self-owner.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, I know. So if I propose aggression in a context in which your self-ownership is not implied to exist because of argumentation, then there is no contradiction between me arguing and advocating for aggression, because the commitment does not contradict what I'm proposing.
All right.
I can send you a paper by Stephen. You know Stephen Kinsella, right?
I love that guy.
Yeah. So.
Oh wow! I forgot I was muted. I was just trying to talk, but I was muted. I'm stupid. I was just trying to say that based on what you just said, then one could say that argumentation ethics only applies within the time that you are arguing. So you would not apply it to the context of a war where you're having a shootout with somebody, but you would apply it to the context of a discussion.
Who, me?
Well, and that's kind of the only context where it comes up anyway.
Okay, the problem with that is that suppose that I don't have a discussion with someone and I just choose to violently rape them. There's no contradiction there.
But if you proposing that any ethic, you contradict yourself, then that must be a false ethic. Okay,
but here's the point here's what Stephen Kinsella does. Like, this is what you guys are trying to imply, but you just have to make it, or you have to make it explicit. Like, Stephen Kinsella says that the only candidates for a norm have to be universalizable. So there are no particular norms. There are only universal norms. And this principle is called the universalization principle. It's like a pretty popular Kantian move.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea is that whenever you say, I am a self-owner right now, if that's true, it must also be true universally. That's the point. That's what he's trying to say. He has this principle called the universalization principle. And that's why it's a contradiction, because he thinks you are committed to saying that in all cases you're a self-owner.
Well, all I'm saying is that all I'm saying is that you can't propose that ethic without an aggressive ethic without contradicting yourself.
There's also, I just want to clarify, whether or not something is performatively contradictory. I wouldn't accept that I wouldn't accept that a moral principle is only true if I can do it in the course of an argument. If I can prove it in the course of an argument, I wouldn't accept that. But that's a different thing.
I mean, I don't know how to answer. I'm not sure how to respond to that.
I have a cell phone. I am a self-owner. Yeah, if you have a cell phone, right? That's a temporally. I'm using that nasty, nerdy language, but essentially that statement is true at a specific point in time and space, and so therefore the following proposition, "I am a cell phoner," is also true at a specific time and place in the universe.
You are way over analyzing my joke.
It's not an overanalysis. It's just that's what's being implied. The reason that's
were you
relevant.
making a joke with that? Or
No, the reason why that's
Literally,
important is because. Sorry, the reason it's important is because. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's a real point. Sorry.
oh, I think he's just saying cell phone, or you get it because cell phone. Or...
Okay.
Oh,
I get it. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We're all a little autistic here.
Yeah.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Preach.
All right, guys. So I think we've come to a consensus. I am correct, and I have, of course, won the debate.
Oh god.
And I am the best Ancap. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, compared to Liquid Zulu, maybe I don't know.
I like Liquid Zulu. You guys, I feel like you guys are a little hard on him.
No, I like Zulu. He's cool. I just think he's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's he wrong about? I'm not saying he's not, but I haven't consumed that much of his. In fact, I've spent a lot more time literally just chatting with him at YALCon than I have actually like watching his videos. What do you say he's wrong about?
I disagree with his whole legal theory. His entire approach, where he starts, the inferences he makes. I disagree. All that.
Evolutionary capitalist is in the chat.
Anyway, I'm gonna take a shower. I need to fucking clean up before I see these hoes. So I'll be
Yeah, I'm gonna be heading out soon. So, I mean, it was fun. Yeah. Anything else you want to add? Taxation.
Oh, you're just abbreviating with taxation now. You don't want to say my whole name.
Oh, taxation is theft.
That's not what. Look at my name. It's different.
Oh, okay. Taxation is child molestation. I mean, you're not wrong, but
what? Yes, I am.
I mean, it
taxation
can be.
is a lot of things. It's not child molestation. When is it child molestation? What are you talking about?
It can be. I mean, if you're using the money to fund, that.
The way the FBI like posts entrapment material, and in essence creates a further market for types of material. Yeah.
How do you think?
Say it again.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just making
say it again, Josh.
An obtuse example, like you were saying. How is it child molestation? And I'm like, if you stretch it far enough, in some ways, taxes do fund it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
When CPS steals, kidnaps children, takes people's children, and then sells them into sex trafficking, that's happened.
Plus, public schools are
Lego has a question for you. How do you feel about co-ownership?
Oh, you know what? I go a little against the grain with some ANCAPs on that. I have no problem with co-ownership. Like, me and my ex-wife jointly own my house, and that's fine. It works better if you're still married. But technically, legally, we are still married, but we are, separated. I don't see any problem with a husband and wife owning a house together. It just means that those two, in the context of a conflict, if one of them wants to do one thing with it that's incompatible with what the other one wants to do, with it. Now they've eliminated property rights as a means to adjudicate that dispute. However, that does not mean that the husband and wife are about to pull out weapons and start killing each other. Because in the context of a husband and wife, at least hopefully, they have a loving and respectful relationship that you're likely not going to have with some stranger who you may have a conflict with. So the husband and wife can work it out without reliance on the tool of property rights. But you and the guy down the street who both want to use the car that's parked out in front of your house are not necessarily as equipped to resolve it peacefully. So therein you need property rights. You don't necessarily need that within the context of a tight-knit, like a loving family or something.
I would say property rights are meant to settle disputes over scarce means. If you don't have a way to settle that dispute over scarce means when people disagree with each other, even in a marriage, well, then that contract that you signed that says that both of you own it don't really mean anything, because a contract is meant to transfer the title of property from one person to another.
It's not meant for use against each other. It's meant for use by us collectively against the rest of the world. If me and my wife buy a house together, as we did, if me and my wife buy a house together, the contract that makes the house ours is evidence that it ain't fucking yours. It's evidence that it ain't Jim Bob's. It's evidence that it sure as fuck is not Josh's.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that you're basically endorsing collective ownership. You're basically saying that. But the problem with that, the problem with that is that people don't always agree. So when they disagree, there must be a way to settle that dispute. And if your contract doesn't specify how to settle that dispute, then that contract is nothing.
I acknowledge that.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that, yes. And collective ownership only works if you have a scenario where lacking a legal means by which to resolve the dispute, to resolve the conflict over the scarce means, is not necessarily a problem because, say, you're a loving family, you can work it out.
Yeah, but the issue is when they don't work out. There's no way to settle that dispute.
Yeah, then you're shit out of luck without you don't have the means of property rights to adjudicate the dispute.
Well, then I would say, I would say then there is no property right in that situation. You're basically like playing as property rights, but what you're doing is you're playing as property right. You're not actually the owner.
Okay, no, I would be the co-owner. Sithis, would you argue that for you to come in and quote unquote homestead my house right now, that would be ethical, that would be legitimate?
No.
Okay.
Well, not if you're the owner.
Okay, me and my wife are the owners. That is to say,
no, but
there was a prior.
The issue is when there's a dispute between you and your wife. Not like obviously you would have the right to take me out, but would you have the for instance, like if you and your wife got into were angry at each other and she wanted you out of the house and you wanted her out of the house, who's the one that gets to win in that dispute?
Right, I understand. We've deprived ourselves by buying it jointly. We've deprived ourselves of the ability to resolve such means, at least by legal means, between me and her.
Well, then, that's kind of the point of having a contract, is to settle that dispute. If your contract doesn't settle that dispute when it arises, then there's no property transfer there.
The property transfer was not between me and her. The property transfer was between the prior owner and me and her.
Yeah, but again, there must be in that contract, there must be a way to settle disputes over that scarce means. For instance, if you want to kick her out, she wants to kick you out. There must be a way to specify who has the right in that dispute. If not, then that contract is no better than a piece of paper.
Well, the contract is not meant to delineate how to resolve disputes between me and her concerning the property. The contract is meant to delineate how to resolve disputes concerning me and her as one unit and the rest of the world concerning the property. It does nothing to resolve potential disputes between me and it's not about between me and her. It's her and I as a unit versus the rest of the world is what that contract is for.
Well, the problem is people aren't units. People are individuals.
Yes, we take the risk that her and I will find ourselves in a dispute that we're not able to resolve, but using means of arbitration or something based on contractually delineated property rights by entering into such an arrangement. But we simply voluntarily incur that risk. We accept that possibility. Now, as it happens in real life, in this real life scenario, her and I are working it out peacefully and amicably.
I know, but what happens when you have a dispute and both parties completely disagree with each other as to what to be done with that property? Only one of you guys can win in that dispute, right?
Scenario. Yes. So the worst case scenario is that you end up back to square one of where you are without property rights, which is fighting to the death.
But
when
isn't that
people buy a
endorsing
property jointly,
aggression?
no. When people buy a property jointly, they're accepting the risk that if me and this other person have some serious falling out and we can't resolve the dispute between us, we now don't have a piece of paper that delineates which one of us wins the dispute judicially. So we may have to fight each other. When you
So
buy
you're
a
saying
house
that
jointly with somebody,
if two people say they own something together and there's a dispute, it's pretty much might makes right from there.
I'm not saying might ever does make right. I'm saying practically speaking, they have created a situation where they've eliminated the means by which they would resolve the dispute by judicial means, by an allocation of it through a singular property owner.
But isn't that the point of a contract?
Well, it's not the point of the contract to resolve disputes between me and her. The point of the contract is to resolve disputes between us and the rest of the world.
I would argue that contracts are meant to resolve disputes in general.
Well, my contract with I have a contract with Uber Eats. I'm an Uber driver.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I also have one with DoorDash. My contract with Uber Eats is not meant to resolve my disputes with DoorDash. My contract when me and her buy this house is not meant to resolve disputes between me and her. It's up to me and her to come up with some other way to do that. The contract when we buy this house is to resolve disputes between us and anyone else in the world who wants to come into the house or say it's theirs or something else.
Yeah, but again, if there's no way to settle a dispute between you and your wife, then it's not a contract because there's no way to settle that dispute.
Would you say that my contract with Uber Eats, because it does not deal
I would say
with
it's an
what
invalid.
to do in disputes?
It's an invalid contract. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that my contract with Uber Eats is invalid because it does not address disputes I might have with DoorDash?
If there's a property transfer, well, contracts are only meant for property transfer. So if there's a property transfer being given to you, I'm not sure the wording of the contract, but in the case of a situation where two people are saying that they co-own something, if there's no way to settle that dispute using that contract, well, then that contract means nothing. It's an invalid contract.
I have a contract with Uber. I have a contract with DoorDash.
Well,
they don't intersect with each other.
You could say I have a contract with this person, but contracts in the libertarian sect means is a property title transfer from one person to another. What I
was going to say.
Yeah,
I meant to say a minute ago.
Yeah,
they are property title transfers, though. The Uber contract is that they will give me this compensation in exchange for me giving this labor. It's a full-blown contract by libertarian standards.
That's a valid contract, but the contract between you and your wife owning the same thing, that's not a valid contract.
Wait a minute. That's not. Hold on. It's not a contract between me and her. It's a contract between us, each as co-signers, and the prior owner of the house.
Yeah, that's an invalid contract.
It was a transfer of that person's property to me and her.
Yeah, it's an invalid contract because that contract can't settle disputes.
Are you saying that person... So are you saying that, no, it can't resolve disputes between me and her, but it doesn't have to? It's not incumbent on the owner.
That's the point of a contract.
That's not the point of this contract.
Well, that's the point of contracts in general. in general, that's the point of
Not,
contracts.
not to resolve. No, the point of a contract is not to resolve unrelated disputes. They're to resolve related disputes. And it would be an unrelated dispute if me and her had a dispute about the use of the property. That would have no bearing on the contract we have with the prior owner of the house. That's not his problem. That's not his business.
Property,
they would be an unrelated.
Contracts are meant to settle disputes over scarce means. If your contract is incapable of doing that, then it's an invalid contract.
It does do that, just not between me and her. It
Yeah, that's an
resolves
invalid.
disputes
That
over
would
the
make it
scarce
invalid.
means. It resolves disputes over scarce means between us and the prior owner. That's what
Yeah,
it's
but
for.
what about you and your wife?
Not to resolve. It's up to us to hammer that out
So
either
then
with a
it's
separate
yeah.
contract
So then it's not a valid
or
contract.
some other thing. That's like saying that your conflict when your contract when you rent a video at Hollywood Video or Blockbuster. Wow, I'm old. Uh, when you go rent a video to bring home and put in your VCR.
No, well, is the
that's
property
not a
going
valid-
from one transferring from one owner to the other?
temporarily, yeah, in exchange for money, yes.
Yeah,
In the
so
context of renting a video
that's
from
perfectly fine
Blockbuster.
because there's a way to settle that dispute if there is one. Whereas in a
Wait,
contract
you
between two
didn't let
people,
me finish.
yeah.
You didn't let me finish.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I only got half.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like if you have a contract with Blockbuster that you'll pay them and they'll give you the video to put in your VCR,
Mhm.
and but you have to bring it back in a few days. Okay, but the VCR, well, you and somebody else don't have a way to resolve the dispute over who owns the VCR. So, kind of by your reasoning, the contract that you have with Blockbuster was null and void because you don't have a good means of.
That's not very analogous because you're not transferring the title of that that Blockbuster thing to you and your wife. You're transferring it to you, and there could be only one owner of the VCR. If either are the owner or you're not the owner, and whether you are the owner or not the owner that will determine whether you have the right to use that thing. So if you're transferring the title of a property to you and your wife, and if there's a dispute between you and your wife, and that contract is incapable of settling that dispute, that would be an invalid contract.
What makes the contract valid, what makes a contract valid is not some necessity of being able to resolve any and all disputes that might arise surrounding the property. That's an unfair standard to apply to contracts and baseless. There's no reason a contract has to meet the expectation of the potentiality to resolve just any and all possible disputes that might arise. It's only to resolve a specific dispute that might arise, or a specific set of disputes that might arise. And the dispute that might arise, that the contract that her and I collectively have with the prior owner, is that if the prior owner wants to come reclaim the property or something, that they can't do that. It's me and her. And then if separately, unrelated to that, me and her have an internal dispute between us about it. Well, now as far as the contract we have with the prior owner is not helpful there, and it doesn't have to be. It's not meant for that. Me and her can work something out separately. It's not incumbent on the prior owner to make sure that such a dispute, that the contract that we enter addresses any and all disputes that might happen. It's just they're transferring this house to us so that when we pay them, it's not an act of theft. We're buying something from them. They're not stealing our money.
Yeah, again, I disagree. The purpose of
Wait a minute.
contracts
If
is to.
contract is invalid,
Huh?
if you're saying that contract is invalid, so we paid $100,000 for the house.
Yes. It would either belong to either one of you or none of you. It's a invalid transaction. It would either belong to one of you or none of you. Because in the
what do you mean
dispute,
none of us? Okay, are you saying?
or it would belong to the person
technicality?
whom you bought it from.
Wait a minute. What? Okay, you're saying that me and her, we paid $100,000 to the prior owner, who then in turn said, yeah, okay, in exchange for that, the house belongs to you two. And we gave them the
contract, yes.
We gave them the $100,000 based on that agreement. What, you're saying that because it doesn't conform to your weird standards, that they
It's not
get
a weird
to keep
standard.
both?
That's the purpose of a contract.
That's not the purpose of this contract. So
no, well, that's the
you're
purpose
saying
of
that based
all
on that
contracts. There's no a
all
contract isn't
contracts-
worth anything if it doesn't settle a dispute.
it does settle a dispute, just not between me and her. It settles a
Yeah,
dispute
that's the
between us.
issue.
And
I
the
understand
prior
that, but that's the issue. If it can't settle a dispute between you and your wife, then it's an invalid. It's not worth anything because in that
That
dispute,
does not. Why would
you
that
know,
invalidate the contract? That it doesn't
because
settle
in a dispute,
any and all
because
possible.
again, contracts are transfer titles of property from one person to another that settles disputes over scarce means, which means that if there is a dispute between you or any other person, you would have the right over that property. If you and your wife, you're saying you're transferring it to you and your wife, and you and your wife have a dispute, then and that contract is unable to settle that dispute, well then it's an invalid contract. It isn't worth anything. It's no better than a toilet paper.
You could argue that it's an imperfect contract in that it doesn't address any and all possible disputes, but it does address some possible.
That's the purpose of contracts. That's my argument from the beginning. Is the purpose of contracts is to settle disputes.
If there is any dispute that it settles, it's a valid contract. It doesn't have to resolve every possible dispute. If there's any possible dispute that it settles, then it can be valid as a contract.
If there's any dispute in which it can't settle, then it's not worth anything because in that dispute, then there's no way to figure out who's the owner.
So it's in this context, I think it's coming down to this current contract is a claim of ownership contract. Who owns it? It's not a severability contract. You can always come up with enter into a new contract based upon different terms. This is just the one for
but what if they
specific
disagree?
Case. You can have multiple contracts. That's
but what if they disagree? What if they don't agree?
You don't have to have it cover every case. It's still
but what if they don't want to start a new contract?
That's up to them to figure out.
Okay, so you're saying that in that dispute, there's that contract will not be able to settle that dispute. Like we can't figure out who's the owner.
It will only go up to the point of saying that they have a dispute.
Okay, so then to me that contract isn't worth anything because then you're not able to determine who the owner is.
It gives them claim to make the dispute. To say that,
but who's the one that wins in that dispute?
That's up to later.
That's the whole point of law is to figure out how to settle disputes over scarce means.
Up until
but it's not the burden of every contract. It's not the burden of every contract to pre-eliminate any and all possible disputes that might arise concerning the property.
The purpose of contract is to figure out who is the owner in a dispute.
Yes, and it does that.
Sure.
It says they are both the owner.
Yeah, but what if they disagree with each other?
Yeah, that's not the business of contract one. For simplicity, let's refer to the contract that her and I have with the prior owner of the house. As
I got
contract
2 more. I got like 2 more minutes left, and then I gotta get out of here.
So contract one delineates that the prior owner, in exchange for $100,000, the prior owner is no longer the owner of the house. They're giving it to us. That's the sole function of contract one. Contract one has no bearing on if there's disputes between me and her. It's not meant for that. That's an outside, unrelated.
Yeah, I'm just never gonna. Yeah, it's not a valid contract.
You can have multiple levels of a contract that sever at end.
Yeah, so let's say we have one contract, and then we say, now we can't agree on the second contract. Now what?
Yeah,
you figure that out, and
you just figure that out. Oh, people just figure it out.
Yeah, that's what happens.
No, that's not what happens. People have disagreements and they have disputes, and we have to figure out ways to settle that dispute. And if there's no way to settle that dispute on the contract in which you signed, then then that contract means nothing. It means zilch, nothing.
No, it means that the prior owner is no longer the owner, that we are, and then it's up to us to figure out contract two, perhaps, or some other means which to resolve this.
Again, if you guys don't agree to contract two, then what?
That's not the prior owner's problem. That's not the business.
And don't tell me we'll just figure it out.
That's
not the business.
No, that's not what happens. People have disputes. You're saying it's impossible to have a dispute?
We will. There are disputes, of course.
Okay,
What
so
I'm saying
when
is that
disputes happen, now what?
There's well, the idea of when you jointly enter into a property agreement with somebody else where they're the co-owner, implicitly it has to be somebody that you trust. It
Okay,
has to
but
be
okay,
somebody you
now
trust.
you're saying you can't have a dispute with someone you trust?
You should not have a dispute concerning the use of force with somebody you trust.
So you're saying that you can't have a dispute with using the force with a person
It's
that you
not
trust?
It's not that you can't. It's that you're taking the risk of finding yourself
Okay,
in a
so-
situation where you do not have a judicial means by which to resolve the
So
dispute.
you're saying it's impossible for people to settle have a dispute?
Of course, I did not say that.
Okay, so when they have a dispute, who is the one that has the right?
Yeah, we've created a situation where it's neither one of us as against
So
the
then
other.
that contract means nothing. I'm just gonna give you the same answer. Like it's not gonna. It means nothing unless there's a way to settle that dispute.
That wasn't its purpose. The purpose of the contract one was not to resolve disputes between me and her.
Then
Just
it's
to
not a
resolve disputes
contract.
between. It is a contract between us and the prior owner. It's relinquishing the prior owner's claim.
Okay, but then there's no way to settle a dispute between you and your wife.
That's not the prior owner's problem, though. That's not the burden of contract
I understand
one.
that, but that's the contract. That's the purpose of contracts in general. That's just what. At
It's
the
not
end
the
of the day,
purpose of
that
that
is the purpose of contracts: is to settle disputes. If you're transferring the title of one person to you and your wife, and you and your wife have a dispute, well, then that contract means nothing. It only applies to the other person whom you're selling it to, but it doesn't apply to the person whom you may have a dispute with, who is also in that contract. It must apply to every person within that contract, or that contract means nothing.
A contract is meant to address a specific dispute, not just any and all disputes.
No, I just disagree with that. And I don't think we're going to agree with each other on this. It must entail all disputes. If not, it means nothing.
So, what are you saying, that the prior owner stole our money?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that it's an invalid contract.
If it's an invalid contract, but that contract is the basis on which they have the right to the money and we have the right to the house, then for that contract to be invalid means either A, they've stolen our money, or B, we've stolen the house. Or both.
I wouldn't say
somehow.
you stole it. What I would say is you guys made an invalid transaction, and you guys would have to figure out who is the owner.
Right, but who has the just claim to the money?
Oh, well,
so
the
prior
person
owners have
who is the
money.
owner of that thing. So if you are the owner of the money, then it would go back to you. And
Right,
the
but
owner of
we-
the house would be the person whom
Exactly.
it would be the prior owner. They would be the real owner.
Okay, we made a transfer of the money. We physically gave them $100,000.
Yeah, you could
they
physically
now have the $100,000.
Yeah, but you could physically give somebody something, right? But
Are you
you
saying
could still
they're
be the
now
owner.
not the just owner?
Yeah, no,
You're
no,
saying they're
not
now
if
not the
not
just
if
owner of the
not if the contract in which you're transferring the title is incapable of settling the dispute over scarce means. It's a
Speaking
faulty
of money,
transaction.
what do you say about joint bank accounts?
Yeah, money is the same way. I mean, all scarce resources can only be used by one person at the same time. So all that money that's in there would have that money, that every single individual dollar would either belong to one of you or none of you.
So, of the millions or billions of couples around the world that have a joint bank account, are you saying what? That they're both
They would own the
constantly
dollars.
engaged in
They would
unethical
own.
behavior?
Yeah, they would own the dollars in which they put into it, but they wouldn't own each other's dollars. That doesn't make any sense. Because if they own each other's dollars, then there would be no way to settle that dispute. And which is the whole purpose of contracts.
The purpose of contracts is to settle a dispute that is expected to arise, a particular dispute that's expected to potentially arise.
All
So
disputes,
there's
any
a
and all
contract
disputes. Yeah,
called,
it's based on any and all disputes. So if
there
I so
will?
for instance, if I'm a property owner of say a hat, in any and all disputes, I am going to be the rightful owner in that dispute because you transferred the title to me.
I have a very
Right, if I
specific.
You can't do that. You can't do that with a co-ownership situation because there's no way to settle that dispute if the two people within that contract disagree with each other. Now, I have one more, like 1 more minute left, and I gotta go. So,
What you're describing in the hat scenario is what you might call a perfect contract. That is that it does address every possible dispute that might arise. But a contract that fails to live up to that standard does not simply become useless. It just doesn't
I'd say
have
so.
it doesn't have every. It has one use. It has the use of, like, if I sell this hat to you and Josh, then it does mean that at least one of you or both of you get to wear the hat, get to decide what happens with it. I no longer have a claim to the hat, and that's what that's why you wanted the hat contract. Is that you want me to no longer be able to say it's mine, that it's at least it's one of yours or both of yours.
Yeah, I don't see
However,
what the
by doing
confusion
that-
is. I think this is extremely simple.
By doing
the
this-
contract is either there to settle disputes in the parties who are in that contract, or it is not. If it doesn't, then it's not a valid contract. It's very simple. It's there is no such thing as a imperfect contract. It either is a contract or it is not a contract. If it can't
There's
settle
a
the
will
disputes
in
within the
contract.
parties within it, then it's not a valid contract. It's very, very easy, very simple. I don't see why there's such a dispute over this.
Every contract has at least conceivable. I can't say every contract. Many contracts. Most contracts have many conceivable disputes that might arise that are not addressed in the contract.
Then it's
That
an
do
invalid
not- that the
contract
contract-
because again, what's the purpose of a contract?
To resolve specific disputes that might arise.
Specific? What do you mean specific?
Yes, specific, not every dispute.
Yeah, so then if there is a dispute that does arise, then that contract doesn't mean anything. If it's not specifically meant to that
dispute. No, it's for that if that specific dispute and this specific case arises, then they have recourse for what
That's what I just said.
happens.
Yeah, so in that dispute,
No, it's not for every case.
So in that specific dispute, you wouldn't have a way to settle that dispute.
It goes to dispute resolution. So, like a family, there's property left behind in a will to the many children, but none of the children actually want to keep said property. There's one person that says we should keep it. That's one person. The four of them other people say that we should sell it, and then it goes to dispute resolution.
So there's no way to settle that dispute.
A lawyer gets involved. No,
there's no concrete way to settle that dispute.
There is. It literally happens in society.
I understand that people arbitrarily choose what they think should happen, but again, we don't base our law on arbitrary arguments. No, we don't. What we do is we look at disputes over scarce means and we figure out the best way to settle disputes over that scarce means. And if you don't have a way to settle a dispute over that scarce means, then your contract doesn't mean anything. That's the reason. That's the whole point of individual ownership.
If you don't have a way, but we have a way, and that's going to dispute resolution.
Yeah, but that is okay. But let's say me and you disagree with that. Now what?
Well, then we don't have an agreement.
Okay, so then that contract means nothing, right?
Until we do come to one.
Yeah. So then
no, it just means that we're still in a. It means
so you're saying it's impossible for people to not ever come to an agreement on something?
Well, that's possible. But
okay, so when that happens,
usually one person dies.
Usually
one person dies.
So
first.
when that happens, what do?
Usually, you wait out for the other person to die.
Okay. So you're meaning to tell me there is no way to settle that dispute?
Death. One person dies. Like if you're trying to deal with dispute resolution.
No.
If they can't
in the
come to an
moment that they
agreement-
have the dispute, not later. In the moment that they have that dispute. Is there a way to settle that dispute?
Disputes they could resolved over time.
No, I'm not asking you that. I asked you a very specific question. In the time in which they had a dispute, is there a way to settle that dispute? That you can look back on the contract. And don't tell me they're just going to agree.
They could take the matter before an arbitrator or a mediator.
And what if they disagree with that?
What?
That's just, again, you're assuming that they're going to agree with each other. What if they don't agree to that arbitration?
They can put that in the contract if it's a worry that they might not
Dude,
be like in the
you're
contract where they're jointly buying it.
hold
they
on, but
they can
let's
have
say
that in
that's
there where
not in
they
the contract.
Yeah, in that situation, they've created them for themselves a
So
situation where
that's a situation where
contract is useful.
yeah, the
They have a
contract means
situation where
nothing.
they have a contract. They have a situation where they have a contract that's useful for one situation, but not for another situation.
So
The
you mean
contract
yeah,
is useful
I agree.
in a
So that
dispute with the
means
prior owner. Yeah,
yeah, so that means that in a dispute, it's not going to be able to resolve that every dispute over each of scarce means.
right. Only certain disputes.
Yeah, but that would make it an invalid contract.
That does not make it an invalid contract. A contract to be valid does not need to pre-address any and all disputes that might possibly arise. That's just the ideal. That's just like the best kind of contract. You
Yeah,
could
that's
say.
just just incorrect
in-
because
it's
people
an
you're assuming
incomplete
that people
contract.
are going to agree with each other, which doesn't always happen. And
No,
you
they
know,
might not.
Okay, so
They
when it
might
doesn't
create a
happen,
clusterfuck.
we have to have a way to settle that dispute. If we don't,
Yeah, and they're
well
gonna have
then
to figure
we're
out
back
a
to
non-
might makes right.
they're-
And
They're going to have to figure out a non-contractual way to resolve it.
oh my god, you're assuming that they can resolve it. But again, you must agree that it's possible for them to not be able to.
What does that look like to not be able to?
Let's say you want me not to go in the house. I don't want you to go in the house, and I'm willing to fight you to stop you from going into the house. Now what?
Well, I have a claim to the house too.
Okay, so now what?
I call my rights enforcement company. I mean, realistically, if
Say,
we're
well,
married,
what do
it's
you think their
probably-
choice is going to be?
Probably de-escalation.
Okay, you're kind of like dodging the question. The question is, how do you settle that dispute? There isn't one.
I
That's
don't
the
know.
answer. There isn't one.
I don't know.
The answer
We've
is there
created an
isn't one.
imperfect.
Yeah, so that
Right,
would
when
make
we
it
enter
an
into the
invalid contract, right?
That doesn't invalidate the contract. It just means
it-
that it didn't address this. It left us in a high and dry.
Again, that's the whole point of contracts.
No, the point of contracts is not to address any and all disputes that might arise. That's kind of the goal, like the ideal. That's like the
No,
gold
that's-
standard, the best.
Then you have a inconsistent way of settling disputes over scarce means.
Well, in this context, we've created a situation where, at least potentially, there is no resolution to the dispute.
Yeah,
at least
that's
between
not
me and the
good,
other
man.
part.
We want to resolve disputes over scarce means, do we not? That's the whole point of the NAP.
That's why I said it's very important that if you're going to enter into such a risky situation with somebody, if you're going to enter into a co-owning relationship with somebody, as husbands and wives do and stuff, it really ought to be somebody that you trust. That even if you have a disagreement, the other person's going to be reasonable and you'll be able to work it out. It works in loving relationships.
Again, I don't
It
know.
works
I don't know if you're not listening to me, but again, you're just assuming that they're going to agree.
I'm
You're
saying
making an
if they
assumption.
don't, then you've got if they don't, then you've got a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem, right? How to resolve that problem?
Right, and now I don't know. That's not the burden of the original contract.
I do. What you do is you go back and you make a valid contract.
That's what I was saying, basically, on the premise of like you go back to
prior owner
dispute
said-
resolution. You
Yeah,
make a new
but
contract.
at the time in the first contract, that first contract would be an invalid contract.
Yeah,
the prior owner
will
said-
amend it.
no,
necessary to amend the contract. Yes.
Yeah, so the first contract would
prior-
be a invalid contract because you're not able to settle disputes.
That's not the prior owner's problem.
That's not my question.
But that's who the contract was concerning.
Is it
who
concerning
got the
you
money.
and your wife is in the contract, correct?
Sure.
Okay,
but
so if
her
there's
and I
no way
agreed.
if there's no way to settle the dispute between the two parties who are within that contract, it's an invalid contract.
It doesn't invalidate a contract for a contract to preclude the resolution of disputes between people on one side of the contract It's meant to preclude disputes between people on the opposite sides of the contract. Each party to a contract is putting up consideration in exchange for other consideration, right? The consideration being property being transferred.
Yeah, I just,
the
I just
original
don't,
party.
I'm just not gonna agree with you guys on this. Like, you guys have to listen to some more. You guys have to read Stefan Kinsella, and he explained this in a very much better way. But like, you guys are completely going against the contractor theory of title that most anarcho-capitalists actually believe in. No, like, not saying that you're not real ANCAP. I agree with you guys are all actual ANCAPs, but like what you guys are saying is completely going against the transfer theory of contract. Just letting you know.
We understand that. It's just that every contract can't be perfect. That's pretty much what I've been arguing, is that even though, yes, those things should be accounted for, like everything you've mentioned, but in practice, you still can't account for like every case.
Yeah, that's fine, but you guys are going.
Exception,
you guys kind of are going against the like the title theory of transfer contract like idea. Like, you know, that's like
no,
we're
not
against that.
saying, I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah,
I'm saying that it's just that there will always, chances are there will be a case in which there is an exception, and when that arises, then the dispute, you go back to, forming a new contract, you go back to dispute resolution, and that's what that case is for, when the contract is not able to resolve the dispute.
All right, no problem. I gotta head out, guys. It was fun talking to you. I know we all disagree, but I still love you guys. So I'll see you guys next time. Okay.
Take it easy. It was fun.
It was fun. It was very fun. All right, guys. I had a great time, but